Next, we would like to welcome Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor to the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a warm round of applause, everyone. Welcome, sir. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you. Now it is my honor to welcome Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor with the Government of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Welcome. Now, join me in welcoming Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor. Welcome, sir. Next, we will welcome Captain P.C. Meena, Deputy Director, General Crew Department, to please join us on the stage. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Niyati Dave from FRRO. A warm round of applause here. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Once again, a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries present here. Thank you so much for marking your presence here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to mark the auspicious beginning, I request all our dignitaries to kindly join us for the lighting of the lamp, followed by Saraswati Vandana. As per our Indian culture, we always start any occasion with the blessings of the divine. So much, all of you. We all can feel a shift in the atmosphere, a positivity in the air, right? So let's have a huge round of applause for the positivity we have created here with the lighting of the lamp and by invoking the blessings of the divine. Thank you so much. And now, to formally welcome us and set the tone for this symposium, may I now invite Captain Nitin Mukesh, Member Secretary, SWFS, to please join us and address the gathering. Also, I would like to say a few words. Captain Mukesh has been an unwavering advocate for crew welfare initiatives and continues to lead efforts to bring meaningful reforms for seafarers. And now it is an honor to invite him to address the gathering. So let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everyone.
Namaskar and good morning. Respected Chief Guest DG Sir, who has joined online, and Guest of Honor, Additional DG Sir, Chief Surveyor Sir, NA Sir, distinct colleague from DG Shipping, representative from RPSL, industry leaders, maritime legal expert, seafarer, and all delegates present here today. It is my immense pleasure and honor to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this symposium on seafarer recruitment and welfare organized by the SWFS today. We are gathered not only as professionals but as custodian of the welfare of the seafarer, dignity and aspirations of our seafarer, who are the true backbones of Indian maritime industry. As Wyland has beautifully said, the ocean stirs the heart, inspire the imaginations, and bring eternal joy to the soul. Indeed, behind every voice lies the unwavering spirit of our seafarer, whose dedication sustains global trade and commerce. I am pleased to share that the event will also feature the launch of the annual report of the Crew Branch 2024-2025. These publications are designed to serve as comprehensive reference for seafarer, industry stakeholders, and regulatory authority, offering key insight, updated procedures, and a clear framework to further strengthen welfare compliance and professional excellence. The symposium will deliberate on recruitment challenges, welfare initiative, legal obligations, and global best practices through 3 sessions. The first session will present the government perspective on recruitment and welfare, addressing the role of RPSL companies, challenges faced by seafarer, e-governance initiative, and solution to common shortcomings. The session 2 will bring in the industry perspective with insight from FRRO, ITF, maritime legal experts, and P&I Club, bridging the gap between policy and practical realities. Session 3 will foster dialogues with foreign governments, sharing international perspective and best practices on seafarer welfare. As John F. Kennedy once said, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. Today, we come together to learn from each other, share experience, and strengthen partnership to ensure that our seafarer not only sail safely, but thrive professionally and personally. I sincerely hope that the deliberations here will result in actionable insight, meaningful collaborations, and sustainable initiative that uphold the rights, dignity, and welfare of every Indian seafarer. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, delegates, and participants. May today's discussions inspire us to build a brighter, safer future for our maritime community. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the opening remarks. May I now invite Captain PC Meena, DDG crew, to outline the workshop objectives and key outcomes. Captain Meena is a seasoned maritime professional with over 17 years of sea service, including command of very large crude oil tankers. He holds a master's in maritime law and policy from the World Maritime University and has played a pivotal role in audits, surveys, and inspections of RPSL companies and maritime institutions. Over to you, sir.
Respected DD sir, additional CS sir, NA sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and grand morning to all of you. First, let me thank each one of you for joining us today in such a large number. Your presence here shows the importance we all attach to the cause of seafarers, recruitment and welfare. This symposium is not just another event. It is a milestone for the Indian maritime community. We all know that seafarers are the lifeline of global trade. According to the recent BBC news, India is now the second largest supplier of the seafarers to the world, after the Philippines. Today, more than 5 lakh Indian seafarers serve on international vessels, and we are ambitiously aiming to cross 10 lakhs by 2030. Seafarers are rightly called key workers. Yet the reality is hard. When seafarers face difficulties, unpaid wages, abandonment, detention, too often they are left to struggle alone. Their contribution is immense, but their welfare is still neglected. That is why this gathering is so important today, and it is a call to action for RPSL companies, Indian shipping companies, training institutes, unions, lawyers, P&I clubs, and of course, the seafarers themselves. Together with DG Shipping, we must ensure that every Indian seafarer sails with safety, dignity, and pride. Our objective of this symposium today is first compliance by strengthening awareness of the conventions such as Maritime Labour Convention, STCW Convention, SOLAS, MARPOL, and various other codes also, including Merchant Shipping Act. The second objective of the symposium is ethical recruitment. Today we hear a lot of fraud and cheating across all the corners of the industry. Stopping this fraud and cheating, ensuring transparency, and addressing wage disputes and abandonment. The third objective of this symposium is welfare, reinforcing provident fund, insurance, education, and medical support under the SWFS and SPFO. Number 4 objectives is digital reforms. Using the eSamudra endorsed CDC Seafarer Identification Document to make documentation and verification seamless. The last objective of this symposium, partnership. The partnership is very important and key role in bringing all stakeholders together for coordinated efforts. What we are trying to aim through this symposium is adoption of the best practices for recruitment, zero tolerance to fraud and cheating, RPSL inspections, and grievance handling procedures. A stronger and quicker redressal of the crew cases through collaboration with the unions, ITF, our embassies abroad, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, Ministry of External Affairs, and various other stakeholders involved in maritime fraternity. Greater awareness for ship owners' liability and responsibilities. Active involvement of RPSL, Maritime Training Institute leadership in compliance for achieving safe and secure training and employment for Indian seafarers. Another aim we are looking towards, actionable recommendation that align with the Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kal Vision 2047 and the National Maritime Strategy. Friends, this is not just a symposium. It is a pledge that we will stand by our seafarers, not only when they generate revenues, but also when they need our support at the most. And let us all take a pride in larger vision to see India emerge as the world leading supplier of the skilled, ethical, and well cared for seafarers, crossing 10 lakhs strong by 2030. Let us work together so that every Indian seafarer on every voyage sail with security, respect and pride. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. May I now invite our guest of honor, Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor and Additional DG, to share his insights on RPSL issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Azad is an accomplished mariner and maritime administrator with over 15 years at sea with SCI and extensive service in the Directorate General of Shipping and Mercantile Marine Departments across India. He has been instrumental in driving e-governance initiatives and reforms in certification systems for seafarers. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. It's indeed a very happy moment to address such a large gathering in the beautiful atmosphere. I must sincerely thank the Directorate General of Shipping and the crew branch, especially Captain Nitin Mukesh, Captain PC Meena, and the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society for organizing this important mega symposium on recruitment and placement services and the seafarers' welfare. It is indeed overdue for several years. We all know the RPSL's contribution to the Indian seafarers and the Indian seafarers' contribution to the global trade. As Captain Meena just said, we are the second largest nation to supply seafarers to the global trade. See, we all know that India is famous for two aspects in the entire spectrum of maritime. One is our soft power, that is the seafarers, and the second one is ship recycling industry. The ship recycling industry is, again, we are number one, sometimes we go to number two. So these two are the major identification marks for India in the global maritime sector. But what the soft power can create, it can create an end-to-end spectrum of development across the maritime field, from the shipbuilding, from the ship management, ship owning, and insurance, chartering. So if you have that soft power of seafarers, I think we can become a global leader across all the spectrums, and Government of India has got the very strong and clear vision to move in that direction. So I must assure you this first before I say anything. Regarding this RPSL, there is no such issues as such, that there are no such RPSL issues. The contribution of RPSL to the Indian seafaring industry is very vast. Just to give you the figures, in 2015, just 10 years down the line, the total number of active Indian seafarers were 1,27,000. 2015. The RPSL rules, revised rules notified in 2016. Today, after 10 years, we have more than 3,25,000 active seafarers. Captain Meena said the total count may go beyond 5 lakh. There are 150% increase in last 10 years. That's a huge increase. Can anybody think such an increase possible without the hard work and dedication and support of the RPSL? So I think I must convey my sincere thanks and appreciation to the entire RPSL companies which are operating in India. I think a big round of applause for the RPSL agencies. It is not a small number, from 127,000 to 3,25,000. Now we are aiming to become 20% of contribution by 2030. That is a Maritime India Vision 2030, that's our target, with a clearly defined roadmap. I mean, every fifth seafarer should be an Indian by 2030. Recently, a few days back, I had a honor to visit one of the largest ship management RPSL company. They had 4,000 employees. I said, in another 5 years, you try to go double your number. So you must reach 10,000 seafarers. I request each and every RPSL to set a target to double their current number within the next 5 years, so that we can achieve the target set by the Honorable Prime Minister by Maritime India Vision and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. I am sure it can be done. So the Government of India, especially the DG Shipping, is committed to support the RPSL industry and the seafarers to achieve these numbers. Second thing I wanted to highlight, the legal regime in which RPSL companies work in India. I think many of the senior veterans are here. So, largest employers, they are also ship manager come employers are present here. There is MS RPSL rules 2016. Just to inform the audience, the seafarers here, India had RPSL regime even before MLC. We had RPSL rules in 2005 and we revised in 2016 after MLC came into force in India. There's a rule 5 is the responsibilities of RPSL companies. I'm sure all the RPSL companies must read that rule 5. Can anybody tell me what is the total number of responsibilities given under rule 5? I think leading Captain Halve sir and Captain Basit sir. Total number of responsibilities given under rule 5. Have any guess? 26. Sir, congratulations for the correct answer. Do you know why it is 26? Because the alphabet is completed. Otherwise the responsibility would have added much more. Okay? So that is the legal regime the RPSLs are functioning in India. The government, so in that, the first responsibility is very simple, to maintain a record of the seafarers being employed. What is the last responsibility Zulu is? To send a reminder to DSEO for ask for inspection. Means the DSEO is supposed to monitor and DSEO is supposed to conduct the inspection. So that is how the responsibility is put on the RPSL. See, why I am highlighting is, when you loaded the responsibilities, but we have not created a framework. I will tell you, framework. If you employ up to 50 seafarers, the bank guarantee is 10 lakh rupees. Can any company function with a 50 seafarer recruitment with a 10 lakh guarantee? Is it possible? See, even if I take a minimum management fee, each rule $1, 26 rule $26 compliance cost, I must charge at least $50 per seafarer. You will get the total revenue of service charge around 1,25,000 rupees. The RPSL must have a master mariner. It must have a chief engineer in the role to ensure that seafarers are selected in a proper manner. Is it possible? So this led to the corruption. You see, as an administration, while sitting in administration, we are receiving messages from so many foreign governments and foreign entities. There's one owner forwarded a message to me as a principal officer, Mercantile Marine Department. So this ex-RPSL agency is offering Indian seafarers to my ship. He is saying he will do it free of charge. Is it permissible under your rules? How can an RPSL agency provide services free of charge with so much of compliance burden? So definitely it has to be made up by some other means. So I think now the Act has passed, the Merchant Shipping Act 2025 has already been notified. Just to highlight you the important and positive features of this new Merchant Shipping Act 2025 is seafarers have been declared as a key workers in the Act. It is in the Act, you can demand the status of key workers. I think I must thank Ashmamaji and the entire team who was working in this Act. So for the seafarer, it is declared as a key workers. You know what it did for RPSL? For every seafarer placed with a wrong qualification, the penalty of 2 lakh rupees. Every seafarer, if RPSL sends a seafarer without a proper and valid documentation, 2 lakh rupees penalty for every seafarer. See, why I am trying to highlight is the role of RPSL is very critical here. Because we have mandated that seafarer must go through an RPSL. There is a regime, there is a business opportunity. Otherwise, the seafarer is asking, their demand is, why should I go through RPSL? Please permit me to join. The foreign owners are demanding, sir, please allow us to recruit directly. So we have created a monopoly situation that any seafarer has to go through an RPSL. Since that monopoly is that, the responsibilities are being assigned. But at the same time, I request the industry, when we are going to revise the RPSL rules, we must revise the rule which is implemented, which can be implemented, and which is trust-based, risk-based, and performance-based. That kind of rule we must implement. Now, what is happening now, there are 566 RPSL agencies are there in India currently active. Every day 2-3 is getting added and 2-3 is getting blocked. You understand? No? So it is like a very very changing numbers. Okay. We have very few officers to monitor the entire RPSL regime. So you can't monitor. So we have to go by the trust-based system, risk-based system. I think I must thank the Director General of Shipping, who has already forced us to work towards some kind of grading mechanism. I think the entire crew branch is working towards the CAP grading, so that we can have some kind of 5-star grading and grading system. If somebody is having 5-star grading, have a lesser number of inspections. Somebody is having maybe 3-star, will have a more number of inspections. Let me assure all of you here, be it a seafarer and be it RPSL, the intention of the government is not to close down any companies or any seafarer. Our aim is to improve the 3-star to 5-star range. That is our aim. The same way some seafarer who is having some certificate, he must upgrade his qualification and meet the international standards. See, we are getting employment because of the hard work of so many veterans here in the past. Because of their skill, because of their performance, because of their competence, the foreign owners have relied on Indian seafarers. That hard work has led to this increase. So we must, as a seafarer, we must ensure that we perform well on board ships. We prove our competency so that more and more ship owners are coming towards Indian seafarers. Lastly, I will just wanted to highlight that as far as seafarers are concerned, this is the RPSL as well as seafarers. I think Captain Nitin Mukesh and the SWFS is working on several welfare measures for the seafarers. Another thing I want to highlight, the RPSL rule does not have a single word of welfare other than the welfare contribution. So the welfare aspect is entirely given to the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. It is the duty of the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society to open up, especially the committee members, not to get tied down by their own prejudices, what happened in the past. Open up. There is an argument, 80% of money is paid by foreign seafarer. Why I have to contribute to Indian ship employees? So we will have to get rid of all those bias. So each and every rupee in the Seafarer Welfare Fund account has to be spent for the welfare of the entire spectrum of seafarers. Don't distinguish between an Indian ship seafarer or foreign ship seafarers. And I think that DG sir, really I must thank him from the bottom. He is putting a lot of effort to have various schemes for seafarers so that we can spend the money from the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. I think they're working towards IT platform so that the fund can be distributed evenly to all the to the deserving seafarers. When the administration is required, our role comes when a seafarer are in distress. We don't want to get involved with the seafarer on day-to-day activities. When they are abandoned, when they are distressed, when they are having grievances, that is the time our role comes. If we start monitoring the seafarer sign on, sign off every day, I think the entire industry will come to a grinding halt. So, in that front, I must tell you, our respected Director General of Shipping, he has initiated a weekly grievance redressal meeting. It has already crossed more than 75 meetings. I wanted to assure all the seafarers, even the smallest incident, small finger injury is discussed there. Of some seafarer, Indian seafarer, anywhere in the world, what action to be taken. You will see the DG Com Center is regularly asking you, sir, please give an update. Because in the next meeting, they have to present what happened to that seafarer. Was he discharged from hospital? Was a repatriation pending? Was the mortal remains brought back home? So this is being monitored at the highest level of the Director General of Shipping. What else the seafarer, what more you can ask for it? So we want the seafarer to support all the initiatives of the DG Shipping. And I can tell you that as far as seafarers are concerned, many times people say, you issued a circular without taking the feedback of the stakeholders. That is the criticism. I can tell you the seafarers, we don't consider them as our stakeholder, they are our family members. Okay, we know what the seafarer wants. You know how the mother knows the children's requirement? The same way the DG Shipping, which is now designated the DGMA, Director General Maritime Administration, where our DG sir fondly called DG Ma. We are taking the role of the mother. We know what the seafarer wants. We don't want anybody to tell us what they want. We are working toward that direction. And let me tell you, out of 3,25,000 seafarers, recently we have issued some circular. Only 1% of the persons reported having a foreign qualification. Only 1%, 3,000. For 3,000%, do you want us to sacrifice the reputation and honor of the rest of the Indian seafarers? No. At the same time, we want to ensure that remaining 3,000 also come into the mainstream. We have created the pathways. You complete the necessary qualification and training so that you are coming into the mainstream. So that is our intention. Our intention was never to stop the employment of any seafarer. Yesterday we have issued a public notice that there is no ban. And it was reported in the court also. At the same time, I must tell all the shipping companies here, as I told you, 566 companies, only 30 to 40 companies are employing such certificate holders. It is suspicious. I will not say it is a fake. Suspicious. Only 30 to 40 companies. That means more than 90% of the companies are employing a genuine seafarer with a genuine validation process, genuine recruitment. Remaining companies, I am not saying they are doing it purposefully or maybe due to ignorance, but that is the reason we have initiated the process of correction. I think we will complete it very soon so the seafarers can sail with the honor and dignity which they deserve. Lastly, I just wanted to request all the RPSL agencies, sir, to give due respect to the seafarers when they visit your offices. One of the company I visited, I asked them, where is the seafarer when they come for interview, where they will sit? They took to some underground, So you keep the seafarers placed near to the managing director. Keep to the top floor. give the best of the facilities to the seafarers. I can tell you, even though the Shipping Corporation of India provided excellent facilities to the seafarers, they treated the seafarers with the utmost respect even today. So the companies must have such kind of personal connect, because today's date, people are not coming to report to the company. They are joining directly from their homes. But I think once in a while, the top management must interact with each and every seafarer. I think that has stopped now. So that led to the problem. So recently several actions taken. The managing director of the company said, sir, my dealing assistant created these fake entries. Dealing assistant or my clerk created a fake entries, but then unfortunately he will be responsible for the fake entries. And we will take all necessary action to punish the culprits, that nobody can escape. That much I can, because otherwise, if you leave that cancerous cells, it will damage the entire ecosystem. So we have to remove it completely. So I must request the top management of the RPSL to talk to the each and every seafarer directly. Talk to them. Many of them they do. And many of them they even start calling their family and wishing their birthdays and marriage anniversaries. That is how the typical manning manager used to perform. But today's date, if I ask many of the RPSL, I said again the 10%, the remaining 10%, 90% they do better, remaining 10% they have no clue who is going and who is coming. Somebody else is using their number. Lastly, I just wanted to tell the recent circulars was aimed to minimize the fraudulent practices. I can tell you yesterday incident, I will complete it. Because many of the good employers, they do not even know what is happening in the entire ecosystem of RPSL. So that is how this conference was organized. Yesterday, ship was off Gulf of Kutch, without fuel, without generator for last 1 week, no communication with the vessel crew members. Then we tried to find out in our RPSL system how many Indian seafarers are there. There are 18 Indian seafarers are there. Then we asked the vessel manager. They were not declaring who is the owner. Finally, we found that owner is the Pakistani owner. Then they said, what is the total number of crew members? They said there are 7 Pakistanis, 8 Indian. Then our database says 18 Indian seafarers are there. Out of that, 7 are deck trainees. So that means there are some companies who is doing the very simplest way of doing RP, just only make entry, don't send the person there. Okay? And I can tell you there are 3 RPSL, they will be blocked by today evening. From 566, it will be 563 by today evening. So I urge all the RPSL to take the matter very seriously. Don't try to engage in fraud, and with the IT technology which is available with us, we can track each and every movement. I think Director General of Shipping is working towards the grievance redressal model, RPSL model, MTI model, so that we can track the entire movement. And lastly, I would request the crew branch, we need to create a ship owners database and the ship's database in which our Indian seafarers are being employed, so that we can track the vessel movement and vessel certificate, their P&I, insurance cover, everything we can track. So that kind of database is we need to develop. I think with our inspecting agency, IRS, we will be able to develop it very well soon. So that will help the entire, so why I am saying we do this kind of mechanism to help the RPSL agency, because finally he is having agreement with the owner. The owner is having all type of ship owners are there. At the same time, we don't want to prevent employment. There are small ships, we need to have a different risk-based. Okay, if you are going for a bunker bar, which may not be having a typical P&A cover, then what is the alternative mechanism? We will have to work towards that kind of regime, so that for all type of ships we can give an employment to the Indian ships. Our number has to increase, that is the bottom line. With the genuine certificate, not by certificate. Genuine certificate, our number has to increase. I am sure with this 566 RPSL, we will be able to reach double the number in next 5 years. And with this, I wish you this symposium all success. And our seafarers are always welcome. If you have any difficulty, any problem, you can approach the DG Shipping or MMI, I can say, which is always ready to help you in any situation. With this assurance, I end my speech, and lastly, I convey my sincere thanks to Director General of Shipping. He will be addressing online. Because of his motivation because of his support, we could come out with the various reform measures in the 75th year of DGS celebration. My sincere thanks to him and all my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the speech. Before we move ahead to all our esteemed guests who are standing at the back, we have a lot of vacant seats at the front as well, and it would be an honor to have you occupy those seats in the front. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Ms. Niyati Dave, Additional Commissioner of Police, FRRO, to highlight immigration and facilitation challenges that seafarers face in airports and transit points. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Honorable members on the dais and all members of this august gathering. I come from the Bureau of Immigration, where we on a daily basis have encounters with seamen, seafarers at the seaport as well as at the airports. And lately a few trends have been seen by us, and for which we are in communication with DG Shipping. We have encountered many individuals who intend to migrate to certain countries, use the route of seafarers, and often they travel to those countries and then they seek asylum. So, and these cases are reported to us through the airlines, through various agencies, and we face a slightly embarrassing situation as a country, that a person who declared that he was a seafarer intending to join a ship is actually not a genuine seafarer and has certain other motives. And in this entire gamut of things, we see a few RPSLs also giving e-migrate clearances to such people. We have gone ahead and registered quite a number of offences in Sahar police station here, and sometimes some genuine seafarers also get caught in this entire cycle and they face certain hardships. But whenever we get any query or any agency coming to us seeking clarification or giving any clarification, we always go ahead and do whatever is the right legal thing. So in this case, I would request all the RPSLs to be very careful as to who is coming to you and who is trying to take clearance from you as a seafarer. Because at the immigration counters, we don't have too much time. We have just a few seconds to scan the person. And since 2017, we have this e-migrate system in place, which the counter officer uses to see whether a seafarer is a genuine person or not. But we have seen scores of cases where e-migrate clearance was there, but the individual standing before us was not a genuine seafarer. So I think unless all the concerned stakeholders understand the problems and address them in their own spheres, we will not be able to ensure that a genuine seafarer receives good treatment, quick clearance, and the least amount of trouble at immigration. As far as seaport is concerned, sign on, sign off, shore leave passes, I don't think there are any issues wherever we have the ICPs, the immigration checkposts. But at smaller ports where Bureau of Immigration does not have its presence, seamen do face certain issues. But again, whenever such issues have been raised, they have not been correctly worded or correctly phrased. In the sense, we get complaints that Mumbai mein people are not getting shore leave passes. So it can never be a case that in Mumbai a seafarer is not getting a shore leave pass. We have adequate presence here. All requests are honored. But maybe in a certain districts like say Raigad, Sindhupur, if there is a vessel and there is a seafarer who needs shore leave pass, it is obviously going to be very difficult because we don't have an office there and we cannot give the service to them. But all these issues are being looked into by our headquarters, and a lot of discussions are underway how to facilitate our seafarers, because we do understand that there is a lot of hardship they face on a regular basis, and we should try our best to ease out whatever issues they are facing, whatever requirements they have. So our headquarters is continuously working on it. But I feel there is need of greater cooperation, greater coordination and greater understanding of each other's requirements. For us to understand your requirements, seafarers' requirements, and for you all to understand our requirements. We are the border controlling agency. So we need to ensure that every individual who crosses the Indian border, whether coming inside or going out of the country, is a genuine, is a bona fide traveller. So lately, I think day before yesterday also, we had a meeting with representatives of DG Shipping, where we had raised our concerns, and we have been promised that we will have certain senior officers coming and talking to us to sort out all those issues. I will not say that everything is sorted out at this point of time, but we are on the way and in progress on the way of doing it, sorting out issues. Most RPSLs and shipping agents are in regular touch with our offices, and you can always raise your concerns at any of the immigration offices, at the seaport, at my own office near CA. I think that's about it when it comes to immigration. For any communication, any highlight or any special movement, any movement of a large number of people who are suddenly required at certain places, if some coordination is required, that can also be done, and we can try and ease out those processes. I would thank DG Shipping for holding this symposium, and I am sure that it will help us thrash out a lot of issues that are there and improve the way in which we work as immigration and all the concerned stakeholders work. And step by step, if we are able to improve our own processes, I am sure we will create a very conducive and a very comfortable environment for our seafarers, and go on and contribute in achieving the goal of the government, that is 10 lakh seafarers by 2030. So I thank you again. Jane.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I have the privilege of inviting Shri Sushil Mansingh Kopde, IPS Additional Director General Shipping, to deliver his address on RPSL challenges. Shri Kopde sir is a strong pillar of leadership who brings invaluable expertise from law enforcement and administration to the shipping sector. His strategic vision has guided many key initiatives in maritime administration. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to you all, the dignitaries on dais, and the senior leaders of industry, the RPSLs, and the seafarers here. The very idea of this symposium is to have a connect directly with RPSL, that there should be a direct dialogue with RPSL by DG Shipping. We do have dialogue sometimes with few of the companies, but we tried to get all of them on board together. So that was the very idea of this symposium. What I have seen in this industry is, compared to any other industry, that the government is monitoring each and every step here, especially for seafarers. If you see the life cycle or the professional life cycle of a seafarer, including his training, everything is monitored by government. This doesn't happen in any other industry. Because I am also an engineer, I have seen there. So I mean, nobody cares as such that whether all the engineers they are getting placement. That is the very basic idea we are looking into. As far as seafarers are concerned, government is really monitoring too closely their life cycle as far as their professional life is concerned. Because if you see the right from the training part, the training, the MTIs are very closely monitored by DGS as on behalf of government, of course. PSL which recruit them and they place them on board, they are also very closely monitored by the DGS, the DG Shipping Office. So here the government is trying to take care of seafarers. They have the very well-intentioned schemes for that, and they are taking care of seafarers right from when they take admission into MTIs till they end their career as seafarers. Till that time, they are looking after them. In fact, after that also, we have SPFO office here in Mumbai, we have SWFS office here in Mumbai, and they are taking care of their welfare. The SPFO is Provident Fund office for them. So, it is being very well taken care of compared to any other industry. That's why this intention we have to take forward. That's why RPSL is a major group which is looking at recruitment and placement of seafarer, and which is very important part of his professional life. Welfare may not be directly, it is their onus. We have SWFS for that. But apart from welfare, whatever they are doing in their professional life is through RPSL. Right from recruitment, placement, then verification, digitization of their various documents, uploading the data, sign on, sign off, everything is taken care of by RPSL. So RPSL is very, very important. That's why in this symposium, what we are aiming is to give them what we are thinking or what we are expecting from RPSL. We are here to support RPSL, whatever they are doing for the good of seafarers. As you have seen in anywhere, even in society, there are like 95% people, they are very good intention, they don't have any criminal intention, but there will be always around 5% persons who have something they want to do, some hanky-panky and, get rich in one night. So, we wanted to have a symposium to give a clear message for them. It may be less than 5%, but they should understand that is giving a bad image to whole industry also. So when we see RPSL, always they look with suspicion what they are exactly doing. Are they really good RPSL or are they not? Why? Only because of those 5% RPSLs. So we just wanted to give a clear message to them that please do proper legal things and think for seafarers, of seafarers, so that they should go out and create a clear and good image of India as well. Because why government is following, I initially said, why government is following so closely in this industry, because every seafarer who is going out of India, who is going on a ship or maybe some other country, the image of whole India is created by him. If somebody meets him outside and he judges him how he is, how skilled he is, how well-mannered he is, based on that he creates some image in his mind about India as a whole, as a nation. Because a seafarer, generally they go out of India and it directly influences the image of India which is outside of our nation. And that is the very reason government is following seafarers' life, professional life so very closely. The other thing is, as you know, the major part of GDP is given by the seafaring activities, that is EXIM or maybe coastal activities. So that way also economically it is very, very important for the government. So when a seafarer is recruited or placed and whatever is day-to-day activities, they are always monitored and supported by RPSL. So that's the very idea we have seen based on we have a grievance redressal cell here in DGS, wherein every week we are following it, what's happening, even up to the seafarer, whether he is going to hospital today, whether he is discharged today, as Captain has said just now. So we are monitoring it very, very closely, so that he should not feel that I am left out, nobody is looking after me. And in case there is any problem to it, generally what we do, we generally contact RPSL first, because that is our first option. And we also feel only RPSL can help him out very easily at the first respondent. Then we try to find out other avenues. But our first respondent is always RPSL. That's why the today's symposium basically is to get your focus or get your attention again back to the responsibilities of RPSL. All of you know your responsibilities well. But what happens in day-to-day activity, you need to have in between to shift your focus again back to that particular part of your work. So that's the very idea of this symposium. In fact, we had trainings conducted recently, 2 online trainings for RPSL, one placed in Maharashtra, one outside Maharashtra. There was a very good response for that training, and that was for the middle management of RPSL. Why we have done that? Because what grievances we get from the seafarers, the major part of it is because of the processes. The processes in the RPSL, if properly the form 1 is generated and it is, updated, uploaded properly or not, on time or not, when it is signed off, is it on time or they have just forgotten. So most of the grievances were of that type, wherein RPSL middle level role was very, very important. The process part was very important. It was not because of the bad intention or something like that. It was just the process they were following. So we had that training. We had 2 trainings. They were online, and there was a very good response for those trainings. And in that was a journey towards this symposium. So we had a symposium lastly. We had a training for companies as well. So after that, we thought we'll have a symposium so that all the RPSL available here, at least nearby Bombay, they will be present and we'll deliberate on their issues also. They also must be facing some challenges, so that we can have a day-long deliberation. And based on that, we'll try to correct our system if required, or correct the course if required. So that is the very idea of today's symposium. There are other issues as well, wherein DGS is required to take steps, like the shore leave, somebody has said just now, shore leave or sign off of the various ports here. See, apart from major ports, FRRO madam also, she is here today. We have invited her to give her side also, what are the problems faced by FRRO as such, or the immigration as such. We are in touch with immigration headquarters at New Delhi, and also the Ministry of Home Affairs, under which this works. So we are trying to be in touch with, on day-to-day basis. Our officers are going there and briefing them exactly what is the problem. Because see, interministerial, the spheres are totally different. So they don't understand our problem. We don't understand what is the problem in doing it. So everybody is saying, but when they meet, when there is a good coordination, then most of the problems can be solved. So we are in touch with BOI, that is Bureau of Immigration at New Delhi also, and here the local office of FRRO, as well as the Ministry of Home Affairs, for solving the problem of sign-on and sign-off. Because see, we have 12 major ports, there is no such problem, because we have an immigration center there, ICP is there. But the non-major ports, it's more than 200 ports in India, wherein this problem arises again and again. Some states, there is a different problem. Say, for example, in Gujarat, there was a problem that nobody was allowed in certain ports. So we have taken up this issue with the Gujarat police and Gujarat administration, state administration. So that we are doing at our level. So DGS is very, very sensitive to these matters related to seafarers, because our main aim, basic purpose or the basic goal is to have a seafarer maximum possible facilities for him to
work, he should be stress-free in his professional life so that he can give it 100% to the industry. That's the very idea of this. So we are doing it day to day. In day to day, we have the discussions about it, and we are trying to follow it up. Like, because the government's goal is to increase the seafarers from right now they are around 12.5% in a global scenario. We have 12.5% of seafarers working. So government's goal is to increase it to 20% by 2030 as envisaged in this Maritime India Vision 2030. We want to, that our target is 20%. We want to increase it to 20%. So how they'll increase? If you give them good facility and good pay, of course, and we take care of their professional life at least, then more better talent can be attracted and more number will be attracted. So when the better talent comes, obviously more number of people will also come. So we can achieve our goal. So that's the very idea. In fact, that's why we have taken more initiatives also. It's not only physical stress, but it's mental stress as well, because seafarer's work is like he has to be in isolation for maybe 6 months or 8 months, whatever time he is on the ship. So he's away from his family and loved ones, so he's away from it and he's away from the community as well. So naturally there has to be more stress. So he has to deal with it. So that's why we have taken this initiative of Sagar Mein Yog, wherein the mental and of course spiritual will be required little later, but mental stress will be lessened, how to control it and how to do it.
It should be through that. Through yoga we are trying to do it, and these modules will be included in the pre-C courses as well as some post-C courses on online basis. So that we are doing. Of course, as a government policy and as it is worldwide, you have seen that any industry cannot really thrive with only 50% of its workforce. So we need to include other 50% of the workforce in the industry. So that's why we have taken up the initiative of Sagar Mein Samman, where we will be try to have the gender equality. We have less than 2% of women seafarer as of now. It's 1.1+%. So it's very less. We want to increase it. In last 10 years, it has increased many folds, but that many folds is basically it's very, very few in number, so it is many folds. So we want to increase it to sizable number in percentage terms. So that's our idea. So we are taking such initiatives. And as far as RPSL is concerned, this women initiative, what we are taking, it will be helpful to you also, because many of the big companies, they have this policy of having women officers at even higher level or mid level. So wherein it will be helpful for
RPSS also to recruit women so that you will get
maximum placements. So apart from the initiatives, the major topic of today's RPSL Symposium with RPSLs is to have your focus to it, give a clear message that please try to go as per law, as per legal rules, as per whatever the moral rules as well. Don't try to victimize the seafarer. Ultimately, because of seafarer, this RPSL whole of the industry is based on seafarer. If he works well, you will also thrive and he'll also thrive. It should be win-win situation. So that's the message from us. And lastly, the last point which I want to put it across is it's the collective responsibility of whole of the industry to look into the seafarer day-to-day activities and welfare as well, so that whole of the industry will go ahead, because seafarer is the main backbone of this industry. Anywhere human resource is the most important. Equipment and all other things, they can be changed, they'll be with more inventions and all, more technological inventions, they can be added on later on. But you have to cultivate a proper manpower for industry, and that is very, very important. So today, there will be deliberation throughout the day, and I request all of you to please take active part in it. And whatever you have in mind, we will be having a question answer session also separately. So whatever you have in mind, any queries, etc., you can put it up during that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the speech.
Correct.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to warmly welcome our chief guest, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, who will be joining us online to deliver the keynote address on his leadership vision for the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, an IAS officer of the 1997 batch, Shri Jagannathan has served the nation in several key roles, including Development Commissioner at SEABS, with a distinguished academic background in biochemistry and a passion for leveraging technology in governance. He now leads the Directorate General of Shipping. His leadership vision has been pivotal in shaping India's marine. Let's hear from the man himself. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir, you're
Firstly,
audible.
my sincere apologies for not being present in the physical form because of certain personal obligations. Guests of honors today, Additional Director General of Shipping, Shri Khopreji, Additional Commissioner of Police and FRRO, Madam Niyati Daveji, my eminent colleagues, Chief Surveyor Shri Ajit Sukumaranji, Nautical Advisor Captain Azad Sir, my very effective Deputy Director Generals of Crew, Processes, Captain P.C. Meena Sir, DDG Crew, Welfare, Captain Nitin Mukesh Sir, and DDG Crew, Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph, addressing the Sagar Na Samman and Sagar Na Yoga Initiative. Today, we are here for a symposium, or rather a platform, which is themed as every voyage, every way, seafarers' welfare. Har leher, har yatra, Navik Kalyan. As the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, gave the nation the Viksit Bharat Sankalp 2047 for our maritime sector, under the leadership of the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister and from support by eminent colleagues such as Deputy Director General MSL Shri Ash Mohammed Sir, for the last 16 to 17 years efforts have today culminated in a watershed, the new Merchant Shipping Act, where seafarers are given key worker status and the Director General of Shipping is now transitioning, as Captain Azad has said, to the Director General Maritime Administration. Not only is the Merchant Shipping Act today a watershed, it has specific significance and focus separately. Coastal Shipping Act, the Indian Ports Act, all this on the backdrop of multiple emphasis from the Government of India on seafarers, which Captain Meena sir mentioned, as the second foremost nation. Top ship recycling destination after the Hong Kong Convention coming into force, led very ably by Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran sir. Shifting gears from the 19th position to aspiring for the 5th position in shipbuilding, investments substantially in all our ports, not just major ports, also non-government ports under the Sagarmala initiative, to ensure ports are a beacon of prosperity and contribute to the economy. But where is the lifeline? Who is the life force? The life force is the seafarers, and the Directorate General of Maritime Affairs is here for only one single purpose: to ensure the safety, the security, and the compliances completely to the Maritime Labour Convention and beyond. I have 6 to 7 major submissions. The first is regarding recruitment. Recruitment placement service licensees are not simply licensees. They, in this new effort to boost our maritime economy, are partners, and it is their critical contribution to seafaring that is to be respected. The Honorable Prime Minister sir had very clearly mandated good governance. Good. If you are rule bound, working for the welfare of the seafarers, the DG Maritime Administration will work with you step by step. We have given specific orders recently, as was mentioned by Captain Azad, 31 of 2025, Order 8 of 2025. These are well considered, well documented, based on data, and thereafter with multiple case instances with the formal consent of the highest level in the government that the position was taken. And clarification thereof is again being given. I am only requesting everyone present here, इसमें किसी को कोई संदेह नहीं होना चाहिए. ये seafarers के welfare मात्र के लिए, for their safety, for their security. And we have not proscribed or banned anybody. Do not fall victim to fake or bad misinformation that Indian seafarers के लिए नौकरियां रुक गई हैं. Other nationality seafarers will gain. This is not correct. There is a system in place. 4th of September, before that, submit all your details. Validation and verification certification will be done, and you are free with genuine competencies to continue with your seafaring career. We are working towards a 24/7 grievance redressal helpline. As Madam FRRO had mentioned, our technology stack is 2017. We need to upgrade that on a priority. Yet, every week, we are now into the 88th edition of the weekly grievance redressal and the 85th edition of the crisis redressal mechanism. I salute all the RPSLs who have, during such crises where seafarers have been adversely affected, stood by us, and we request that we take this journey further. Indian maritime training with these two specific focuses on Sagar Mein Samman for gender inclusion and Sagar Mein Yog with the 10 components of wellness will perhaps be contributing and engaging actively as most of the respected representatives from the maritime domain have been pushing on those 22 areas of engagement which the STCW convention is undergoing as a comprehensive revision. While RPSs do their bit, while the administration does their bit, my appeal also is to my seafarers. You have your rights, and the Directorate General of Maritime Administration will always stand by you and ensure your rights are upheld. However, there is also something called as a Seafarers Model Code of Conduct. Please continue with your seafaring profession in the highest traditions because you are key workers with considerable responsibility to ensure global supply lines are intact. You have done yeoman service in events such as COVID, and I am confident you will raise the Indian flag high always. Indian Maritime Administration is working towards ensuring maritime safety and casualty reduction. The Indian Global Safety Portal will engage on this issue. The Seafarers Welfare Fund and the Seafarers Provident Fund organization will work towards effective gratuity and welfare schemes, including for the first time ever with the formal approval of the Committee of Management for seafarers' welfare infrastructure facilities at all ports. We are working towards having the first facilitation counter at Mumbai Airport to allow for facilitated and supported immigration process. And we are grateful to the FRRO Madam and the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security for supporting our initiative. We are working towards comprehensive insurance, not just the CBA, but once the seafarer signs off, a full bouquet of insurance cover which ensures that the seafarer and his immediate family members can rest assured that they will not be at the deep end of the pool in case there is a contingency in life. Today I would like to place on record my deep gratitude to the industry associations, INSA, FOSMA, MASA, Captain Shiv Halbe, Captain Tandon sir, who have been guiding and handholding us for the faculty development, faculty certification and multiple aspects of seafarers' welfare. NUSI, the General Secretary, Milind sir, supporting, as NUSI says, from cradle to grave. The entire burden of the Sagar Mein Yog initiative has very credibly been shouldered by NUSI. And as a sister concern, the MUI has furthered gender inclusion and gender parity under the banner of Sagar Mein Samman. We have partnerships with ISWAN, with Sailor Society, with Gujarat Maritime University. And all of this is only for the protection, safety and service of the seafarers. I am grateful that our administration has the support of eminent lead professionals, Captain Baljeet Singh, Steve Trousdale, the ITF Inspector Coordinator, who's joining from London today, Mr. Shiv Iyer, Captain Gagan Dillon, Captain Bhadra, the President of the Alumni Association of WMU, and of course, the dignitaries on the dais, each one of them a leader by themselves. I have a lot of respect for my colleagues such as Captain Ajit Kumar Sukumaran sir, who incidentally in one of his submissions said, being a seafarer himself, in his blood, there is more rules, conventions, statutes, orders, circulars, and notification than hemoglobin. This is to largely share with each participant here in this forum how dedicated and service oriented the entire hierarchy in the Directorate General of Shipping, which is now the Directorate General of Maritime Administration, is. I am grateful for this wonderful opportunity. I again apologize for my inability to be physically present. And as the DGMA powers ahead, based on your support, guidance, and your advice, on our motto of Sagaraha Supantana Santu, meaning let the seas be navigable, as we deliberate on multiple issues facing seafarers, RPSLs, the entire ecosystem of seafarers, recruitment, and welfare, I have my prayers to offer. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu nirame, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschite dukha bhav. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards the launch of the annual report of Crew Branch 2024-2025. And I request Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde, IPS and Additional DG, Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor to the Government of India, Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor with the Government of India, Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Captain P.C. Meena, Deputy Director, General Crew Department, Miss Niyati Dave, FRRO, to please join for the release. All right. A wonderful moment to witness here. And now moving ahead, I request Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor and Additional DG, to please come forward for the presentation. Shri Sukumaran sir has championed ship inspections, safety standards and reforms strengthening India's seafaring pride. It is an honor to have him here run through the presentation for us. Thank you. Also, may I request all our dignitaries to kindly take your seats in the audience. Thank you.
मामा कैलेंडर तो सेट करो दे आगे
अरे त्याला दे रे असं म्हणतो मी.
Respected DGSR Online, Additional Director General of Shipping, my colleague Captain Asad, industry leaders here, industry leaders lined up here, and my colleagues from DG Shipping, Mercantile Marine Department and other shipping companies, and my dear seafarers sitting here. In fact, maybe 23, 24 years associated with the maritime administration. Those who know me at least will be identifying me with the SOLAS, MARPOL, and DG South was telling as rules and regulations. But today I'm wearing a different hat. I'll be talking on a subject which is close to my heart. Why I am proud to be a seafarer. If I say that for me, sea means love, respect, and fear. And for that matter, anybody who goes to sea for their livelihood and thereby doing human service to the society needs our care, compassion, and consideration. So I start to all the seafarers who are assembled here as well as join online. Greetings from Indian Maritime Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start a few years back. December 2019, a small town in China, Wuhan. The Wuhan virus breaks out. And for maybe the next 2 years, the entire world was kept in captivity. And if we are alive and happily assembled here, I think the credit largely goes to the so-called coronavirus. It could be the medical practitioners, It could be the scavengers. It could be the law enforcement people. It could be even the crematorium operators. But one group of people who the society might not have given the deserving credit could be the seafarers. Ladies and gentlemen, thousands of seafarers were stranded on board our merchant ships in those days with no hope of getting down in near future and not knowing when their ordeal will end. But still see the message on this picture. Keep calm and stay home. We seafarers will keep your world connected. Ladies and gentlemen, where can we hear such a reassuring statement to an already shattered society? That is why, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be proud to be a seafarer. How can we forget this picture of Captain Gennaro Ama of cruise liner Diamond Princess coming out of his gangway in his uniform with a cap under his arm, after ensuring that each and every soul on board ship has been safely evacuated. Captain Gennaro Ama was the last person of the gangway of Diamond Princess after 27 days of forced quarantine in Yokohama, Japan in February 2020, when the world was just hearing about a new illness called coronavirus, which was rapidly spreading on board Captain Ama's ship. Of the 3,711 people on board, 712 became infected and 14 died. However, Captain Ama vowed to stay on board until everyone else had left safely. But if the leadership means being the first into the battlefield and the last to leave, Captain Gennaro Ama is not only a core seafarer but also a true leader who rightfully received Order of Merit, the highest civilian award of his home country, Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's proud to be a seafarer. February 24, 2022, the Ukraine war breaks out. You saw how the people between two countries, maybe because of the language or the race or whatever it could be, how they are fighting each other and killing themselves. The United Nations Office report 36,357 civilian casualties in Ukraine, including 11,973 deaths and 25,943 injuries. Direct damage to Ukraine's infrastructure were estimated to be over 97 billion, with reconstruction needs potentially reaching 349 billion, approximately 1.6 times Ukraine's 2021 GDP. By March 2022, UN reported that 4 million refugees had fled Ukraine, marking one of the largest refugee crises of the 21st century. Just see this picture on a ship commanded by a Russian captain, a Ukrainian crew member celebrating the birth of his first child while he was on board, a Pakistani chief officer sharing a cake, and an Indian second engineer sharing the snacks amongst their colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, they rightfully ask a question to the society: isn't a ship better place than this world? Can this world learn something more from the ships and the seafarers? Ladies and gentlemen, proud to be a seafarer. Titanic, the most celebrated casualty in the history of mankind. The most written about stories of a casualty. And over 500 non-fiction and 153 fictional books, at least 15 feature films, over 50 TV series, and countless documentaries. But no one talks about the black gang who kept the ship alive till the last moment in the engine room, except for the engineer's memorial, in Southampton, bearing the names of all 35 engineers, went down with Titanic, with the subscription erected to the memory of the engineer officers of the RMS Titanic, who showed their high conception of duty and their heroism by remaining at their post and ensuring that the lights remained on and power was available to assist others. Ladies and gentlemen, be proud to be a seafarer. Captain Phillips, the movie, one of the celebrated movies which Tom Hanks in lead. But how many of us know that it is a true story of a master mariner? In 2009, Captain Richard Phillips commanded MV Merce Alabama, an American cargo ship that faced a hijacking by Somali pirates. Displaying exceptional courage, Phillips offered himself as a hostage to protect his crew, ensuring their safety while putting his own life at significant risk. And the US Navy intervened, and after a tense standoff, Navy SEAL snipers rescued Captain Phillips. His story gained widespread attention, and he authored the book A Captain's Duty, Somali Pirates, Navy SEALs, and the Dangerous Days at Sea. The book was adapted into the critically acclaimed film Captain Phillips, starring Tom Hanks. And Captain Phillips' story today is a case study in many global universities, illustrating the abundance of leadership, values, and principles he demonstrated as a seafarer. Ladies and gentlemen, be proud to be a seafarer. Shashi Ruya was an Indian billionaire and co-founder of SR Shipping. In 2012, Forbes named him and his brother Ravi as the world's richest Indian with a net worth of $7 billion at that time. Just quote from himself. Shipping is not just my business, it is my passion, it is my calling. It is an arena where uncertainty is the only certainty, where I invest millions in a vessel and entrust it to a crew of 20-21 seafarers whom I may never have met. I am not merely handing over assets to them, but I am placing my faith in their skill, integrity, and resilience. My success in shipping is not measured in profits alone, but in the unwavering trust I place in these men who navigate the vast oceans. It is this trust, this silent pact between the ship owner and the seafarer that has defined my journey in shipping. And it is the very trust that makes this industry unlike any others. Ladies and gentlemen, be proud to be a seafarer. Well, 1/3 of it. And many of those ships, we can say that are the technological marvels of 200 plus million, and it is longer than the Empire State Building and as tall as 20-story buildings. If you start their containers up, it could reach nearly 7,500 Eiffel Towers. And if you unload into trucks, the traffic could stretch for 60 miles. But proudly we say that many of these large container carriers are manned by Indian seafarers. Just for an hypothetical situation, a vessel is moving of this kind of size from Antwerp to Kochi, maybe completing in 20-25 days covering more than 12,000 kilometers. But from Kochi to Coimbatore, maybe 200 kilometers, if you want these 24,000 containers brought over here by maybe 20 or 21 seafarers. But from Kochi to Coimbatore, to take them, you will need 24,000 containers, each one probably maybe indirectly or employing around 4. which means 1 lakh people over there, which is required to transport these containers from Kochi to Coimbatore, and it may take even a month's time. Where is 21 and where is 1 lakh? That is why we are proud to be a seafarer. But their life is not without challenges, particularly the new challenges. If you see the 23rd March 2021, the Great Suez Blockade. The Suez Canal, the world's busiest sea route, was blocked for 6 days by Ever Given and all Indian crew container ships that ran aground in the canal. This single human error on the ship cost global trade between 6 billion to 10 billion a week and reduced annual trade growth by 0.2 to 0.4%. Days together after that, the Baltimore Bridge collapse happens. The Bali incident is projected to be the largest marine insurance claim in history, potentially reaching 3 billion, influencing future insurance premiums and policies. Ladies and gentlemen, today even our coasts are not devoid of these cases. The MSC ELSA 3 or 1503 must be competing each other, who will pollute more and who will pay out more. But you see, last week we all saluted the Shipping Corporation of India for taking over the first Indian VLGC, very large gas carrier. It was an LPG carrier. On the other side, must say for QMAX series, carry over 160 million cubic meters of LNG. In other words, the energy content of a single standard LNG carrier today is equivalent to a megaton of TNT or about 55 Hiroshima bombs. And many of these ships come right into your town. A single human error from a seafarer on that ship would make the city just vanish in minutes. That is why the former Secretary General of IMO, Efthymios Mitropoulos, says, do we want our high-risk, high-value ships to be run by competent seafarers or personnel rejected by other industries? So if the present is this, what is going to be the future, it is even more challenging with the new environment regulations and the technological advancements. This decade is the moment of choice. Which future will we choose? And it's almost decided the future ships will be the technological marvels. And the ships from EED8 to CA8 to FIB8, the ships will be the testing ground for new environmental regulations. And the fuel from the hydrogen to methanol to nuclear, let's sympathize with the future chief engineers what kind of fuel they are going to deal with. Ladies and gentlemen, should you be panic? My answer is no, provided you are a competent seafarer. Because competence of a seafarer differs from his training and education. While education is a process with uncertain outcome, training is an engagement with desired outcome. And on the other hand, competency is the outcome of his hardened life in the high seas and a structured performance assessment. So technologies may keep emerging, evolving, fading, and disappearing for new ones. But the structured training, competency-based examination, above all, the experience and exposure hard-earned at sea will remain always with you. And that is why the IMO Secretary General Arsenio Domingo says, while compliance with the standards is essential for serving on board the ships, the skills and competence of seafarers can only be adequately underpinned, updated and maintained through effective maritime education, training, assessment and reliable certification of their competency. So who is a competent seafarer? In my opinion or my feeling, as per the convention requirement, the competency is the right combination of medical fitness, qualification, training, sea service, examination and certification. If any of these elements fails, ladies and gentlemen, the concept of competency fails. In other words, the mere possession of a certificate does not mean or does not endorse you as a competent seafarer in place. So from very large container ships, very large LNG, LPG carriers, high-risk chemical tankers, new generation fuel ships, virtually almost all complex ships across the globe are today manned by Indian seafarers as a testimony of their unparalleled competency. And India was a top recipient of global remittance in 2023, receiving around US dollar 125 billion. The seafaring community alone contributed approximately 5 to 6% of this amount, or 6 to 7 billions. In other words, an Indian seafarer is a goose that lays golden eggs. And my prayer is that don't kill that goose for golden eggs through your fraudulent practices. Because a fake seafarer certification is a crime, knowingly or unknowingly done by a few hundred against 3 lakh plus genuine seafarers, placing their credibility and reputation attained through decades of hard work by lakhs of Indian seafarers over several decades. And ladies and gentlemen, no responsible maritime administration can keep silent spectator to such cases, because that is the background of the DG Shipping Circular 31 of 2025 and Order 8 of 2025. DG Shipping Circular 31 of 25 is not a ban on any genuine employment of seafarers. It's only a thumbs up to the genuine seafarers and thumbs down to the fakes. And you all know the various figures quoted by various agencies, like BIMCO projects a shortage of 89,510 seafarers by 2026. But my experience is that I have been hearing about the shortage of seafarers from the day I came to this career. But with categorical standing, I can say that we don't have shortage of seafarers, but we have shortage of competent seafarers. Moreover, we have shortage of respect, empathy, and accountability in the very system meant to protect those seafarers. And ladies and gentlemen, the efforts of DG Shipping is to bring back that respect, empathy, and accountability in the very system meant to protect our seafarers. And with this, proud to be an Indian, proud to be a seafarer. I make with a small amendment, proud to be a competent seafarer as well. And with this, I'm
moving ahead, I now invite Captain PC Meena, DDG crew, to kindly come forward to share his presentation on roles and responsibilities of RPSL companies and challenges faced. Over to you, sir.
Once again, a very warm good morning and good afternoon to all of you. So now we just already started behind the time, so I'll rush through it. So the content of my slides are the key statistics. I'll just quickly take you through that, and the statutory roles and obligations of the RPSL and Seafarers. Additional DG sir has already highlighted. We conducted 3 online sessions for middle management employees of the RPSL, wherein we see the overwhelming participation of 1,400 participants in all 3 meetings. In first meeting, we had 952 plus online participants for the training. And once we complete the symposium, the next level we are going for the seafarers. We have catered to the seafarers which they have completed training and waiting for their joining and looking for some agents specifically to trap them. So that kind of seafarers we are trying to. You look at the figures in 2030, this is only the active seafarers. And we have today how much? And look at the women seafarers, where the inclusivity comes the foremost now. And it starts from the UN, it starts through the IMO and comes down to the maritime administration. We had around 1400% growth in the women seafarers in last 5 years. These are the active seafarers who are currently on board. 3,18,201. Women seafarers, we have 6,400. 10 years back, we had women seafarers only 500. But today, we have over 6,000 women seafarers. The death cases last 15 years, 345. 15 years, 345. 219 is settled. That means their compensation have already been settled. 200 missing seafarers. 645 as on today, stranded and abandoned seafarers on 63 various type of vessels across the globe. And we have non-seafaring category related. They are directly working on vessels around 60,000. RPSL, our nautical advisors has already told you, the 566 we have active RPSL as on today, out of which 64 have been blocked for the online privileges because they have been found doing suspicious or scrupulous things. Then 276 suspended overall and 50 is expired. Another good credit which I want to give to all companies, the top 10 RPSL companies based on our data in the e-governance system. The number one is the Carnival Support Services. Over 30,000 seafarers annually they are employing. Anglo-Eastern is not lesser than, it's around 20,000 seafarers employed. On the other side we have Indian shipping companies. The number one is the Shipping Corporation of India, the highest Indian seafarers employed. Number two is Ocean Sparkle. Number three is the Great Eastern. Now the next slide is abandonment of the seafarers. There are different categories, there are different stages where this directorate monitor very closely. And we discuss these cases in MLC Compliance Board. We discuss these cases in weekly crisis and the grievances monitoring committees. And we discuss these matters directly with our MEA. We discuss these matters directly with our Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterway, as well as we engage directly with the ITF, trade unions, and whichever the stakeholder is involved and concerned with these matters. So as on today, we have around 84 vessels abandoned around the world with Indian seafarers, amounting to 661 seafarers. This death and missing cases of seafarers. Total around 348 and 219 is settled and the missing is 201. This is the latest update. Now we'll go through the role and responsibilities, the rule A to Z. The middle management, we try to make them aware what is this RPSL rules. Many people they come and say, what is the role of RPSL? If the shipping company ship owner gives me a salary or wages, I'll pay to the seafarer. But there are certain important role and obligations which middle management has to understand as well as the top management has to understand. The recruitment placement of Indian seafarers shall be in accordance with the rules under the Merchant Shipping Act 1958. Merchant Shipping Recruitment and Placement Rules 2016 was promulgated on 15/5/2016. These rules apply to seafarers recruited through licensed recruitment placement services. These rules does not apply to any non-RPSL holders, as well as anyone directly employing with the foreign seafarers. The rule A to Z, I'll just skip some of them, but this is very important for the top management to understand, and based on that they can develop their own policies, make them aware your staff, so that zero tolerance can be accepted and adopted. The rule number 1 is up-to-date record of all the seafarers has to be maintained. Captain Azad sir has correctly highlighted. In our e-governance database, you have 10 or maybe 20 seafarers, but actual 20 seafarers may not be there on the vessel. They may be on a smaller tugs, a smaller crafts, or maybe at home. But some of our RPSL agents, or maybe their middle management employees, in coordination with their close agents or touts, they have updated their sea service for just hardly 10,000, 15,000. But they did not realize what is the grave danger in it. Probably intentionally, non-intentionally, or with inclusion or non-inclusion of the top management. but it is the role and responsibility of the top management. Whatever people they are signing on must be accounted for, must be on board, not left behind. The rule number B is very important. All your management staff has to be thoroughly trained and qualified. And each RPSL must ensure there is a protection of protection for the seafarers through insurance. If the ship owner goes bankrupt or he just vanishes, nowadays in all these abandonment cases, when you try to reach out to the ship owner, it's very difficult, although you have all the papers. But all these papers, all these owners are registered their vessel in a flag of convenience countries or in countries which is not responding. So in those cases, your insurance plays very critical role for protection of their rights. So when we see the insurance certificates on the website or in the database, and when we communicate with the insurance provider, he says it's not issued by me, it's doctored and fake. So it is your role wherein you need to step in. You need to verify each and every insurance certificate which you are uploading on the vessel, uploading on our system database, that it is genuine and verified, so that seafarers should not suffer. The bank guarantee system, we are extensively deliberating in the directorate as well as the stakeholders, and very soon we will work upon this based on credit system or based on the rating system. And we don't want to immediately block the RPSL, any of the RPSL. We are not here to just stop your business, but we want to improve your system so that each and every seafarer is protected, their rights is taken care, and the RPSL company is responsible. Now when we block the RPSL is just not responding at all. So in this case, the seafarer is still struggling alone. The casualty incidents, the RPSL must report within 24 hours. And I must say, when in the last 3 months, I am seeing many cases where the RPSL just washing their hands. As soon as the RPSL comes to know the seafarer has died abroad and he has been placed on the Y vessel, he just immediately sign him off and he's put off all his mobile phones in port. So there is nobody can reach out to him. He's sent on X vessel officially, but he's landed on Y vessel and Y he just died on board. So he just washed up his hand. Last week we got one information from one close friends of one key service friend is died in Malaysia. But we can't reach out to anyone. Only the embassy is trying to reach out to them. But still we have not have a proper data of it, where your top management comes into picture. So please ensure whatever you are doing it, you should be accountable for it. Otherwise don't do it. We are not telling you to come forward to the RPSL business. Please, for the seafarer's sake, don't put their life into danger. There can be any kind of incident happen anywhere in the world, but you need to be there to support them. You need to be there to contact the families. You need to brief them. Many times we get information, sir, RPSL owner is not responding. He is not giving us full update of the situation, what is happening. Today also I am getting a call from one of the seafarers who is just missing for last 1 week in UAE. So the RPSL is not responding at all. They are not telling us what happened. So then I have to give them the embassy number directly. Please coordinate with them. They are looking into this matter and we are also looking into this matter. The investigation has been initiated by the flag state. So we are not aware of all this. Why? Because the RPSL, either they don't know their role and responsibility or either they don't want to coordinate. So please try to understand why the symposium has been called today. Just to make aware of your rules and regulations and your responsibilities. To remind you, majority of them are aware of it. So I'll skip these rules. Please, you do study yourself and make your own training modules for your new staff when you are taking them on board. Now I'll go to the next agenda. I hope this challenges in the workforce management and welfare. I'll not touch upon all of them, but the major issues, the e-migrate now. Till last year there was no issue probably because I have not seen much reports because the passport was linked to the e-migrate, but now the passport is de-linked So there is no real-time verification of this data. We are doing all our level best to coordinate with the FRR officers, BOI as well as MHA. Even the PGE also we had one meeting and they have agreed that passport will be relinked so that once you screen it on the passport, then e-migrate reference number is visible. If it is not there, it is a fraud. But now XYZ people, specifically your agents and the dogs, they added it and the innocent seafarers being sent to the airports or the seaports with the fake airport tickets, with the fake UAE visa or with the fake documents. When the immigration officers verify it is all fake, then what they have to do? They have to follow their procedures. They have to hand over the cases to the Sierra police or the nearest police, whichever is there. And all these seafarers are, innocent seafarers are made criminalized. Why? Because of someone's connected directly with the agents. Who has opened the form 1? Who has given the form 1? All these peoples are around you only. You need to identify those peoples. You have to bring down to zero. You have to help them. You have to help us. It's not that it's very difficult to arrest them, but you know very well, but you don't want to share those information with us. The fraud and cheating. What we discussed, the insurance certificates. When vessel is abandoned, that means the owner has not taken care of the seafarers, is not paying them wages. So who's going to pay that as per the MLC convention is the insurance company. When we communicate with the insurance company, they say, sir, it is fraudulent. It's not given by us. It's doctored. You look, this is what original is this, and we have not given. But so beautifully you edit it and upload on the system and give it to the seafarers. It is not the seafarer fault. It is your fault as a top management. Because you are not doing a check and balances with your system in the company. The service charges. It's a very good pattern now. In one seminar in Navi Mumbai I attended, just that time I just joined the crew branch. So I came before time, as usual, and I interacted some people here and there which I was not aware of it. कि service charge क्या होता है? I want to join say, but किसी ने मेरे को कुछ बताया नहीं, कुछ बोला सर्विस। सर आप कौन सी दुनिया में रहते हैं सर? सर 5 लाख रुपए इसके लगते हैं, 7 लाख रुपए इसके लगते हैं। सर वो कंपनी तो नहीं लेती है, ऐसा बोला था उसने। अरे सर आप कौन सी दुनिया में हो अभी? बड़ी कंपनी लो, छोटी कंपनी लो, उनके चैनल अलग अलग है सबके। आपका टॉप मैनेजमेंट बोलेगा सर नहीं हमारा तो कुछ होता ही नहीं है ऐसा। वी हैव सो मच ऑफ पॉलिसीज, हम इतनी अच्छी पॉलिसीज हमारी सर, इसमें कोई आ ही नहीं सकता सर। But I can tell you each and every company except barring few, there is a mechanism set up into it, which you need to retrospect into your whole system.
We object to this statement.
Sir, not all the companies.
We object to this statement.
Thank you, sir.
But we agree.
Okay, Form 1. Next step. Next step, Form 1. It is costing 15,000 to 25,000. Again, the RPSL company do not have any direct communication with the ship owner. Because all this middle management. Some good companies, I am not talking at all, they have very good systems, sir. But yes, 15,000, 25,000, you buy it, you do it. I did at least 10 to 12 RPSL inspections. One vessel I just signed on 75 seafarers. I thought it is a passenger vessel or what? I asked the owner. नहीं सर, पैसेंजर नहीं, कार्गो शिप। कार्गो शिप में कब से होता है 75? कौन सा टाइप का है सर? टैंकर है सर। कौन सा? क्रूड ऑयल प्रोडक्ट? नहीं सर, ये तो प्रोडक्ट है सर। कि उसका LSA सर्टिफिकेट कितना? 22 का होगा, 25 का होगा। I sailed on all type of vessels. And then I just randomly called one person. Where you are you? मैं इस RPSL से बोल रहा हूँ, आपका CV मेरे को मिला है, आपको जहाँ ज्वाइन करना है। हाँ सर, मैं अभी आता हूँ सर, एड्रेस दीजिए सर। कहाँ है तो अभी? सर मैं पटना में हूँ सर। क्या कर रहा है सर? सर अभी मैं खेत में आया था सर पापा के साथ में। बट उसके सारे डॉक्यूमेंट मेरे पास है कि वो दुबई में भेजा हुआ है, उसका वीजा है, उसका सैलरी भी मिल रहा है, सब कुछ मिल रहा है। बट इज सिटिंग एट होम। दीज आर द रियलिटीज विच एवरीबॉडी हैव टू एक्सेप्ट। Vessel capacity. Our system is legacy system. We do not have a live system. However, whatever best we could do, we see that at least around 70 to 80 vessels we have as on today, which have over 100 seafarers signed on. Their capacity is 20, 25, 30 maximum. Annual renewal audits. Because system is legacy, it cannot stop your operations immediately or automatically. But when we scrutiny the online data, so around 150 companies we found they are lagging, or maybe there is a communication gap, or there is a overdue reports. So 49 RPSLs last 1 week or 2 weeks before we have issued them so-called notices. Seafarer grievances related to wages, different vessel sign-ons. Now in this we have generated one system where we have given acknowledgement to the seafarer, whether you have been sent on the same vessel or you have been sent on a different vessel. So now the seafarer is also responsible for this if he is acknowledged, even if he is on different vessel. But if he is a genuine seafarer, he immediately says, "Sir, मेरे को गलत जहाज पे भेजा है, please help me." Pre-briefing orientation. Majority of the issues at the airport is because of the pre-briefing orientation programs. Two nights back, yesterday around 10 or 11 o'clock, I got a call, "Sir, मेरा passport updated नहीं है सर, मैं एयरपोर्ट पे हूँ सर अभी जस्ट, मेरा फॉर्म 1 ये सब जनरेट हुआ।" मतलब कौन सा कंपनी है उसका आरपीएसएल बोल, उसको कॉल करेगा। नहीं सर आरपीएसएल नहीं, मेरा तो डायरेक्ट फॉरेन के साथ वो है, एंड ही वाज सॉर्ट ऑफ ए एयर ड्राइवर। बोले कौन सा कैटेगरी का सीफ है, कौन सा कंपनी आपको रिक्रूट करी? नहीं सर कंपनी की कुछ नहीं है सर, वो तो डायरेक्ट फॉरेन ओनर ने मेरे को ये लेटर दिया, ये भेजा है। बाद में आफ्टर हाफ एन आवर, मतलब आई विल नॉट डू इट, फर्स्ट यू टेल मी विच आरपीएसएल इज देयर, द आरपीएसएल हैज टू डू फॉलो दिस थिंग। सर मेरे को आरपीएसएल का नाम पता नहीं सर, मैं पता करता हूँ। सो व्हाट दैट सीफेयरर्स डिड, आफ्टर 1 hour, सर ये कंपनी मेरा आप फॉर्म 1 खोलेगा सर। But since he was a genuine, because it is not his mistake, but there are many people around him. He did not even see where is the RPSL, who is the owner, or neither RPSL knows it, कि कौन सा कंपनी में जा रहा है, ये किस जगह पे जा रहा है, कहाँ जा रहा है। The latest issue what we have come up with the asylum seekers, the UK and Canada, they are using the Seafarers channel to go there and destroying their passport and CDCs once they landed in that country to seek asylum. The seafarer abandonment and death, long pending settlements, death. When it comes to the RPSL, RPSL is a point of contact to coordinate the ship owner and the insurance company. If everybody fails, then we also coordinate with our embassies or MEA as well as Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Latest trend, specifically from the Gulf. In Iran, we have around 40 seafarers in jail as on today on charges of fuel smuggling or this thing, selling fuels. Many we pursue with the MEA as well as embassies, their families, trade unions, and there are social activists. The lack of seafarer rights and code of conduct. The seafarers also sometimes they go overboard. Maybe 15 days back, one seafarer, "सर ये जहाज बहुत इलीगल काम कर रहा है सर, इसको पकड़िए, इसको ये कीजिए सर, मैंने सबको कंप्लेंट कर दिया, पीएमओ को भेज दिया सर, मैंने मिनिस्ट्री को भेज दिया सर, पोर्ट को भेज दिया, मैंने आपको भेज दिया, डीजी को भेज दिया सर, इसको भेज दिया." Then I told him only one thing, what is your contract? Are you following your contract? Is the cargo verification the duty of DG shipping? Is the cargo verification duty of the PMO? You please report if there is serious issues to the concerned authority who will take action. If you go a wrong place, you will not get any help. But go at a right place and right person. Then only you will get immediate help. Many times we hear, "Sir, कोई response नहीं आता सर, हम इतना email भेजता है सबको, इसका phone करता है सर, कोई कुछ नहीं करता." But only try to understand, please contact right person, right place, right email and right mobile number. You will get 100% response from the directorate as well as all other ministries in the government. We have 24/7 hours contact on the website. You just open our DG Shipping website, on the right on top only you will see the contact details. 24/7 hours we are for you. The seafarers are very innocent. Some of them are okay, they could be a smart one, but majority of them are the innocent. The trainees, they come 5 courses. Someone good friends of them, they brief them. ऐसा होता है वहाँ पे, ये बंदा है और ये आपको इतना पैसा लेगा और ये आपको इस जहाज पे ऐसे चढ़ा देगा, इसका ये मैकेनिज्म। I'll tell you one good MTI now. The purpose of I'm calling MTI is here also, the MTIs are also part of this. One MTI. For the basic course they are doing it, but how much they are charging? 7 lakh rupees from the innocent people. They don't even know their parents, but when they pay 7 lakh rupees, they believe that the seafarer has been placed on right to vessel, has been employed, and he got a job in the mainland. Mainland, they don't know what is seafarer profession. And what they do, they take 7 lakh rupees, they give you this 5 courses, CDC, and bring them back in Mumbai, keep them in some rented apartments for maybe 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and they place them on some small tugs or a pilot boats, or maybe they may not. But through good connection or good contact, they will update their Form 1 on some good vessels. Or many times, all these wrong vessels, they will not get even their watch keeping also. But their parents in hope that my बेटा और बेटी नौकरी लग गया अभी, मैंने 7 लाख रुपए दे दिया कैसे भी करके, कहीं से बोरो किया है या अपना लैंड पार्सल बेचा है या अपना घर गिरवी रखा है या सोना चांदी कुछ भी रखा है, बट इन एंटिसिपेशन ऑफ कि उसको जॉब मिल गया, बट इट इज समथिंग रॉन्ग. Fraud and cheating cases day by day is increasing. Every day we are getting 5 to 6, sir, ये मेरा 7 लाख रुपए ले गया सर, ये 5 लाख रुपए ले गया सर, ये 2 लाख रुपए ले गया सर, इसका देखिए एविडेंस सर, आप कुछ कीजिए सर. We make them understand if you have an objective evidence, please go to the police. Police is the right authority to take action, but if it is RPSL, then RPSL आजकल, I'm not talking about a good ones, but the RPSL क्या करता है, सर ये तो हमारे ऑनबोर्ड ही नहीं है सर, मैं तो जानता ही नहीं हूँ सर इसको, ये तो पता नहीं कौन सा, हमने तो सर FIR कर दिया इसके एजेंसी, हमारा नाम यूज किया है सर, देखो सर इसका कॉपी है. E-migrate we already discussed. The wrong vessels, these seafarers have been paid 5 lakhs to 7 lakh rupees, and they are landing in Iran, UAE and Malaysia or some other countries, and when they come back, master checker is showing X vessel, but on CDC is Y vessel. When they come for watch keeping, they will not get watch keeping also. And what is happening? He lost his money, he lost his sea service, he lost his credibility, and he cannot show his face to his parents. You please retrospect all these issues, burning issues in maritime industry. The seafarer grievances, the directorate, we are doing 24/7 hours. Grievance review every week on every case. We discuss with all DSCOs, all GSOs, all principal officers, all surveyor in charge, and all the top bosses in the directorate. The what course corrective measures, the DG Shipping is doing it. The crisis management grievance review meetings weekly. 24/7 hour seafarer help support at the DGCOM. As of before, a simplified grievance handling procedures. Constitution of MLC Compliance Board. All RPSL companies to make PowerPoint presentation before MLC Compliance Board. So when we give license to them, we want to screen them. Who are the real person who is operating this company? What is their vision? What is their mission? What they want to do it? Vessel acknowledgement by the seafarer in profile. Earlier seafarer says, sir, मेरे को तो पता ही नहीं कहाँ भेज दिया. Now we are doing all this awareness campaign for the seafarer. In the next phase also we will do it. We will make sure that this is your right. If you do not report on time, we will take action against you also. You are also party to this fraud. Vessel acknowledgement by the seafarer in profile. Then online training session for middle management, we already did. Limiting employment on board linking to LSC capacity. That is in process. Seafarer Code of Conduct, we published this draft guidelines on website. We received some comments and we will be launching soon. Action against RPSL and Seafarer in fake sea service, the CDC circular, which already placed on the website and stakeholders consultation done. So very soon it will be on website. Short video messages for the seafarer rights and duties and code of conduct is underway. We have already prepared many of them. C series is already there on our website. The seafarers can go through them. WhatsApp group with the FRRO so that on the live direct verification we can do. Amendments to visa manual already been done by MHA. The non-compliance of the RPSL rules, audits, show cause notices to RPSL company have been sold. The sword leave SOP from the BOI will be very soon coming. So they have agreed for morning 6 o'clock to 23:30 in the night. Upgradation of the ICP facilities by BOI, many issues at the Gujarat ports, which they are very extensively upgrading it, and very soon all these ICPs will be operational again. The Seafarer Manual, we were about to launch it today, but we just postponed for the next symposium, which we plan for next month in Delhi. The way forward is, there are many way forward, but only few I have highlighted: enhanced bank guarantee, RPSL CIP grading, implement affordable insurance, promote only qualified individuals, oversight mechanism, the blacklisting of substandard vessels. There is very soon this substandard vessel list is also going to be released. So no RPSL agency will be able to place these seafarers on board where they cannot get their wages, they cannot get their food, they cannot get their water. So these vessel list we have already prepared, it's under discussion, and we will place it on website for 5 days to have any objection or anything from any one of you. And if any genuine vessel, you please submit all documents, insurance, everything, verified the copies. And then we will remove that vessel from the list. It's not that you cannot send, but if it's a genuine vessel, if you have a valid insurance, verifiable, then there is no issue at all, even if it is posted on the website. Acknowledgement of the vessel sign-on. Awareness campaign in tier 2 cities we plan very soon. So next is Delhi, then Kolkata and Chennai, as well as in the tier 2 cities like Ratnagiri and Chandigarh, Jaipur, and all other cities. We will see all the data which a state or city has got the majority of the seafarers. And over and above, we are doing mega symposium sort of Milan 2026. That is on 28, 29, 30th January 2026 in Mumbai, and where we will cater more than 5,000 seafarers, as well as all world dignitaries. It starts from IMO, ILO, and all embassies, foreign ship owners. So it is a very mega event for all of you. Just please participate. If you have any of your contacts, whomsoever wants to come to India is more than welcome. We will engage in MOUs for employment enhancement, as well as welfare and betterment of the seafarer in close coordination with the ITF. The next event in January to next year is a mega show in coordination with the ITF. So this is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Now I invite Shri Dipender Bisen, DDG Training, to share a presentation on e-governance initiatives for RPSL processes and training. Thank you.
Honorable Director General of Shipping, Honorable Additional DG Sir, CS Sir, NA Sir, all my seniors from Director General of Shipping, all respected dignitaries, my dear seafarer. I will be keeping my presentation very limited to the latest information, which I feel it is very much related to this symposium, and I also, this is the best time to share with you all. So as it started, I mean say Azad sir has just informed you that now we have changed, because yesterday Honorable President of India has assented the Merchant Shipping Act. So now DGS has become now DGMA, Directorate General of Maritime Administration. Among so many responsibilities, there is one prominent, I mean say one of the responsibilities for the promotion of maritime training education in India. This is just a glimpse of our approved 176 maritime training institute across India. You can see the highest number is in Maharashtra, followed by Tamil Nadu, and so on and so forth. If you will see, close to 20,000 seafarers we generate every year. So close to 20,000 seafarers, they take admission in pre-sea institutes. Now this is something important which I want to highlight here, because if you see presently also in our society, whether it is a school or anywhere, the awareness about merchant shipping or merchant navy is very limited. So with the direction of our Director General, Shri Shyam Jagannathan sir, we have just initiated a process where we have engaged a event management firm, and that along with that event management firm, we will be reaching out to tier 2, 3, 4 cities, and we will be conducting seminars on a monthly basis there. In addition to this, we will also be taking these school children to the MTIs. We have to finalize the dates and all, and that also we will be doing. In addition to this, we will also be visiting to the national camps of NCC. So we had a discussion with Directorate NCC, and very soon, because we have the list of national camp of NCC, so at different places we will be visiting there, and we will be scheduling interactive sessions with the NCC cadets. These are the few initiatives which we have taken just to again increase the awareness about merchant navy. So we have taken up with Ministry of Education through our ministry, where we have requested to include, we have prepared a sort of syllabus of around 4 to 5 pages, which we have requested to include in 10 bagless day from standard 6 to standard 8. And the second one is like Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So we have engaged our discussion at 2 levels. One is the central level and one is the state level. So we are even in discussion with the government of Maharashtra. So here our objective is to bring in a lot of skill development in our industry. With government of Maharashtra, we have just had a couple of meetings, and now we will be going forward. We have requested them to help us in bringing a dedicated training center for cruise industry as well as for the offshore industry. The third one is, which I am declaring here for the first time, like what just Captain Meena sir has just mentioned, that they are having 24/7 helpline. For training branch, it was not there. So we are launching from today. We will be having one dedicated mobile number, which will be functioning only at the office hours from 9:30 to 6. Why we are keeping separate helpline center numbers is so that this will be dedicated only related to the queries of seafarer, limited to the courses institute, and also this number will be open for the Maritime Training Institute in case if they have any kind of doubt or any kind of grievance. Today recently one book has been launched. We are ready with around on 7th of August we have launched Honorable Minister, Cabinet Minister Sarmanand Sonowal sir has launched one IT book. Whatever DG Shipping has taken, initiatives in IT and e-governance, that has been launched on 7th. We are ready with this book. Why I am sharing this information with all the seafarer present here today is this two sort of report from training branch. One is CIP, the other one is, which is going to come very soon. We are expecting by the end of this month, that will be on shipboard training report. So with these two reports, it will help seafarer to take a decision for admission into the Maritime Training Institute. This will bring more transparency and will be very, very helpful for the student, because this CIP, especially with related to Maritime Training Institute, pre-C Maritime Training Institute, because 50% of the weightage is for the shipboard training. So whenever any aspirant who want to join Merchant Navy can always go and refer the CIP report and shipboard training, so then he will come to, then he can take an informed decision. Yes, this institute is for last 5 years is having this CIP, and because they are graded A1, so maybe their placement must be, more than 80-85%. And similarly, shipboard training also. So we will not be keeping it just course-wise. We will be indicating, we will be putting. So suppose in a case if an institute is having 5 different approved for conducting 5 different pre-C courses, we will be in that report. We will be putting all 5 courses and their shipboard training placement records. So this is just I am sharing this, just to say for the entire audience. Yes, we are coming up with this report, but the objective of coming out of this report is mainly for the seafarer. Now, what I was discussing about the shipboard training is, yes, so this isn't just maybe sort of, I have taken just few slides from our book, which is still under development, and this is for the basic, Bachelor of Science and Bachelor of Nautical Science. And if you will see, in all degree courses, be Marine Engineering, BSc Nautical Science, even DNS, the overall shipboard training is above 80. But when it comes to rating, which I will be sharing soon, when we say you have to provide shipboard training in next 12 to 15 months, precisely 12 months after the completion of their course. So even if you will take after getting pass certificate or degree certificate, etc., then also, especially in rating and all, the scenario is quite bad, and the placement percentage is below 50%. So if you can see this diploma, ETO, everywhere you will see it is above 80. You can see, 71% 2024 is still, there are a lot of still placements happening. So otherwise, if you will see 2023, it is 87. Similarly for DNS, it is above 90, 94, 95, something like that. But let me share, even for B, it is somewhere above 85. For graduate marine engineering, yes, it is more than some, in a year 2023, it is 97. But now, let me share this for the GP rating. You can see this for 2024, it is just mere 31%. Even in the period of 24 months, the placement is 63%. Now here I want to add one more thing, what just Captain PC Meena has mentioned, that I am having one slide on that also, 4 modules. So there are certain issues with coming up with those 4 modules. The dependency is right now on the decision of ministry. But now, as you all know that both, whether it is training, Maritime Training Institute module, MTI module or RPSL module has been developed in 2018. So they are functional from February 2018 onwards. Lot of challenges we have faced during these 7-8 years. And with those challenges, keeping those challenges in mind, we have already finalized the modules till the stage of FRS. Now, just for the information of the representatives from RPSL and from the MTI, that now we are going to integrate both MTI module as well as RPSL. So in case if any RPSL or shipping company is giving MOU to any MTIs, right now it is very difficult for us to verify each and everything, whether that candidate has gone as per that MOU to that particular shipping through that RPS or shipping companies, or he himself has gone to the industry and find out his own shipboard training. So now when we will link these two things, we will get a clear picture, and then maybe, I don't know in which symposium, seminar, workshop, we will be able to demonstrate in front of you only that yes, This is the institute, and this is the shipping company or RPSL who has promised that they will get, shipboard training to these many candidates, but actual picture is this. So all these things we have already incorporated in our new modules. Only thing is that we have to wait till it come into the, till we will develop the entire thing and we make it live. I will not take much time on this because I understand it is a symposium for seafarers. So these are few initiatives which we have taken in the training department. First one is again the same 4 modules. One is MTI, RPSL, crisis management, and 24/7 grievance redressal module. Learning management system. So yes, presently we have e-learning system. So we are going to replace that e-learning system with learning management system, which is going to be comprehensive LMS system. Web-based simulation. Yes, both. We are also working. Technical wings are also working on this. So web-based simulation will. We have recently floated expression of interest. Very soon we will be going for a tender on this, and we are looking for a lot of hands-on practice on these simulators, web-based simulators. So seafarer doesn't require to go and a big investment is required for that actual simulator. So a web-based simulator can be possible on your personal computer, laptop, etc. We are working on digital turbo. There are few companies, those who have already implemented this digital turbo, but now we will be coming up with some policy making it mandatory for all to provide this digital turbo. Centralized system, yes, we have presently centralized attendance system, but now we will be integrating with our e-governance system, and we will be coming up with the latest enhanced version of this centralized attendance system. With our new, we are working, like as I have said, we are coming out with CIP and shipboard training. So we are working lot of data analytics within our wings and within our branches. So we will be coming up with lot of other reports also. Dynamic batch size is again a part of MTI module. So I have just want to mention in just maybe a few seconds that dynamic batch sizing, though we have issued this circular somewhere in 2020, but we all in DG Shipping waiting for the new module to come in. But when the moment we will implement this dynamic batch size is going to will calculate automatically the shipboard placement provided within period of 12 months from the completion of the course. And it will automatically calculate and will reduce the seats in case if they are not meeting the required percentage of shipboard training. This is a placement portal, authentic job portal is a part of RPS module, will be a part of 4 modules. We are still working on AI and immersive technology, that is virtual reality, etc. So these are the 4 modules. As I have mentioned you that we did a lot of work, already hard work has already been put in this. We are ready with all the flow diagrams, FRS, everything. Only thing is that development part is pending. That also maybe very soon we will be able to implement. This I have already covered: LMS, web-based simulation, centralized attendance system. This is something for faculty. So yes, we are working on this, and most probably very soon we will be coming up with this. This is not a course. There is a big confusion in the industry that we are coming with some kind of course like VICT and AEC. So this is not a course. This is a sort of assessment for the faculty, and based on that assessment, we will be grading. We will be certifying that faculty. Now this is something interesting. Every seafarer has to do this 4 basic STCW basic safety training course. One is this PSSR, which is which has been revised by DGS Training Circular 26 of 2020 and 3 of 2025. We have added many components in this, which is not as per IMO model course. Addition, we have made a lot of addition in this, and the addition is to bring awareness among seafarers related to Maritime Labor Convention 2006 as amended. So there we have added the right of seafarer, then definitely standard for minimum age, medical fitness, etc., working condition, welfare provisions, complaint, grievance handling, etc. An objective of adding this additional portion into this PSSR is to bring more and more awareness about rights under this MLC 2006, understands so that seafarer can understand safe and fair recruitment practice, recognize and report exploitation, build a secure and dignified seafaring career. Now, in this, there is latest amendment which came from IMO and which we have to again revise and add. So this will be a new competency requirement which we have to add in this PSSR will be prevention and response to violence and harassment, including sexual harassment, bullying and sexual assault. So this we will be adding, and a new amended circular we will be coming out very soon. Thank you so much, Jai.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Moving ahead, I invite Captain Nitin Mukesh, Senior DDG Crew Welfare, to please come forward for his presentation on seafarers' welfare initiatives and key challenges.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Distinguished guests, अभी जो मैं दिखाने वाला हूँ ध्यान से देखिए और अच्छी तरह से देखिए और बाहर भी बताइए, क्योंकि ये सीफेयर वेलफेयर की बात हो रही है। और जब मैं वेलफेयर SWFS डीजी सर ने जब बोला कि क्रू वेलफेयर आप देखेंगे, तो जब मैं पहली बार गया वहाँ पे, मैं वहाँ पूछा वहाँ होता क्या है एक्चुअली। मुझे खुद ही नहीं मालूम था कि इतने सारे स्कीम्स हैं जिसके सीफेयर फ़ायदा उठा सकते हैं, एंड आई वाज आल्सो नॉट अवेयर. देन slowly I came to know that there is so many schemes, but people, seafarer, are not taking advantage, और पैसा रखा रह जाता है और सीफेयर को फ़ायदा ही नहीं मिल पाता. तो प्लीज़ concentrate on this, because this is a seafarer welfare. I will concentrate on the schemes, whatever it is there, and whatever seafarer need to do. एंड जो आप लोग को बैग मिला है उसके अंदर सीफेयर वेलफेयर इनिशिएटिव के बारे में भी लिखा हुआ है. तो प्लीज गो थ्रू इट एंड प्लीज टेल टू द सीफेयर कि दीज ऑल स्कीम्स आर देयर. एंड आई विल आल्सो लाइक टू कॉल मिस्टर बौलेकर, हु इज द SWFS हेड, who will, if required, who will be explaining the welfare scheme of the SWFS. Just to brief about this, what is the SWFS? This is a this was established under the Society Registration Act of 1860. This is not so important. This was established under the Public Trust Act of 1950, and it functions under the Director General of Shipping as the custodian of seafarer welfare. So it, SWFS, only concentrate for the welfare of the seafarer, nothing else. मीना जी ने RPSL के बारे में बताया और उन्होंने बहुत कुछ बोला, बहुत कुछ लोगों ने ऑब्जेक्ट भी किया, लेकिन आई डोंट थिंक वेलफेयर के बारे में कोई ऑब्जेक्ट करेगा. और वो लोग, दे विल ऑल्सो, एंड आई विल ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट द पीपुल टू सजेस्ट द वेलफेयर स्कीम. एंड कॉम के मेंबर भी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो they will if that scheme is okay with the com and with everyone, then the new scheme can be launched. This is not so important. This is only that how the SWFS was found. What is the governance structure here? This is steered by the Committee of Management that bring together representative of Indian and foreign ship owners, seafarer unions, and government nominee under the chairman of Director General of Shipping. इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि दैट इसमें सारे लोग हैं, गवर्नमेंट भी है, यूनियंस भी हैं और इंडियन शिप ऑनर भी है एंड फॉरेन शिप ऑनर भी है. तो इसमें सारे कॉम्बिनेशंस हैं. जब इसमें सारे कॉम्बिनेशंस हैं तो इट इज़ फॉर ऑल द सीफेरर, आइदर इंडियन और आइदर फॉरेन सीफेरर. आज़ाद सर ने अपने ओपनिंग स्पीच में बोला कि दैट सीफेरर सारे हैं, चाहे इंडियन हो या इंडियन मीन्स if they are working on Indian vessels or either on the working on the foreign ship vessels. Now coming to the first these schemes, I don't know how many people knows there are survivor benefit schemes, invalidity benefit schemes, family benefit welfare schemes, maternity benefit schemes, and much more to come. If you can see the schemes, अगर आप स्कीम देखेंगे सारे लोग के लिए हैं, either you are alive or after the death for the family. So it is for everyone. If you can see the scheme, I'll start from this thing. Survivor benefit scheme. अगर आप जिंदा हैं तो this will get. Invalidity benefit schemes, family benefit welfare scheme, maternity benefit schemes, old age benefit welfare schemes, death on board, ex gratia support, and award to meritorious children. I will now request Bowleker to explain some of the schemes.
Good afternoon, everybody. All these RPSL representatives, all the government officers, the dignitaries, as well as all the seafarers and their unions representative are present over here. This Seafarers Welfare Fund Society has been set up by the Government of India for providing the welfare facilities to the seafarers. We have formed in the year 1964, and since that time there was a very low fund and all the things. We could not implement more schemes and all the things, but we started with some education schemes, then medical assistance schemes, as well as some natural calamities affected seafarer schemes and all the things. But when in the year 2014, when the Government of India has issued a notification for making it mandatory for the RPSL companies to deposit the welfare fund contributions with the SWFS, then we started making the schemes for covering all the seafarers, whatever rank they hold and all the things. And accordingly, we started these schemes. The first scheme which was introduced from 1st April 2014 onwards is the Survivors Benefit Scheme. It is applicable to all the ranks of the seafarers who expire during off-article period, because during on-article they are covered under P&I. But if they expire during off-article period, then their next of kin or the nominee gets the financial assistance from the SWFS. We started with 1 lakh rupees, then it was increased to 2 lakhs rupees, and from 29/4/2014 onwards, 24 onwards, we start make it 4 lakhs rupees to the nominee of the deceased seafarer. So this is what is applicable to all these seafarers who expired during off-article period. Now it is 24 months we have made it during off-article period. लास्ट साइन ऑफ से अगर 24 months के अंदर उसकी डेथ हो जाती है तो उसके नॉमिनी को ये 4 lakhs rupees we are paying it. Under invalidity benefit scheme, we are providing the assistance to the seafarer who become permanently unfit due to loss of limbs and or any other permanent disability, which is certified by the DGS approved government approved medical practitioner. Then we are providing it to the seafarer around 6 lakhs rupees to this seafarer. And this is also to be incurred, this accidental or anything. it should happen within off-article period of 24 months from the last sign-off date. Then there is one family benefit scheme. This is for the seafarers' children. We have started it. Those seafarer children who undergo for the pre-sea training course, whether it's a daughter or son, then we are providing the financial assistance. To enter into this seafaring profession, 50,000 rupees we are paying it to the seafarer. Other than maritime stream, if even the seafarers' children complete the post-graduation degree or diploma course, we are providing 25,000 rupees to the seafarer. So this is applicable for all the seafarers. Then this is the maternity benefit scheme. It is applicable only for the female seafarers, and we are providing 25,000 rupees financial assistance to the female seafarers restricted to 2 deliveries as per the Government of India norms. Then there is an award for meritorious child of seafarers. It is also those who seafarers who tops the university of any Indian university of any course and any degree course or post-graduation final degree, then we are providing a 25,000 award to the child of the seafarers. Then there is we have started recently, since death on board benefit schemes, in some cases the P&I is not settles the claims or delays the claim and all the things. At least to get the immediate assistance to the family, to the seafarers who expired on the board, or whatever calamity, whatever nature of the death may be, whether it is natural, accidental, or even missing, presumed missing, or death case and all the things, presumed death case. Then in that case, we are providing 2 lakhs rupees to the next of the kin as a financial support immediately to the family members. Then there is a ex gratia support benefit scheme which has also started recently. This is for cases of the seafarers who are abandoned or stranded on the ships. We are providing 10,000 rupees per family members to the standard seafarers for the maximum of 12 months period and all the things. This also we have started it recently. So these are the schemes are there provided for the seafarers and their families. During COVID-19 also, we started the schemes. That was a periodic schemes and all the things. When the coronavirus pandemic was there and all the things, we have also provided the financial benefit of rupees 2 lakhs for the death of the seafarer and 1 lakh rupees maximum reimbursement of the hospitalization expenses for the families who the members of any seafarer suffers from the COVID-19 for hospitalization expenses. So these are some of the schemes we started. Recently also during Amrit Mahotsav Kal, we started the scheme of honoring those seafarers who are 75 years and above, and we have paid 25,000 rupees to those seafarers also, as well as to the widows of the seafarers who was there and all the things. We have provided them 25,000 rupees as a financial assistance, one-time financial assistance to them and all the things. So these are the schemes which we implemented as and when there was a necessity or any calamities are there and all the things. And these schemes what we have now provided, as what I explained is, these are all current schemes, and we request all the RPSL companies or Indian shipping companies or the seafarers who are there at present today, they should advertise it through mouth of advertisement to all the seafarers, their colleagues and all the things, and take the advantage of the schemes. RPSL companies, they should display these schemes on their website or on their notice board or anything, so that these seafarers can take the advantage of this scheme, and more and more beneficiaries seafarers get the advantage of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhavlekar sir, that you have explained the scheme. And this is the basic guide for the survivor benefit scheme. I will not go through because we are running short of time. This is for the basic that what are the eligibility criteria and the quantum and applications and the timelines. So everything is available. So this is the family benefit welfare schemes. What all things that Bhavlekar has already explained. This is the maternity benefit scheme. From which date it is applicable. One scheme which is, I think, Bhavlekar Sahab is forgot to tell, that is old age benefit scheme. That for the seafarer who has attained the 65 years and honoring the lifelong sea services, he will be getting 50,000 rupees. And the death on board schemes also offer 2 lakhs reliefs to the family with the ex gratia scheme provided rupees 10,000 per month for up to a year to a family of a stranded or abandoned seafarer. The meritorious children already he has explained, the 25,000 rupees. And this is also, which was launched for 1 year period, 2 new scheme was launched for the seafarer who has completed 75 years and above on or before 26/01/2024, financial assistance of 25,000 each, and the for a spouse of deceased seafarer, this is also was given 25,000. Now that I have talked about the schemes that seafarer and the RPSL, थोड़ा बताइए लोगों को और फायदा भी उठाइए. लेकिन अभी जो मैं बोलने जा रहा हूँ, we are proposing a revision of the welfare fund contributions. That when the RPSL rule came, then the current provision is 6,000 rupees, but it was supposed to be increased every 3 years by 25%. But unfortunately, वो हुआ नहीं. It didn't happen. So अभी and market fluctuation and lot of things have happened. So we are going to propose to increase the welfare fund contributions from the RPSL company. So it will be coming shortly. Shortly in the sense maybe in 1 month or 2 months, but it will be coming shortly to increase the welfare fund contribution so that we can launch more schemes for the seafarer, and the seafarer can be benefited. Now, what are the key challenges we are facing? The key challenges which we are facing, that low awareness. When the forms comes, तो जनरली मैं क्या देखता हूँ कि मुंबई साइड्स के लोग ही अप्लाई करते हैं जनरली. और जैसे मेरा स्टेट हो गया बिहार, वहाँ से लोग का कुछ भी नहीं आता है. यूपी के लोगों को कुछ नहीं आता है क्योंकि उनको पता ही नहीं है कि क्या करना है, व्हाट टू डू, हाउ टू अप्लाई, वेयर टू गो. राजस्थान से भी नहीं आता कुछ भी. तो लो अवेयरनेस इज ए की चैलेंजेस that they are not able to get benefited from these schemes. और दूसरी इशू क्या है, एसेसिबिलिटी इशू. उनको पता ही नहीं कहाँ अप्लाई करना है, कहाँ पे SWFS है, कैसे जाना है. तो RPSL कंपनी को आगे आना पड़ेगा और बताना पड़ेगा कि दैट व्हाट वी हैव टू डू, किधर जाइए, कहाँ पे ऑफिस है, वहाँ अप्लाई कीजिए, और इधर अप्लाई ऑनलाइन. तीसरी इशू क्या है कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हर्डल्स, जैसे डेथ बेनिफिट में डेथ सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए, उसको मिलने में टाइम लगता है, और अबेंडमेंट में RPSL को बताना पड़ेगा. तो ये सब चीज़ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हर्डल आता है जो हम लोग को पैसे डिस्पर्स करने में वी आर फेसिंग ए प्रॉब्लम. फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेन, राइजिंग डिमांड वर्सेस लिमिटेड फंड, डिपेंड्स ऑन द शिपिंग सेस. बट पैसे की कमी नहीं है, अप्लाई कीजिए, जरूर मिलेगी, और हम लोग बढ़ाने भी वाले हैं. व्हाट इज द वे फॉरवर्ड? We are going to implement a ERP-based enterprise solutions for faster, transparent and paperless disbursement. अभी क्या है कि अभी उन लोग को ऑफिस में जाना पड़ता है. अगर ये आ जाती है डिजिटल, so that people can apply from their home only and they can get the benefit. We have to enhance the medical tie-up with reputed hospital nationwide, introduce comprehensive insurance scheme. इस पे भी बात चल रही है. To cover the health, accident and crisis situation. We have taken PowerPoint presentation from banks and insurance. So we are working on this. And we have to organize the Seafarer Connect awareness program across ports and maritime institute. ये बताने के लिए कि आपका वेलफेयर क्या क्या है, ये हम लोग अभी करने वाले हैं. And we will go to the tier 2 city. And to ensure that timely disbursement should happen. ये नहीं कि आज अप्लाई किया और 6 महीने के बाद मिल रहा है, तो कोई फायदा नहीं. It is of no use. And we have to keep ready the welfare scheme for the future to address the mental health, employment insecurity and crisis support. So here we require a COM support also, Committee of Management, so that the new scheme, if it is launched, they should support us. Now this is the second one we are going to propose, repatriation fund scheme. अभी हो क्या रहा है कि that I was seeing on the WhatsApp and lot of places that we are number 1 in the abandonment of the seafarer. बहुत सारे इंडियन सीफेरर बाहर में हैं, उनको कोई देखने वाला नहीं है. Nobody is going to see. So here we are going to propose with the RPSL company to liaise with the insurance company, and to get the repatriation fund cess or from the RPSL, so that if that seafarer is abandoned, तो उसका कुछ हम लोग कर सके, कुछ हेल्प कर सके. So the compliance, so that it will be taken from the RPSL, it is on the initial stage and will be coming up with the foolproof plan after the home meeting and after due deliberations. Now to conclude this conference, let us remember that the seafarers are not just the carrier of cargo, but the carrier of India dream across oceans. Their journey keeps our economy afloat, our trade alive, and our nation connected to the world. Seafarers carry not just cargo, but India dreams. Though this initiative, we promise dignity, security, and care, ensuring no seafarer walk alone and no family is left unhurt. और I request RPSL, बताइए, बाहर बताइए, स्कीम बहुत सारे हैं. अगर कुछ नए स्कीम मिलाने, उसको भी सजेस्ट कीजिए. You can get my email ID. I am the member secretary of the SWFS, so that I can propose to the COM with the new scheme. So thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the speech and presentation. With due respect to all our esteemed speakers, I would like to make a gentle request. Since we are running a little short on time, may I request you to please keep your presentations concise, around 10 minutes, so that we can smoothly accommodate all the sessions. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph, DDG, Technology, to share his presentation on flagship program Sagar Mein Yog, Sagar Mein Samman, Seafarers' Rights and Code of Conduct. Over to you, sir.
This is your PPT you share. Good afternoon, everyone. Whenever I come to stage, I get a notice that keep it short. So, बाकी लोग को दिया नहीं है, but मेरे को दे दिया notice, so I'll keep it short, and I'll try and keep it short. And if you see, the symposium is very nicely prepared. Speakers, earlier speakers, and gradually it is going on, heating up, and now it was earlier past, present. The schemes were the present one. Now we are going on the future ones. So what I am going to show you is regarding the future ones. These are the proactive measures which we are taking, not reactive measures. So there are flagship programs by the Directorate, and I will be introducing on the flagship programs. So these are the 4 things which I will be covering in my presentation. I will try and be brief. This slide is my favorite slide, which I show every time and everywhere. So if you see this slide, due to the current geopolitical situation, the figure of 26,000 officers shortage is further going to increase. In my opinion, it will be further even 1 lakh officers shortage because of the Ukraine, Russia, Iran, other issues which are going on. And if you can see, we are on the gradual growth and the trend is very encouraging, very promising. So which these encouraging signs, we also get issues. For that, we have thought proactive measures and proactive schemes which will be initiative from the directorate, and I'll be presenting those as the cause for the seafarers' welfare. So I'll before I talk on the Sagar Mein Samman initiative, it is better I'll give you a short video which will be presented, and then I'll come back to this presentation where I can tell you more about the latest on the Sagar Mein Samman initiative. Can we have the video, please?
Women's empowerment is pivotal to achieving the Honorable Prime Minister's Maritime India Vision 2030, emphasizing inclusivity and sustainable growth. Sagar Mein Samman, an initiative by the Directorate General of Shipping and the Maritime Union of India, embodies this vision by fostering women's participation and leadership in the maritime sector. Built on 3 pillars: recognition and respect, well-being and mental health, and safety and security. The program ensures women seafarers feel valued, protected, and empowered.
India is sailing towards a bright future under the visionary leadership for Honorable Prime Minister and the Maritime India Vision 2030. At the heart of this vision is Sagar Mein Samman, a groundbreaking initiative empowering women and creating opportunities for them in the shipping industry. This program not only encourages women to take up careers at sea, but also equips them with the education and the skills needed to excel. By fostering inclusivity and breaking gender barriers, Sagar Mein Samman is paving the way for a stronger, more diverse, inclusive maritime workforce. Together, we are charting a course for a progressive and empowered maritime India.
To ensure the effective implementation of Sagar Mein Samman, the Directorate General of Shipping has appointed an expert committee that aligns its objectives with Maritime India Vision 2030.
Through Sagar Mein Samman, we are committed to increasing women employment in the maritime industry by ensuring a safe and healthy work environment. This initiative fosters inclusivity, empowers women, and creates equal opportunities, making the maritime sector a place where they can truly thrive.
A key aspect of Sagar Mein Samman is ensuring physical safety and swift grievance redressal mechanisms, so every woman feels secure and supported, because no dream should be hindered by fear.
Namaskar. Under the Sagar Mein Samman initiative, MUI is working hand in hand with Director General of Shipping to empower women in the maritime sector. Together, we are ensuring a safe, inclusive environment with swift grievance redressal, paving the way for more women to thrive in the maritime industry.
The oceans are vast, limitless, and welcoming to those with courage and determination. Through Sagar Mein Samman, we are not just creating opportunities, we are shaping role models, women who will inspire generations to come.
Sagar Mein Samman is a unique initiative of Directorate General of Shipping to foster equality, diversity, and inclusivity in the maritime industry. The objective of Sagar Mein Samman is to bring dignity in the career of women in maritime, be it at sea or at shore. With India aspiring to be a seafaring nation, it is important that we do not lose out on 50% of our talent pool. And this initiative is to incentivize women to join seafaring as a career and to ensure that there is dignity without any bias, discrimination, and equal opportunity in the growth of career of women.
So if you can see the Sagar Mein Samman, there are another 2 minutes because of the paucity of the time. I'll quickly go on the slides. So if you see, this is the Maritime India Vision 2030 deliverable 10.15, where diversity, equity and inclusion in line with international maritime standards is proposed. So this was launched through Honor at Sea by the Honorable Minister of Port, Waterways and Shipping, Sri Sarbanan Sonal, on the International Women Day for Women in Maritime on 18th May 2025. Further, these are the key objectives. There has been a remarkable growth of women seafarers from 2015, a mere amount of 1699 to 14,255. So कुछ तो अच्छा कर रहे होंगे, so that's why this figure is increasing gradually, right? But there has to be lot to be done to increase this figure and bring it up at par with the seafarers, at par with the men seafarers. So these were the milestones achieved so far. So if you can see, October 2023, इसका जन्म हुआ through GMIS 2023. And then order was issued in November through DGS Order 18 of 2024. Then we had an official signing of MOU with MUI, Maritime Union of India, is hand in hand with us in this collaborative progress. And then we officially launched the logo. So logo I had shown earlier. Then this was presented to the IMO Secretary General when he had visited. And then a formal launch of the draft policy has been done. So what additional things are being planned? If you see in the phase 1, we have completed this. Phase 2, there will be a national rollout of the awareness and the formal release of the policy framework. And if you can see, the year-wise plan is being planned. Year 1, there will be awareness. Year 2 will be a scorecard, mentorship. Year 3 will be research and global partnership. And year 4 will be policy review. And year 5 will be the institutionalization of SMS launch. So this is about the Sagar Mein Samman. So before I go to Sagar Mein Yog, quickly I will show you that one small video where you will understand the concept better, then I can explain it further.
From the waves of the Indian Ocean to the shores of progress, our maritime legacy has been the heart of India's growth. With every ship that sails, every harbor that thrives, and every seafarer who dreams, we craft a vision of tomorrow which is stronger, sustainable, and global. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, Maritime India Vision 2030 stands as a beacon of hope, a commitment to empowering our oceans, uplifting our seafarers, and steering India towards unparalleled maritime excellence. In line with Maritime India Vision 2030, DG Shipping proudly launches Sagar Mein Yog, an initiative dedicated to the well-being of our seafarers, numbering around 3 lakhs. As seafarers are also global ambassadors of India, their resilience and spirit will showcase the strength of our nation. With Sagar Mein Yog, we don't just care for our seafarers, we let the world witness the harmony and humanity of India's maritime legacy.
Inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister's Maritime Vision 2030, Sagar Mein Yog addresses the mental, emotional and physical challenges faced by our seafarers. Seafarers are the backbone of India's maritime strength, and their well-being ensures that they sail with pride and represent our nation globally with resilience.
Introducing the complete complete wellness program to support the holistic well-being of our seafarers.
Okay, so if you see the 10-dimensional where I had paused the video, so Sagar mein Yog, there is a misconception and a myth that it is only to deal with yoga. So that misconception and the myth has to be broken up, and it is Sagar mein Yog, complete wellness at sea and ashore. So this comprehensive wellness program includes the 10 modules. If you can see, there are 10 modules which includes emotional, spiritual, physical, occupational, economic, environment, climatic, intellectual, social and cultural. So if you can see, if we talk about economic, so there are modules, sub-modules which is related to finance. So seafarers, during our time, we never knew what to do with the money we used to get. We just go and buy one car. There was no financial planning. So those financial planning are also included in this. And if there is no finance, what wellness we are talking about? So entire gamut of wellness, 10 wellness, comprehensive wellness is included in the Sagar mein Yog. And there have been dedicated team working on this with the partnership of National Union of Seafarers in India. We have covered all the aspects which are required for the seafarers. So going forward, these are the background work and milestones which we have achieved with the Sagar mein Yog. And there have been a formal launch of the 10 modules, but there are no learning management system to inculcate to the seafarers in a structured manner. So we are working on the LMS. So if you see the phase 1, what are the phase 1, what we have achieved so far? These are the syllabus. So syllabus is being prepared and syllabus is vetted by almost 60 yoga gurus. All kind of yoga gurus. It's not one brand of yoga gurus are there. There are 60 kind of yoga Ministry of Ayush approved yoga gurus who have participated and prepared the syllabus. The syllabus is already posted in DG website for your inputs. In the phase 1, we will emphasize this and implement mandatorily for all the pre-C institutes. So there needs to be a yoga guru, and for those yoga gurus we will be having train the trainer program. So the train the trainer program was unfortunately planned during this week, but because of this function it has been postponed. So possibly it will be next week or first week of September, where we will be inviting at least one yoga guru's nomination from each maritime institutes, and it will be free of charge for the first train the trainer program, which we are planning to do it in Lonavala in the first week of September. Then it will be rolled out from 1st August, whichever pre-C courses have been done. For them, it is a planner that syllabus has to be included. Then subsequently, there is with the help of Trijog, Simamai and Nusi, we have created expert learning management system, which will have this 10 modules. In the first phase, we will make it mandatory for pre-C. Second phase, we plan to make it mandatory for the seafarers and the post-C institutes. Subsequently, for the RPSL companies, going forward for the families. So it is not only seafarer, we take it forward that we are one big family together. So it is not only seafarers, and entire seafarers families will be allowed to take this course, and which is available in very easy modules. This is not another e-learning aspect. It is for the seafarers, for their mental well-being and for their benefits. So this will be implemented in the stage-wise, phase-wise manner. So that is regarding Sagar mein Yog. And now, this is my favorite. We have been working on background with Bureau of Immigration, with airport officials, and through SWBAT, Seafarers Welfare Board Audit Team circular which we have done, we want to have in every seaport specialized preferences given to the seafarers. Like Ajit sir was talking about the passion what seafarers have. So we are going one step ahead and providing the seafarers assistance services counter at airports and seaports. To start with, we are going to start in Mumbai T2, where a large number of seafarers are taking this airport because of the convenience of the RPSL agencies headquartered in Mumbai, in Navi Mumbai. So we are planning with Adani. We are working very closely with Adani because they have many seaports, so that connect is there. So we are working on beginning on the Mumbai side, and this will be a collaboration. Obviously, I was speaking to few COM members through the support of SWFS, which we are presenting in the next COM meeting, and also through the UK High Commission. British High Commission has been very, very vocal and very supportive. In fact, yesterday they have given me their email and confirmation that they will be sponsoring 40-50% of the expenses which are going to be incurred. And NUSI has been very vocal. I know the MEI new team has come, so we will be requesting them also to participate and support the cost. So what will this services will offer? So we have been hearing Qatar is providing all kind of services, specialized launch. We being the seafarer supplying nation, we should be the first one to give this to our seafarers. So what will happen? There will be a dedicated team welcoming you at T2 airport, nicely dressed, and we have vacancies for the specialized seafarers also in the counters who are retired or medically unfit to go to sea. So they can approach us. We will be employing you to be part of the seafarers counter. So there will be a warm welcome. I'll run you through the services which will be there. So there will be a QR code based. So people have to just put it in QR that you are going to airport. So normally it is 24 hours in advance, but being a seafarers, I have requested Adani, they have agreed even 2 hours before you can put a QR code and give your flight details. So once it is done, everybody would have seen this. If you have been to airport T2 sometime, you would have seen this is there besides the T2 gate number 1. This counter is Air India counter. Besides there is a Pranam counter. So that counter we will be utilizing for our seafarers assistance counter. So they will have access to the e-migrate system. So whatever many seafarers are getting cheated and being there. So before getting into airport, but once you get into airport, then you have strict norms by Bureau of Immigration. They have to detain you, send it to police station, and we get lot of complaints. So we want to highlight this and stop you there itself before entering the airport. So there will be dedicated seafarers assistance counter. People will be sitting there, verify your credentials, verify. This will not be an additional burden to the seafarers. This will be a helping hand for the seafarers. Initially, phase 1, we are planning to give you VIP treatment from gate number 1. So gate number 1 is only for Amitabh Bachchan, Deepika Padukone. You might never know, you might be walking through them. No? So Aishwarya, okay, through gate number 1, you will be going through VIPs, and there will be a dedicated person with porter taking your baggage. And then from there, they will be taking you to check-in assistance. From after check-in assistance, they will be till the guidance at the Bureau of Immigration Security counter. Bureau of Immigration border check, they will help you, and from there they will return. If you are taken to inside and given non-services, it is not free. We have tie-up for giving you a discounted rate. That also we are working on. And then you can go to your flight and take the flight. So this service will be from midnight 12 to noon 12. That is what we are planning. First, initially for the UK bound flights only. Why we are doing? Because UK has come forward to support the cost, because there only they are having a lot of immigration and asylum seekers issues. So we are starting with UK, but this counter will be 24/7, where the seafarers will be assisted, but they will be not allowed to go through the gate number 1. You can go through any other gate, and other services you can avail. So that we are working on. We will make a detailed SOP with the consultation of stakeholders, because we will get a lot of new ideas. But this is plan which is almost ready. So I take from NUSI and MUI, they will definitely support. Only thing is COM is left. So that 40% I have discussed with Captain Halbe and Captain Tandon already. So if all is in track, by first week of September we can start this. So only thing is in hand of. So once this is successful, we can go to other airports. And all airports in India and all international airports and all seaports in India. So this is a big vision, big future vision, and we need the support of all the industry and stakeholders to take this forward. So I think I have taken more than 10 minutes. Sorry. This is my email ID. Anything related to Sagar Mein Yog, Sagar Mein Samman, any other welfare schemes which you want to introduce or want to initiate, these are my numbers. Due to the paucity of time, I will be not taking any questions. You can email me. We have 1600 question hour time. I am always available for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the presentation. And now moving ahead, as a significant gesture to this event, we will have the exchange of the mementos. And to present the same, I request Shri Sushil Mansingh Kopde, IPS and Additional DG, to please come forward to present the mementos. Thank you. And to receive the honor, first and foremost, I would like to invite Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor to the Government of India. A huge round of applause here. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, I invite Shri Ajit. All right. Next, I invite Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor with the Government of India, to please come forward and accept the honor.
Cut.
Thank you. Next, I invite Captain P.C. Meena to please come forward to accept the honor. A huge round of applause here. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon Shri Dipendra Singh Bisain to please come forward and accept the honor. Dr. Daniel Joseph to please come forward and accept the honor. Congratulations. Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Niyati Dave from FRRO to please come forward and accept the honor.
follow करना
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. Now I invite Captain Nitin Mukesh to please join us on the stage to accept the honor.
तो follow कर screen से राव दे
Congratulations, sir. I request Captain Nitin Mukesh, sir, to please be here to present the memento to Shri Sushil Mansingh Kopde. Congratulations. Thank you so much, both of you.
Cut.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you so much, all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the morning sessions. We will now take a break for lunch. Kindly join us for lunch, and we request everyone to be back in the hall by 2:15. Thank you. All right, so now I will be inviting Mr. Steve Trousdale, ITF Online UK, to please join us for the presentation regarding Indian seafarer abandonment cases, learnings and the way forward.
Everybody hear me? Okay. Okay, on the basis that you can. So I'm just going to talk very briefly about abandonment. And I've prepared a couple of slides for you to look at, one of which is on the screen at the moment. So this is the current situation with seafarer abandonment in 2025 at the moment, as it was yesterday. So there's quite a bit of information on here, but we should probably start by the left-hand corner and see that so far this year there are 259 cases of abandonment that we've reported against 312 last year, and so we are very likely going to beat last year's record total, which is not something to be proud of in the industry, and we're far from it. But then if you look at some of the details in the middle, you'll see that 192 of these are sailing under flags that have ratified MLC. 218 of them are under flags of convenience or unknown. And it's incredible to see in this industry how ships can not have flags, but we have 32 vessels this year reported where we don't even know who the flag is. I'm not sure how we get to a situation like that in the industry, but anyway. General cargo is the most reported vessel type. We get very few on things like container ships. Container ships are obviously imports for a very short amount of time. They're in very tight schedules, and therefore the ship owners cannot afford to be held up in port. So therefore, we get very few problems on board container ships. This year, the ITF, we've reported 252 cases, so I'm now talking about the left-hand stat. 252 cases. We are the only one that's reporting abandonment in any great numbers. Any member of the ILO or the IMO and a number of NGOs can report abandonments, but they choose, for whatever reason, not to. So we are the only one that is keeping the focus on abandonment at the moment. Some governments have reported this year. I think the government of Greece have reported a couple, and the government of Bahamas and the government of France have reported one. But the ITF is the only one reporting it. The number of seafarers that have requested assistance so far this year, you can see in the middle, 2,648. And unfortunately, once again, Indian seafarers, 717, are the most abandoned seafarers that we've got. And off these 259 vessels, we've got just over $16 million in owed wages for the seafarers on board these ships. And as you can see underneath that, we've managed to recover just 7.6 million of this. And abandonment cases, in some instances, they take a short amount of time, but in some cases, they can take weeks, months, and sometimes even years before we get a resolution to them. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that these are the number of abandonments so far in this year by the top 10 flags. So Panama is always going to be top because it's the biggest register in the world. And so percentage-wise, it's always going to have the highest number of abandoned ships. But St. Kitts is a small island in the Caribbean, and Comoros and Palau are also small islands. Cameroon is an African nation, yeah. But every one of these countries, with the exception of Iran, are FOCs. And that's because ship owners use FOCs because they know that there's less regulation, they know that there's less vision on the ships by the flag state. I mean, if you look at Palau, Palau last year abandoned something like 32 ships. And of those 32 ships, there were more than 200, more than a quarter of all the Indian seafarers that were abandoned last year were on Palau vessels. So when Indian authorities talk about maintaining blacklist of ships, which is a very good idea, which is also, we welcome any proactive incentive like this or initiative like this. But when you look at Palau, as I said, as instance, that had 200 Indian seafarers on board, that tells you something about the flag state. It tells you that not only are they not interested in Indian seafarers, but they're not interested in any seafarers that sail under their ships. If they were, they would take some sort of proactive action to try and reduce that. And if we just go to the next slide. So this is just a graphical illustration of where abandonments are taking place in 2025. It used to be, historically, it was always around about the Gulf states, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, places like this, Iran, that abandonment happens because there's a lack of MLC ratification in the Gulf states. Only Oman has ratified the Maritime Labour Convention. There's a lack of welfare organisations actively working in there, and there's certainly a lack of trade unions in the area. And so ship owners feel that it's an area that they can just dump ships and dump seafarers without any recourse or any retribution from anybody else. But in fact, abandonment is actually a global disease. You can see in Europe, we've had 43 out of the 86 that have been recorded in Europe, 43 of them are in Turkey. And Turkey has not ratified the MLC. And so it's very difficult when we get countries that don't ratify the MLC, sometimes it's difficult even when they have, to resolve some of these issues. And so, as I said, it's a global issue. I mean, North America, we don't get many, but then North America doesn't tend to get many ships from, in fact, they don't get any really from Cameroon, Palau, St. Kitts, all of the worst FOCs. They don't sail to North America because they know that if they did, they're likely to be detained because of the substandard nature of most of the ships under those registers. So it's as I say, it's only 2 slides. I think the reality with abandonment is it's not going anywhere soon. And we are going to find that in 2026 we're still trying to help seafarers. In fact, I've just had an email in this morning from a seafarer on board a ship. He had a contract for 5 months. He's now going into his 11th month on board because they won't repatriate him. And there's 17 Indians on board this ship. So we are now dealing with that particular case, and we will work to get all of those seafarers, including the Indians, home because the whole crew are over contract. But abandonment, the reality is that abandonment is fueled by greed. It's the greed of ship owners not wanting to pay decent wages or have decent terms and conditions for seafarers on board their ships. It's the greed for flag states who just are interested in taking money from rogue ship owners and not caring, not taking any responsibility for the ships or certainly the crew on board those ships. And with all due respect to a large number of your audience, and I'm not indicating that it's India, although there are problems in India, it's the greed of manning agents and crewing agents, particularly in countries that have ratified MLC, who are still charging seafarers for jobs. It's criminal. And when you see an Indian seafarer, and I've got a copy of a contract from an Indian seafarer who was recruited by an Indian crewing agent on $100 a month and sent to a ship in Iran. And when he got there, he was immediately moved into a camp. He stayed in the camp for 9 months, at which point we got involved and we managed to get him out by paying $500 to get him out of the camp to get his passport back. But tell me, how does any crewing agent, irrespective of whether it's Indian, Indonesian, Malaysia, knowingly put a seafarer on board a ship for $100 a month? That's just inhumane. Okay, that shouldn't be allowed, but unfortunately, it's becoming the norm with many seafarers. Unfortunately, India has a long and proud maritime history, and you have, hundreds of thousands of very, very good seafarers. but there's also a desperation for jobs in India. And therefore, there are, because of road manning agents, whether they're registered like RPSL or whether they just advertise on Facebook, there are people that are willing to take advantage of seafarers, to take advantage of their desperation and offer them any kind of job on any kind of ship, on any kind of wage. And as I said earlier, that's just criminal. And the ITF and its affiliated unions, including people you've got in the room from our affiliated group unions from NUSI and FUSI and MUI, we won't stand for it. So we will actively fight against ship owners, flag states and manning agents from wherever they are in the world who do not stand up to their responsibility and treat people and treat these seafarers as nothing but a throwaway commodity. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon Captain Baljit Singh, IRS, for the presentation about RPSL inspections, common shortcomings and solutions. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon all. On behalf of IRIS, I would like to discuss issues faced in RPS inspections and what suggestions we have to improvise RPS inspections. So all inspections are undertaken by qualified inspectors in accordance with MS RPS Rules 2016 as amended. Reporting is done using the checklist, which is the IRIS RPS Government of India, which incorporates the requirements as per above mentioned MS RPS rules. Initially, for initial applicants, we verify the RPS address as per the MCA as per the society bill, and then eventually it should reflect correctly onto the RPS license. So the checklist point 3.1, it states that is the address given in the license application is same as current or place of business. So at times we find incorrect address, branch address not mentioned, no intimation to DSO for change of address. If you go to the last line, MSRP's Rules 2016 as amended, Rule 17, intimation for change in place of business. The recruitment and placement service shall, from time to time, intimate in writing to the director for any change in place of business within 7 days of such change. So when we go for change of address inspection, we notice that probably 2 months or 3 months have passed. The RPS company may have created ARN, Annual Application Reference Number, in e-governance, whereas in written, email to DSO or some kind of proposal or something is never submitted, but it is required as per the rules. So we confirm the registered office address from the COI, master data and the lease agreement. Next, photos or signboard nameplate of registered additional branch office applicable is to be uploaded. Normally the RPS company, if they open a branch office where the office records or SCAs are signed, it should be informed to DSO so that DSO and RO can decide whether additional simultaneous inspections are carried out at their branches. If that is the case, we come to know then a delay happens where the annual report is submitted and the branch office after 2 months or something, that report is submitted. Next week. So this checklist point 3.7, Rule 5.1D, does the RPS ensure that the SCAs are in accordance with the applicable flag state laws and regulations in any CBA that forms part of their SCAs? So we enforce that death and disability, social security benefits should be mentioned in the banning agreement and in the SCA. There are cases where BIMCO shipman agreements are made. In those cases, annexure stating the terms and conditions of employment and death disability compensation as per what year, what CBA or those values should be annexed to the manning agreement. Next, bank guarantee. Issues faced, BG validity not covering the RPS license validity. Then change of address, renewal, it is requested that timely amendment in the BG and the extension of the BG for the next 5 years for renewal inspection is timely carried out, because banks may take 5 days or 2 weeks, which further may delay in the process of approving the renewal applications by the DSC. This topic pertains to the earlier issues discussed with respect to seafarers not being on those ships for which the Form 1 is generated. So the checklist 3.4, Rule 18 states, is it ensured that a seafarer with whom an employment contract is entered into is placed on board the ship, provided that the seafarer is ready and willingly to do so and reports to the ship as directed. This is, so issues what we face is that confirmation email on safe joining or sign off not readily available in office records. So what do we suggest is email confirmation from master or ship owner or employer as mentioned on the Form 7 or Form 1 to be received for the safe joining safe sign-off email. For small vessels where email facility is not there, a WhatsApp from the master or something. The above should then be counter-checked with the CDC stamp from the seafarer, and then the date sign on ship to be entered in the Form 1. So similarly, there could be other ways and means during inspection to ascertain whether that seafarer is actually on board that ship or not. Further, the safe joining sign-off mail to be saved in the seafarer files, soft copy. At this point, we very often notice that the SEAs are only in soft copies. So SEAs copy whether how many originals or digital verified by e-signature or a soft copy, the flag requirements have to be ascertained, and it is mentioned in the DMLC Part 1 and Part 2. So below extracts are from a DMLC Part 2. It states where the seafarer is hired through a RPS. The ship owner authorizes the RPS to sign the agreement on their behalf. A signed original of the contract is held by the seafarer, and the RPS authorized to sign the SCA on behalf of the seafarer. So, for the list of ships or ship owners or flags, the RPS company to ascertain for which flags, as per the DMLC 1 and 2, original signed SCAs are required. Only rare cases where the seafarer goes out and out, signs on out and out, the email communication and all that are required. But not keeping an original, if written in the DMLC 1 and 2, is non-compliance. Next, we notice that SCA shall in all cases contain, we notice that ship owner's name and address is most of the cases not cited, the address is not cited. In the Form 7, we recommend that the email ID and web contact number and the signing person, the authorized signatory, the signature should be there, and name should be there. Even still, we find as per MLC, the amount of paid annual leave or the formula used for calculating is not mentioned. And reference to CVA, if applicable, should be there on the SCA. Checklist point 39, Form 5.7, Victor. Agreements, MOUs, contracts between RPS and employer or the ship owner cited. What we face is that updated list of ships is not attached as annex to the manning agreement. So we normally verify the updated list of vessels as and when the ships are added or scrapped or sold. The amended list of ships should be annexed to the manning agreement. This is the issue faced with respect to interview call letters. In the application form, if it is better to cite the sourcing of candidate, whether it is through advertisement or walk-in or ex-employee or a reference from employee of the current vessel, some kind of referencing is required in the application form. Then checklist point 42, Form 5, Item 11. Does the RPS ensure that all ships on which seafarers are recruited and placed are covered by the PNI? The issue what we face is the name of the employer. Employer is a person who's other than the registered owner or the MLC ship owner, whose name is not cited in the PNI as co-assured. Most of the companies, we notice that the crew manning or the crew manager or the manning agents which are out of India, their names are included as co-assured. So it is noted that the employer who may have a chain link agreement or crewman with the registered or MLC shipowner, the name of the employer is not found included in the PNI as co-assured. These are below extracts from PNI newsletter. So what it says about co-assured, typically co-assured will have a direct operational manning who acts as a crew manager or financial interest in the vessel or unit covered and will be named under the co-assured list on the PNI COE, Certificate of Entry, along with their full company name and role in the operations. So co-assured are merely named as an assured on the insurance policy entitled to access the cover provided under that. If there is a change in manager or technical manager name on the policy, it is necessary to provide the club with an additional information about the new company and their experience. This is to make an assessment to confirm they can be named on a policy and to ensure we are familiar with the companies involved. So if we go to verify the PNI and the name on the form 7, if we find that name of the employer on the PNI, then we get assured that yes, this is the employer who has been verified by the PNI initially. So example, a co-assured owner engages an independent crew manager to ensure their asset is fully crewed at all times. In the contract between the owner and the crew manager, it is agreed that the owner shall arrange for appropriate insurance for the crew. In these circumstances, the owner can request that the club includes crew cover and extends that to cover the crew manager as a co-assured on the PNI. This way, the crew manager will have full protection if a claim is made against the crew manager by the crew or their dependents. This sample entry, if is there in the chain link agreement between the ship owner and the employer, would be better. The agent shall be responsible to appoint representatives and or sub-agents as agreed by the principal for carrying out the engagement of seamen from India, but always upon such terms consistent to the terms and conditions of this agreement. Such agreed representatives and or sub-agents so appointed as may be listed in annex will be deemed to be agent of the principal with the same rights and obligations as spelled out in this agreement. So whether employer sitting in, let's say, Dubai, the ship owner may be in Abu Dhabi, and the employer is signing a Form 7 manning agreement with the RPSL company over here. So if that RPS is included in that chain link agreement as a sub-agent, so it is additional verification which is done that the registered owner or the MLC owner knows that the employer has included and informed to the principal that these are the companies from where the sourcing will be done. The declaration normally we take from the RPS company should include that salary is not overdue for the seafarers employed. Any pending open grievances in e-governance or with SEO or correspondence from crew branch and RPS grievance register. Then the RPS company to ensure that RPSL profile details along with updated data documents in e-governance prior to the generation application or inspection or submission of the inspection report to the DSA. Issues faced during verification for initial applications. For non-AX vessels, the data pertaining to vessel owners, managers, details are not updated in EQSS or GSIS. All PNI clubs don't have provision for online verification of PNI certificate of entry. Interim MLC certificates which are uploaded may not be verified online as the RO flagged may not have updated in their system. Additional time effort is required to verify the genuineness of MLC PNI documents. In case a director of one RPS company is a director of the other firm, RPS will declare the same in the profile and in Form 3. Original Form 7 manning agreement to be the RPS company. List of ships as annexure may be as a scanned copy emailed by the shipowner employer, stamped and signed by shipowner employer and the RPS company. So for initial and further on, as per rules, original Form 7 manning agreement is required at the RPS company, as per rules. List of ships which are added or sold off or scrapped, those may be obtained, let's say, by email, but original Form 7 manning agreement to be there. Verification of shipowner employer credentials, it takes time to ascertain. We normally send by email with their domain, verify on web. If not, then we call something. But the numbers at times changes, website not on. Okay. All right. Thank you, Master.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Shiv Iyer, maritime lawyer, to please come forward for the presentation. Also, with all due respect to all our esteemed speakers, I would like to inform that we are running short on time, and hence I would request you to keep your presentation concise of up to 10 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Shiv Iyer, sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to DG Shipping for giving me this opportunity to present this. I have been in this industry for quite some time. I have been dealing with a lot of RPSL issues as well as ship owners and the clubs. This is my firm, but immaterial to this, today I am called upon to deal upon a few things which is the core issue for RPSL and the rules and regulations which are changing, which is a welcoming change. And I think personally, from as a lawyer's point of view, as well as being in the industry, I think it's a good change. Regulations are required. When I go out, I have seen the change that a lot of clubs and other people saying that it's very interesting to see how the ambulance chasing, everything has now come down, and India, they prefer India as a platform to have more and more crew coming from India. These regulations obviously need change from time to time, and I think we are going in the right direction. I will now touch upon basically the requirements under the MLC, which has come in, which is adopted by us, and I think it's going to be also adopted in the new act, which is coming under the Merchant Shipping Act. So these casts an obligation upon the shipowner to have necessary requirements, and especially the shipowner, because he is the guy who is having the crew on board. He needs to ensure security for the crew on board, and therefore let me shift the slide, please. Sorry. So there are these rules, which I am sure whoever is here is aware about it. Basically, to start with, it's very important to understand one thing is the employment contract. What I have realized is that over a period where people are employed through the RPSL license holder are under the impression that it is the RPSL license who is the employer and not the shipowner. That's the core issue. I think all the seafarers should bear in mind that the shipowner's agreement, they should ask for it and they should ensure the terms are right. I will not go through each of it because it's going to take time. I'm sure everybody knows about it. But to start with the core issue, I pointed out that because even as an RPSL license holder and as well as the crew, it's important that the agreement is in place and you know the terms so that you know what you're agreeing upon. You can change the slide, please. Thanks. Okay, so these again are guidelines which are there. Not guidelines, basically mandatory requirements which needs to be followed, which are followed, I think, and that's how we allow as to employ our crew members, our fellow ship members on board the ship. Now we will go to the next slide. I'm not going to this fast. Now the core issue is when we have our crew on board, etc., and the problem comes in picture. So we have had issues on a multiple occasions in different ways, like for example, where their ship has been abandoned. And what happens with the crew who is not being paid. So obviously MLC and our judiciary system have also framed through judgments a system by which the payment can be made to the crew immediately, and it is ensured that it reaches the crew first before anyone else. So we have something called as priorities, to which crew is given the utmost priority. And specifically, if we have come across even Indian ship owners unfortunately had to abandon because they were under liquidation. So these crew members couldn't get paid. They got stuck. The process of sale of the ship took substantial time. Because of the safe manning requirement, they had to be kept on board. And because of which they couldn't be paid, and even today they have been struggling before the liquidator to get their money out. So these problems are also some problems which we bring out to the court and say that there is an immediate requirement for the sale of the ship so that the money is kept and the crew can be released and they can obtain another job. So these are important as a maritime lawyer in front of us, because it's an obligation that we should also guide the RPSL guys as well as the ship owners and the managers take prudent steps. If you can't, we have also been ensuring, and thankfully for a lot of precedents which has took place during the time of Justice Sriram and post that Katawala and all, they have passed judgments which are in frame of the MLC. They have accepted it. Even the P&I clubs have been understood that even if they spend money, they can recover the money through the court process. Initially, they can come forward, put the money, ensure that the supplies, everything is taken care of, including the fact that now they get 4 months' wages, other things. We have also come across situations where the crew exploit this. This has to be taken care as well. What I'm saying is I'm just showing two sides of the coin. When somebody is coming forward, the crew also has to understand that the person who is coming forward to help is not someone to be taken for granted. The club, when it is coming forward, they will help, and they are surely there to help is what I have seen, and they do help. And we as lawyers have an obligation to inform the court that as soon as these crew members who are suffering on board are repatriated, it's better for all. That much efforts we are trying to put through the judiciary. It is not only me. I have a lot of colleagues who do the similar practice, and they, through various courts and judgments, we are doing it. So abandonment not necessarily means that only has to go through the court.
it also happens where the ship is met with a casualty and the ship is not being cleared for a long time. This I have come across not now, but post pre-16, where the crew member literally were living in Andaman Nicobar for 2 years plus. So we had to move a writ and we had to move those guys out. So these things we have done. I'm just listing down the High Court judgment, which basically enlists how it is. I've just put it on the slide. If anybody has or wants to know about it, we can share it with you. We can shift quickly because, again, issues relating to SOLAS and STWS, we are all aware about it. There is presently a circular. In my view, the law was always in place. The circular just highlights the position and brings it on place. Probably it has been misunderstood in a lot of ways because it was always there. But having said that, today there is a public notice is what I understand, which clarifies the clear position of how to interpret that circular. If it is interpreted, I don't think it harms anyone. What it tries to do, according to me, is basically only tries to evade any fraudulent certifications, to ensure that when we send someone on board, they are certified in order to ensure that the ship owner who is employing them is also securing his position and is not put on liability. How I say that is because if any crew member who is not certified as an on board, then the ship becomes unseaworthy. There is a possibility of that ship being detained. There are possibly a lot of other options which the charter can terminate the contract. So it's also the responsibility not only of us as an Indian authority and an RPSL office to ensure that our commercial business goes on with the foreign client, to ensure that we place the right crew on board. Okay, now if there is a breach, obviously I think a lot of people have spoken already, there is a criminal liability towards it, etc., etc. So I will not get into that because I think you guys already are aware and I will not interfere. Clubs, in case if the crew member appears to be fraudulently placed on board, there is a possibility or there is that the club will not cover you. So the certificate which is issued under the MLC will not be valid. So we need to be careful because all these counts, obviously specifically also for the RPSL to be careful about it so that they know that they finally are going to be in front of the authorities and they are unfortunately going to bear the brunt of this. So it's important they also do the checks so that only the regulations don't help. We personally also take care of it. Okay, what assistance can we give as lawyers? Firstly, I would say for industry, I have heard the RPSL guys as well. I have been through the authorities and the regulations which have been coming through time to time, and I think there are better regulations and which will be formed going forward because of the new acts coming in, which is a welcoming change because I've been waiting for this for a long time. I waited for Admiralty Act 2017 to come for a long time. I waited for these acts to come. With this coming in place, at least what it does is not a bad thing. It only basically puts us on check. It also ensures that we as an industry can grow forward and appoint quality and competent people on board the ship. This ensures that our capability increases threefold. So for example, when I meet a lot of my clients and other people abroad, what they have been complimenting us, saying that Indian crew over a period are not doing ambulance chasing. That's a good thing for us. On the contrary, there are other jurisdictions which have been kind of told off for ambulance chasing. They're constantly fighting that. Touch wood, the compensation system which is in place in India is better. We have an Employees Compensation Commissioner who is under the Employees Compensation Act. Please bear in mind that the money has to be paid into that first. So we, when somebody comes, we ensure that the compensation is first paid into that. And after that, we enter into a receipt release, which is the over and above that. In case, if you only enter into a receipt and release, there is always a possibility that the family may go back and ask the Employees Compensation Commissioner to put up an extra fund of money because that's the statutory requirement, which is over and above the contractual need. In addition to this, what problems we face in disbursing the money is basically the succession system in India. Succession system, what happens is, basically when a crew member nominates someone in his employment contract to be the next of kin, may not be the actual next of kin who will be entitled to the money as per the laws of India. Therefore, we ask for succession certificate. So for any next of kin to obtain the succession certificate, it takes about 3 to 6 months or more. And poor guys, if they are poor families, they don't even know how it works. I would suggest because you guys are here, if there is a medium through which we can explain this to them and help them through this process of obtaining a succession certificate in a faster way, because they all come from different jurisdictions, it will help. Again, I tell you this why, because there were a couple of occasions. One, I think, I will not name the company though, it doesn't exist, but when we were distributing the compensation for them, I understand the deceased had 2 wives, and from there they had multiple kids. So they all wanted the money. So how do we distribute that money? So it became a problem. So these things, if we can sort it out, it will help. I think we are going in the right directions and the way we want to. There is, at least this platform was never there before. There are a lot of reasons why I have been talking to Mr. Datta about it, and I've been raising this, that this will help. Touchwood, it's good that we are talking about it, and we should be open about when we are now framing the new rules. Try and adopt these changes in for the RPSL guys. Again, RPSL guys are agents. They are here to facilitate the crewing. These agents are also
everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the presentation. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon Captain Gagan Dhillon, CEO, West of England PNI Club, UAE, to please share the presentation regarding role and obligations of PNI clubs on seafarers matters.
Online कौन है? Online
Over to you, sir.
तो मनोदराल साम का बैटरी पाके मनोदराल लेको.
Perfect, thank you. While we wait, I'll switch on a timer, try to run on time. My name is Gagan Dhillon, as mentioned earlier. Hello and good afternoon to all of you. I've been in the P&I market or the industry for over 15 years, and I must say that this is a good forum. I've heard some very interesting and very open conversations. Also, I've heard P&I quite a lot of times, which is interesting. Can we go to the next slide? That's the agenda. We'll skip through. Next slide. West, it's a P&I club. We're a part of the international group. So some of the things, one of the statements on one of the earlier slides was whether P&I clubs have the vessels available on a website where you can go and check if the vessel is entered with the club. You will not have that problem with the international group of P&I clubs, which we're a part of. So West forms a part of the IG, and we are the first P&I club to open an office in the Middle East India subcontinent. So we're in Dubai now, and hence I'm here to talk to you all. Can we go to the next slide? Try to stick to time. Maritime Labour Convention. So MLC, so far as we're concerned, and so far as the convention is concerned, is all about protecting abandoned seafarers and not dealing with abandoned vessels. I think that's where the distinction comes. Next slide, please. So what is MLC? I think it's been discussed to death. but from my perspective, often called the fourth pillar of shipping quality legislation. SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW, MLC. That's where it comes to. Next slide, please. Perfect. So, yes, could you go one slide back? Sorry, I want to stick to that. Who does it apply to? We all know it applies to all seafarers, everybody sailing on board the ship. Who does it not apply to? It does not apply to people who are sailing on ships which are in coastal waters or fishing vessels. There are conventions, and the conventions have been discussed today, so I'm going to skip through that. Implementation is interesting because there's a lot of discussion around implementation of this via the flag state, via the what are the P&I clubs doing about it. But one of the things that adds to it is port state control, and the most important one, which I think we've missed today, is the labor supplying countries. So labor supplying countries are also, where they're signatory to the MLC convention, are responsible for it. Can we move on? Sorry, I'm just looking at my time. So, certification. That's where we come in as a P&I club. And that's where the main concern comes in of who is providing this guarantee. What is this guarantee? This is a financial guarantee. This is not an insured product. This is where we often come in as a P&I club. We have agreed as an international group of P&I clubs with the member states and with our membership, which are the ship owners, to provide this financial guarantee for a non-secured, non-P&I risk. This is not a P&I risk, this is an uninsured loss. We provide this guarantee, not insure it. Hence, we have a right to go back against our owner. Hence, the procedure is slightly different. It's not straightforward. There is an application form that the member fills up when they want us to give this guarantee. What this application form entitles us to do is go against the member if they abandon the vessel. So yes, we guarantee it, but we only guarantee it, we don't insure it. That's a very important distinction and something people should note. I'm going to skip through a lot of things just to put them in a gist. These requirements are only for ships over 500 tons. Ships below 500 tons can also have MLC, provided the flag state agrees to it. In terms of member state agreeing to these risks, there is no restriction whatsoever, and a lot of classification societies even inspect vessels and get them ready for MLC, even for vessels which are not flying the flag of an MLC, a member state. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I'm halfway there, 5 minutes in. This is a record, so I'm going to finish it. Financial security and abandonment. Now, abandonment of a vessel is, so when is a vessel considered abandoned? From our perspective, it's when 2 months' wages have not been paid. So if 2 months' wages of a crew member have not been paid, the crew member should be raising their voice, trying to get this addressed. Not sit on it, let the vessel stay there while everybody presumes that the vessel is abandoned or nobody knows whether it's abandoned or not. When a vessel is abandoned, then the conventions come in, and that's where we come in. It's also important to note that these conditions are not and, they are or. So any one of these conditions met is good enough. Next slide, please. Financial security. I've already touched upon it. What's interesting is that there is still a notion out there that there is unlimited financial security, which is not the case. All the financial security is for 4 months of wages. That's all. That's not a very long period of time. When a vessel is abandoned, it doesn't take very long for those 4 months to pass. What we also ensure is essentials. Essentials are provided. Now, essentials are to the extent of the 4 months period. They are not unlimited again. That's when the concern starts, and I'll come to that in the next slide. But what we do is we ensure repatriation. So we often say to the crew members, would you like to get repatriated? Here is the option, we will repatriate you. But again, there are problems to that, and I'll come up to that. Can we go to the next slide, please? abandonment cases, it's been discussed. I think ITF had some very good stats, better than mine. Mine are from the ILO website. About 150 abandonments so far this year. That doesn't take all into account, but gives you an idea. Next slide, please. That's what happens in reality. That's an example of how things would go if the vessel is abandoned. Most often, or more likely than not, when we are contacted and we contact the ship owner, I speak for the international group of P&I clubs, mind you, so be careful, there's a lot of market out there which I don't speak for. When we are contacted, more often we realize that it is usually a technicality error. Either the banking system, where the crew wasn't paid for a reason, or there was a management change, or a crewing RPSL change, or something has happened, and hence the crew weren't paid. They often get paid within days once we highlight the issue and the problems, and the problem goes away. It becomes slightly different when we go down, and there's no response from our member, which is rare, but does happen. It has happened more in the past. Lately, it is less. And that's when we get involved. When we get involved, our attempt is to resolve the problem as soon as possible, which is get the vessel's crew out. But that's not that easy, is it? Next slide, please. Not that easy. Why? Because maybe I'm being a bit unfair to the crew members. I'm an ex-seafarer, so I've been in same situations. Sometimes, crew doesn't know what will happen. We've had occasions where crew has stood up and said, I might not get employment again because I'm going to be blacklisted. That's not fair. Again, we can deal with those things. If we know the nationality of the crew, we have correspondents all over the world, whether that is India, Philippines, anywhere, and often that can be resolved. The bigger problem is the coastal state, the state where the vessel is abandoned. A lot of these jurisdictions demand that the vessel remain manned, demand that the vessel remain crewed so that they can keep the vessel at anchorage rather than keeping her on a lay-by berth, which takes up space. There are amendments to the MLC. The 22 amendment, which came into force in 2024, highlights this problem, highlights the problem that the P&I clubs have faced, and puts pressure on these member states and on these states to say, you need to let the crew go. The crew is not the owner of this vessel. The crew has no rights in this vessel. Those days are gone when the Greek ship owners used to own their own vessel. Nobody owns the vessel now. Half of the times it's very difficult even to unravel who actually owns the vessel. So an abandoned vessel, the previous speaker spoke about the judicial sale of the vessel. That is so true. That is the best course of action. Sometimes we as a club cannot get involved. We don't insure the vessel itself. That's a hull and machinery property. We ensure the crew get off safely. That is not an insurance, but a product of the design to assist the industry operate, to assist the crew members who we insure so far as illness, injury, death. That is insured by the P&I. That is all insured. There is no problem on that end. But when they abandon, they need to get back home. That is all is what we are saying. And we need help from the crew, from the member states, from the flag states, from the authorities here who've invited us to speak, for which we are very grateful, to assist us, to help us get this crew off. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. In passing, and as an end statement, which I had a very long one, but I'll concise it, is again just a reminder that MLC is all about protecting the abandoned crew, seafarer, not the abandoned vessel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon Captain Dr. Bikram Singh Bhatia, WMU India Alumni Association, to share a presentation on work and rest hours for seafarers, global developments. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Hello, check. All of you, please settle down. There's a small technical glitch and we apologize for the delay. However, we'll start with the presentation now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear distinguished representatives of the DG Shipping, Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, representatives of shipping company, esteemed guests and seafarers, good afternoon. I would like to thank Captain Meena for the kind invitation to this event, which provides a perfect platform to share finding of one of the core challenges seafarers are currently facing, which is implementation of work and rest hours regulations. So in 2024, we came out with a report which was called Quantifying an Inconvenient Truth. This was a global survey which was composed of more than 6,000 seafarers' responses, and out of which 30% of responses came from Indian seafarers. Now, this sample size of more than 6,000 seafarers surpasses the recommended sample size for a very high quality research by 16.4 times. We started asking seafarers about their working hours. Seafarers reported working 11.5 hours daily, 74.9 hours weekly. Now, this weekly work of 74.9 is significantly higher than the 43 hours of work week for non-maritime workers as identified by the ILO in 2018. Notably, 78.3% seafarers reported having no full day off during their entire contract period, which means that indeed seafarers work non-stop on board vessel. The following slides present data on non-compliance with work rest and recording practices. So in response to the question about number of non-compliance per month, 88.3% seafarers reported having non-compliance at least once a month, with 16.5% indicating that they exceed limit more than 10 times per month. Additionally, we ask question, do you sometimes adjust, which means falsify? We ask question whether you falsify record or not on the work rest limit. 64.3% seafarers admitted to falsifying or adjusting the records when limits were exceeded. Now, this finding on falsification confirms previous 30 plus evidences showing that the issue has been in existence for around 2 decades, and nothing has been done to address the issue since it was first reported in 2004. Now, the primary reason for falsification was to avoid any finding or non-conformity during inspections and to avoid any issue with the company. We also asked seafarers about the company responses. How does the company respond when they report non-compliance to them? Most seafarers reported that the company did not address the issue appropriately. Close to 70% seafarers reported that company questions their planning and management of work rest hours. Close to 60% reported company expecting seafarers to falsify record. And what was astonishing was that 50% of seafarers reported that company instructed seafarers to falsify record. We found that only in 22% of cases, seafarers were provided with additional manpower. In addition to carrying out the survey, we also interviewed 55 port state control inspectors from 35 different countries. You see on the screen one of the quotes from PSC inspector where the inspector highlights that seafarers hide non-compliance information and some company controls seafarers' record to produce documents that are well put together, and which makes it very challenging for port state control inspector to find any non-compliance or find falsification of record. Now, one of my friends forwarded this picture to me from the social media, which precisely captures the situation we heard in previous slides. So how does falsification of work record affects fatigue risk management framework? So let's understand how fatigue risk management framework works in shipping. Fatigue management consists of 5 layers, and its success lies in its foundation. So the very first step is to balance workload with manning, which comes through manning regulation. The second step is limiting seafarers' working time, which is achieved through MLC and the STCW work rest hours regulation. That is why it is crucial to keep this foundation intact. And compliance with work rest hours is an indicator that these 2 layers are intact. Now, this compliance is documented on records by seafarer. Any non-compliance must be reported to the shipping company, who must act to restore compliance. In case of recurring non-compliances, flag state must be informed. In such cases, flag state should review or update the minimum safe manning certificate. So here we see the intervention at the company level first, and second by the flag state would restore the foundational layer, which is manning regulation, and keep the entire fatigue management framework intact. So when records are falsified by seafarers or from support from shipping company, it conceals non-compliance information to circulate, preventing any feedback reaching to the flag state for review or update of minimum safe manning document, and this makes fatigue risk management defective. So what did we do with this research? This research was published in many of maritime news, which helped us in raising the awareness about this issue. So not only awareness, our work also triggered action at the IMO and the ILO. We saw that recently at the ILO STC in April 2025, where our research was discussed and where a proposal was made for having a IMO-ILO joint tripartite working group. Similarly, there were a number of submissions made to the IMO, various committees. Recently, IMO and MSC agreed to conduct a review of the regulation, which will be happening in 2026-2027. So while we see there is a lot of work going on in the ILO and the IMO, what do you think about the next slide, which I found on the internet? Now, a lot of us sitting here represents one of them. Can you reflect and ask yourself, are you doing enough to address this issue which has been in existence for 2 decades? With this, I would like to thank you all for your time you've given to this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the presentation. Once again, thank you to all the speakers for their presentations, a detailed presentation which helped us gain insights regarding the same. Now we will be moving towards session 3, panel discussions. And we will start this session within 2 minutes. I request you all to kindly be seated. We have 2 panel discussions here, and we will be calling both the panels together on the stage.
आपण लास्ट टाइम इकडे भेटलो ना त्या साखरपुड्याला त्या लग्नाला होता ना मी नव्हतं नव्हता आमंत्रण होता बजेट नव्हता
Hello. Hey, check. Hello, check.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into one of the most awaited segments of today's symposium, the panel discussion. And now in this special combined session, we bring together insights from foreign governments and industry experts all on one stage to exchange views and deliberate on the welfare and recruitment of seafarers. To guide this discussion, we are privileged to have not one but two esteemed moderators. I would like to introduce them and I want them to please join us on the stage as I take the names. First, let's invite Shri Pravin Nair, Senior DDG, Technology. Our next moderator, Captain Ravi Singh Sikarwar, DDG, Technology. Let's welcome both of them with a huge round of applause, everyone. And now it is my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists joining us today. Captain Shivanandan Madhav Halbe, CEO MASA. Welcome. Next we have Captain Sujit Churi Insa. This is one of the most awaited segment of today's meet and I want you all to show some energy and enthusiasm as I take the names. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar, IMF. Welcome. Next, we have Captain Savio Ramos, GSMUI. Welcome. Next we have Captain Swanand Patankar, ICSA. Welcome, sir. Captain Dr. Rajesh Tandon, CEO, FOSMA. Welcome, sir. Captain Sanjay Prashar, CEO, VRM. Welcome. Next we have Shri Milind Kandalgaonkar, GSNUSI. Once again, welcome to all the panelists and moderators. We will now begin the discussion and I hand over to the moderators here. Thank you.
Hey, camera.
Hello. So good afternoon, all. So I'll start from where Captain Bhatia left. The last caricature that he showed was very interesting. He showed the caricature of the ship owner, the flag state, the seafarer unions, and all stakeholders connected with the seafarers. So I was wondering if, look, in this hall, how many of us are seafarers? Who are still seafarers? Can you raise your hands, please? Who are still seafarers? Who are not working ashore but are working at sea? Why I'm asking this question is, when, like I also belong to that category, when we come ashore, we sometimes tend to lose contact with the ground realities. We are not the best friends of our seafarer brethren. This was more evident during the COVID times. Our Captain Daniel is sitting here. I was in Mangalore. So all the difficulties that we used to face during repatriation of seafarers, the seafarers are traveling by road. They pass through jungles and interstate boundaries, and at each checkpost they are stuck, they are caught. Then it is left to us to use our contacts with our local police department and somehow get them off again on the road to their destination, that is hometown. So what we have seen is when seafarers, they come ashore, they sometimes are not in sync with what they were when they were sailing. Because this, since I brought in COVID, even during, because we have a lot of our seafarers working in the port authorities, but sometimes that touch is gone. Okay, so with this I start today's panel discussion, because we are discussing welfare and we are supposed to get some consulate, foreign consulates from UK, Iran and other states, but somehow due to some busy engagement they could not join us here. So our main focus would be recruitment and welfare. So our first panelist, Captain Halbe, representing MASA. So abandonment leaves a seafarer stranded without food, wages or repatriation despite MLC provisions. MLC, as we all know, is a fourth pillar, but still, as we saw in the previous slides, the number of abandonment cases are still on the rise, especially with regards to the Indian seafarer. So this is a big concern. So for MASA, MASA is an industry association which works to safeguard crew welfare and promote safe and sustainable overseas employment opportunities for Indian seafarers while reducing abandonment by foreign employers, enhancing the international reputation of Indian seafarers and projecting India as a responsible maritime nation. This we all know. So my question to you is, sir, how is MASA working with the DG Shipping and other stakeholders to prevent abandonment cases and ensure timely repatriation of Indian seafarers?
Thank you, Mr. Nair, and good afternoon, everyone. MASA as an association has taken care that our membership consists of people or entities who look after the basic needs of the seafarers. And as such, I can proudly state that never in the history of MASA has there been any of our member who has abandoned any seafarer. It's never happened. So just as MASA has taken duty of care in admitting knowledgeable and serious members, I think so is the need for the seafarers to enforce some duty of care when they are looking for employment. The moment you are on a slippery path, potholed roads, damage to vehicle is bound to be there. So the duty of care is very crucial as far as the seafarer is concerned. Secondly,
what we do as MASA is we conduct meetings with our members, we conduct workshops with our members, employees, and educate them about the requirements on the ground level in their offices as per the RPS rules. And I'm happy to say that in the past couple of months, we have conducted a number of workshops, and I think more than 200 middle management and lower staff members have been educated about the requirements of what is MLC, what is STCW, and especially it helped them when the DG Shipping came up with the order 31 of circular 31 of 25 and the next subsequent orders, etc. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, sir. And as Captain Halbe made a point, sensitizing the office staff. This is one of the most important things, because it is known that the seafarers are not paid on time, and what they are told is when they even they sign off, they go on leave, and the company says, next time when you join, we'll settle your wages. So this cannot be tolerated, and this at DG Shipping we don't do. So, but this, especially when we do the audits of the companies, the shipping companies, this has come across that the crew management, they need to be sensitized. Like most of them feel that the seafarers are overpaid, so that attitude has to first go. Okay, the seafarer, key worker, everything is agreed, but when it comes to wages, you pay it on time, and the non-seafarers sitting at the office also needs to be sensitive to this cause. So thank you, Captain Halbe. Next I turn to Captain Sujit Churi from INSA. INSA, the Indian National Ship Owners Association, which was established in 1935, is an apex body representing Indian ship owners. With a legacy of around 90 years, it has played a vital role in policy, advocacy, fair employment and welfare of Indian seafarers. So my question to Captain Churi is, how is INSA supporting the vision for the Indian seafarers, and how is it addressing volatile issues such as employment, uncertainty and welfare disputes?
Hello. Sudhir, thank you for the question. As you say, the Indian ship owners historically has been seeing a lot of ups and downs, but lately they are trying to match with the international market. The tonnage is also increasing, the number of ships which are coming in the Indian flag, under the Indian flag domain. We are also not just coastal ships, but also plying worldwide. It's not that I'm saying advocating the Indian owners, but I'm giving you how historically we transform from one to other. So as we started going into the international market, you also require to have the competent people on board to run those ships. And in order to get the competent people, you need to pay them the benchmarking with the international scales. But while giving the salary, we always forget that we are Indian and we are working for an Indian ship owner under the Indian flag. So first thing comes is the tax deducted at the source. So, and when we are so used to net and gross sale on the other side of the greener pasture, when we say that 30% is withheld, that is our first deterrence for, but then a gratuity or the PF concept, which is not gone into the menu of today's generation, but when you see in a longer term, that gives a longer futuristic benefit to those seafarers. So today, with the times, we as Indian ship owners, many of us have changed our salaries into dollarization. That means we are officially getting it credited in a way so that you are matching the salary at the same with the international ship owners. So the taxation part is taken care by making the ships flying abroad as much as possible so that you complete your NRI time and eligible to get your shortfall, which you otherwise lose by deducting the tax. At the same time, mental health, which is becoming more important because it's not that only the foreign company you get, but here you get also the internet, which has become important because you are competitive with the other world. So why can't I show the best? And just in American waters, I will see all ships, but I will never have an Indian ship. But when you see that ship, you say, "Hey, apna jahaj bhi aane laga idhar," you know, that way. And previously we used to see, "Oh, khatara jahaj hai, wo apna hi hoga." But now it's not the case. We are doing vetting inspections with minimal remarks in USCG with nil things. Even so much that when the flag state do inspection with us in India, Indian ports, or they are also admiring and saying, "Arey, you people are quite done well with maintaining the ships and getting it operational." Food. We all look forward for the Indian ships to come for the food. So any ship without wages of food, whenever you are on that ship, you think, कुछ भी होएगा, Indian है ना, किधर तो पैसा मिलेगा, because घर पे जाएगा तो I will get my money. I will not be left just anywhere. And at the same time, the government also has taken care when one of the times our ships were stuck in some of the Aden type of ships or China when they were. Internationally, we had so much of support. So that also the care for the people, or the welfare for the people, gives you a little a tap. Hai, koi to hai. So that's what I would like to summarize and say that the way we are going.
Thank you. So what you said had a very good point that now nationalism should come to shipping also. We should be proud in seeing an Indian ship because as the country progresses, shipping progresses, we should have better quality ships, quality seafarers, and that is how it should be. Thank you, sir. Ms. Aishwarya Gupta representing IMF. Women seafarers face challenges like fewer opportunities, safety issues and discrimination on board. Initiatives such as Sagar Mein Samman are aimed at creating dignity, safety and inclusivity for women in maritime careers, but industry support is vital for the real change. So my question is, how can IMF play a stronger role in addressing these challenges and in strengthening Sagar Mein Samman to ensure safer workplaces and equal opportunities for women seafarers?
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Before I come to the reply of your question, I think few things that I would like to put straight. That I am today representing IMF, which is a federation which belongs to MSME companies, owners, managers, operators, and many of the RPSL companies, who are today the main reason why we are here. So the issues that RPSL companies are facing is what I actually want to put across before I give your answer. Here, although there are so many things that have already been, like Mr. Chu just said, that he wants to see nationalisms and things, I'm wondering why we are reducing with the size of vessels, okay, the number of vessels. Why are we not able to boom the industry with having more and more Indian flag vessels and Indian operators? Because I think MSME companies are the owners, are the people who can get them up. Upscaling them is what is importantly required to be done. And I'm hoping that there are regulations and things that come in shortly which will help this kind of, and it helps not just the recruitment companies but also the owners of such small vessels to come in place. Other than that, I think one more issue that I really wanted to put across during this is the 31 of 2025, which has been, in the scale of all the entire industry for quite some time, which I haven't ever seen in my history of maritime, where I have seen such kind of a rage from the seafarer or anybody in that case. So I wouldn't say that there was anything wrong that DG had done given them, but what I would say is that maybe we could have a better process of getting this thing, which is stakeholders consultations, and also a round of seafarers consultations and such things, where you could have put, instead of giving an addendum or even something like that, would have come across in a better language already in the first time, or maybe in a better way. So these are a few points I really wanted to put across before I give an answer to you. So now, since you see me here, you would say that IMF is definitely promoting women. Okay, so I am here to ensure that IMF, I think, is the only federation which has a woman representing here right now. So I would say we are definitely promoting women in all ways. Other than that, again, MSCME companies or the companies, small companies, what we can actually do is, if we have that opportunity of Indian flag vessels being given, then we definitely want to take more and more female seafarers in the coastal lines, which is definitely safer than going into the foreign flag, for women specifically. That is how we are looking at it. And other part of it, employing those seafarers on the coastals directly into the MSME and the oil company. This is what IMF is already doing. Other than that, we are also looking ahead to educate female seafarers and sponsors them also, so that we have more and more numbers to increase, and see them that they grow, not just remain at the lower rank, but also grow to the level where they can be on the management level. That's what.
So
that's my submission.
Yeah. So is IMF sponsoring any women's? So next panelist is representing the Maritime Union of India. The Maritime Union of India was established in 1939. It represents Indian Merchant Navy officers and works to protect their rights, wages and welfare. It plays a crucial role in negotiating the collective bargaining agreements with ship owners, acting as a bridge between seafarers, employers and government in resolving disputes. So we have Captain Savio Ramos, General Secretary from MUI here. Thank you, sir. So my question is, how is MUI supporting Indian officers in grievance resolution, and what new measures are being taken to safeguard their welfare in the current shipping environment?
Hi, good evening. Many of the grievances have already been addressed on this forum, and it's not something that we are very keen on seeing happening on a regular basis. But having said that, with the grievances, the union, in support with the other unions and various governmental organizations, including the DG Shipping, we take the grievances forward first to the agent, to the government organizations, to the unions, and also to the companies, and start addressing them at that level, and push it up or escalate it to higher authorities when these are not being addressed at that level. The grievances, like I said, the grievances are plenty, but we have to address each on a case-by-case level, on a case-by-case basis rather, and we take it on that level for that particular case. Regarding the welfare, we are into a lot of welfare programs along with DGS, as Captain Daniel just said earlier regarding the SMS, the Sagar Mein Samman. We the union are supporting DGS in this venture in the best way we can to see the benefits of the seafarers in this. And we are all out for support of the seafarer. The seafarer is our prime objective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And what you said, my question only, it was, I have been a beneficiary of MUI when I signed off from my last ship in 2012. And I was not getting my last salary. I signed off on 12th of January, and it was March, and they were giving me different reasons each time. Then I contacted MUI, and that is how I got my final wages settled.
Okay, that's nice to know, but I wasn't there at that time, however. I just joined now.
So now,
it's a long way to go.
Now to have
our panelists on the other side, I hand over to my colleague, Captain Ravi Singh Shikarwal. Ravi.
Yeah, good evening, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and ladies and gentlemen in this hall. We welcome you all for our second panel discussion on seafarers, recruitment and welfare, and from the experts from the industry. Yeah, as from morning we have listened regarding seafarers are the backbone of the maritime industry, and today's discussion will focus on recruitment, welfare, emerging challenges, and that shapes their career and well-being. Okay. First I will come to Captain Dr. Rajesh Tandon, CEO MASA. Sir, FOSMA. Sir, FOSMA has been a forefront for more than 3 decades, ensuring global best practices in training and recruitment. In the current environment of rapid change, could you elaborate on FOSMA's initiative for welfare, rights and professional growth of Indian seafarers?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's we see a lot of empty chairs there, but thank all those who are still here and waiting patiently to listen to us. FOSMA, as its name suggests, is Foreign Owners, Representatives and Ship Managers Association. It was formed in 1989, and the very genesis of its coming together was at the time when the government of India was trying to impose restrictions on Indians to work on foreign flag vessels internationally. And that is when the leaders of FOSMA, the founders of FOSMA, got together and formalized this association to represent and prevent this kind of an embargo for Indian seafarers going out into the open market and earning their living. And the fact that we have 300,000 seafarers plus today sailing at any given time is a testament of that particular effort that was taken at that time. In addition to that, FOSMA, along with the industry partners MASA and our trade union partners, Maritime Union of India and NUSI, some of you seafarers will perhaps not know that the Total Crew Concept TCC collective bargaining agreements, as you know today, were born in India in November 1993, and it was a joint effort of NUSI, MUI, FOSMA and MASA to bring it about together. From there on, FOSMA has been an integral player in trying to get the terms and conditions and welfare activities introduced as part of the whole process and improve the seafarers' employment opportunities, the facilities, the training capabilities, and we work in a very dynamic fashion. Whenever there is a need of anything new, we are quick to implement it. I'll take 1 or 2 examples very quickly. When STCW 78 was being implemented and the requirement of chemical tanker training courses were not available in India, we were the ones to bring UK certification to India. We were the ones to bring GMDSS when GMDSS was not available in India to India. And the rest, of course, we go. So we go along and we work with the administration very, very closely. I think Mr. Bissen made a presentation about CADCF. We have been the ones who worked with the directorate and with the people who are building that particular initiative to bring it out, because we are sure that that particular platform will help improve our trainers, which in turn will improve the quality of seafarers and improve their employability. So in short, we are here to work with you. We are here to work with the seafarers, with all our partners and associations, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And recently we have seen FOSMA's initiative in training and our STCW groups, where we have getting inputs for the next hour meetings, better for the meetings. Okay, sir, thank you. My next question will be to Captain Sarvanan Patankar from ICSA. Sir, ICSA plays a key role in representing coastal and river sea operations. Yeah. However, this sector faces challenges in safe operations, SBM manning, and shortage of skilled seafarers. Also, we have recently seen migration of our Indian seafarers to the Gulf. So, in this regard, could you please share your perspective on the future Indian coastal seafarers and steps being taken to improve their manning, training, and opportunity within India?
Yeah, so I will start with the quality. The quality of the coastal seafarers, like those on sailing on NCV vessels, need to be improved significantly. Because first of all, there is a shortage. There is a lot of guys which are going out to Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia. So the cream is going over there due to the recent permissions by the local governments. So what we have done is we have worked with our members, and recently we have introduced a program called Knowledge Management System with TS REMA, where we have digitized fleet operation manuals exactly on the basis of foreign going vessels. And all our officers and crew members, of course they have various categories as such, but they have to go through and pass it with 80% and more before they are, not all the members have yet accepted this, but yes, slowly it is getting success. So that is about the quality. Regarding the NCV category as such, now we see more and more, basically bigger vessels are being introduced to the coast of India. They want to have been registered as ICVs. Like present restriction is about 6,000 people, and we have recently got a request to have vessels more than 10,000 GRT on coast. So we had a meeting with DG Shipping, and we had mentioned this. So there is something for all to think over. Then regarding the quality again, we have introduced a couple of simulation programs where we have covered 4 national waterways and did the entire navigation simulation study with ARI and TS REMA. And all our deck officers, especially NWTOs, they are very raw. Like you may be aware now that GP rating candidates are allowed to do 1 year on NCV vessels and get promoted as NWTOs. So these are handled with care candidates. So we ask them to do a 5 to 8 days course depending upon their ability and train them very well, especially in navigation in these 4 national waterways, concentrating on how to deal with fishing vessels, because we have solid issues with fishing vessels and stuff. So anyway, that's it from my side.
Thank you, sir. And also recently we have introduced NCV scheme for the NCV upgradation of the officers, where we have reduced the sea service of 18 months to 12 months.
Correct.
And we have promoted that, and we are requesting more and more NCV officers to be in our NCV side. And also, sir, we are on a final stage of formalizing the nautical side safe manning for NCV also. Because we had made a draft circular which will be shortly in the circulation.
Only one request is to consider higher GT.
Sir, the circular is based on the trade of the vessel and size, and it is applicable to the all type of vessel. It will be like trade and the type.
Okay, we'll discuss.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, now next I go to Captain Sanjay Parashar, sir. He is CEO from VR Maritime. Sir, Captain Parashar, sir, the RPSL framework is critical for safeguarding seafarer. Yet challenges of fraud, weak compliance and abandonment remains. From your experience, what reforms and practical steps do you propose to strengthen transparency, accountability in the RPSL regime, and how can these fraud practices be curbed? Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. सबसे पहले तो मैं डीजी शिपिंग साहब का धन्यवाद करूंगा कि इस प्रकार का पहला सिंपोजियम देख रहे हैं। ये 5वां डीजी शिपिंग है जिनके साथ में जब से मैंने कंपनी शुरू करी है कि वार्तालाप हुआ, और मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं था कि इस प्रकार के सिंपोजियम होंगे। प्रेजेंटेशंस का स्तर भी बहुत बढ़िया रहा और मुझे लगता है कि अगर भारत ने ई माइग्रेट 2017 में लाया, मुझे लगता है उसका छोटा सा इतिहास मैं आज आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि ट्रांसपेरेंसी की बात आई तो डीजी शिपिंग अगर हमसे ट्रांसपेरेंसी की अपेक्षा रखता है तो उतनी ही ट्रांसपेरेंसी की अपेक्षा हम भी डीजी शिपिंग से रखते हैं। तो ई माइग्रेट ये इसलिए आया कि हमारी जो स्वदेश मंत्री थी, भगवान उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, सुषमा स्वराज जी, उनके पास में जब ये ईरान के केस गए, 500 इंडियन सीफेयर्स लगभग जब ईरान में स्ट्रैंडेड थे, तो उन्होंने एक कमेटी बनाई जिसका हिस्सा मैं भी बना, और भारत के डिप्टी डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ शिपिंग भी उस समय जो थे, POE, PGE, प्रोटेक्टर जनरल ऑफ इमिग्रेंट, हम लोग ईरान गए। और हम जब वहां पर गए तो हम वहां से डेड बॉडीज लेकर आए। हमारे कंधे इतने मजबूत नहीं थे कि हम सीफेयर्स की डेड बॉडीज लाएं, जो कि इन्होंने फेक तरीके से सर्टिफिकेट्स किए थे और कोई कारणवश उनकी जहाज पर मृत्यु हो गई, तो पेरेंट्स ने हमको अप्रोच किया। तो उस समय ये बात आई कि ई माइग्रेट होना चाहिए, और आपको जानकर हैरानगी होगी कि इंडस्ट्री के लोगों ने इसका विरोध किया उस समय। और फिर जब मंत्री जी बदले और सुषमा स्वराज जी ने वहां पर ये मैटर परस्यू किया, नए डीजी शिपिंग आए, तो उनके माध्यम से ये पॉलिटिकल विल से शुरू हुआ। उसके लिए डीजी शिपिंग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उस समय के डीजी शिपिंग ने ये जो प्रोग्राम लेकर आए ई माइग्रेट, जिसके कारण से कई क्रूज लाइन कंपनीज और कई सीफेयर्स ऑन बोर्ड हुए। तो आज हमारे सामने जो आंकड़ा है 3.25 लाख इंडियन सीफेयर्स आर एम्प्लॉयड, एंड दैट आई थिंक इज बिकॉज ऑफ सीफेयर्स एंड RPSL। उसका श्रेय कोई और लेने की किसी को जरूरत नहीं। यहां पर आके आप प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए, लेकिन डीजी शिपिंग ये बात को एक्सेप्ट करे कि अगर आज 600 RPSL कंपनियां हैं तो उनका धन्यवाद है, और बड़ी मछली छोटी मछली को खाएगी ये नहीं होगा। इसलिए भी डीजी शिपिंग ने जो कानून बनाए हैं मैं उसका पुरजोर समर्थन करता हूं। और जो आज प्रेजेंटेशन देखी, स्पेशली SWFS, स्पेशली मीना साहब की जो प्रेजेंटेशन देखी, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है उनसे कि ये 2 प्रेजेंटेशन जरूर पब्लिक डोमेन में डाली जाएं, क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए भी लर्निंग लेसन है। और मुझे लगता है जो अच्छी कंपनियां हिंदुस्तान में आना चाहती हैं, या जिनके दिल पहले बेईमान थे अब ईमानदार हो रहे हैं और वो अच्छा बनना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए बड़ा सहयोग रहेगा। और मैं मीना जी का इसलिए धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। सर, आपने बात करी अबेंडनमेंट की, मैं आपको बता दूं 3 दिन पहले मेरी बातचीत हुई। हमारे 11 सीफेयर्स एक कोई कंपनी ने भेज दिया, RPSL ने अपना पल्ला झाड़ लिया, और वो आज फंसे हुए हैं कोई अपने पर्शियन गल्फ के एक पोर्ट में। उनका जहाज एग्राउंड हो गया, ओनर ने अबेंडन कर दिया। अब 7 महीने से वो जहाज पर सिर्फ इसलिए हैं कि उस मुल्क ने यह तय किया है कि ये सीफेयर यहीं पर ही रहें। यही हादसा हिंदुस्तान में हुआ, सिर्फ महीने पहले की बात है। इंडोनेशियन सीफेयर्स थे, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने वो इंडोनेशियन सीफेयर्स वापस इंडोनेशिया भेजे। 2 इंडियन सीफेयर्स को जहाज की रखवाली के लिए रखा हुआ है। उसके लिए भी मैं डीजी शिपिंग का और यूनियंस का धन्यवाद करता हूं, और उसमें सर का बड़ा योगदान है, नूसी का। हमारे पास बहुत एग्जांपल्स है कि RPSL ने अच्छा काम किया। तो ये कतई भी दिमाग में नहीं आना चाहिए कि डीजी शिपिंग चलेगा तो हवा भी चलेगी, बादल भी चलेगा, RPSL चलेगा तो साया भी साथ नहीं देगा। ऐसा नहीं होगा सर, हम चलेंगे तो हमारा साया भी साथ देगा। अब ट्रांसपेरेंसी में सर आपने 6 सर्टिफिकेट रखे, तो कहने का तात्पर्य यह है सर, ई माइग्रेट इज देयर because of RPSL. It was proposed by people in RPSL. It was the idea of RPSL made successful by DG Shipping. So big round of applause for RPSL for bringing in transparency. अब सर दूसरे विषय पर आ जाते हैं। आपने 6 सर्टिफिकेट कंपलसरी रखे हैं सर, DMLC पार्ट 1, DMLC पार्ट 2, उसके बाद में सर सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी 2.5.2, और एक और उसके बाद में आपने PNI क्लब रख दिया। हमारी पहले दिन से डिमांड है RPSL की, और ये डीजी शिपिंग ने एक ठेकेदार को लेकर आए, IT वाले को हमारा बहुत समय लगाया और बोला एक नई चीज आ रही है, नई वेबसाइट आ रही है। वो मंत्री जी भी चले गए, वो DG भी चले गए, नए DG आ गए, आज तक वो वेबसाइट लॉन्च नहीं हुई। तो सर ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए आप जो कर रहे हैं सर, वो समय सीमा में हो। हमारी ये इसलिए रिक्वेस्ट है कि पूरी दुनिया किसी के लिए नहीं रुकती है, इंडिया IT हब है। और अब अगर ये 6 सर्टिफिकेट अगर कोई गलत तरीके से लोड कर रहा है, हमने 100 बार कहा है, आप चोर को पकड़िए, आप हर बार ईमानदारों को लेकर आप उनको एक पेंट में, एक रंग में मत रंगिए। 3,25,000 सीफेयर्स में से सिर्फ 899 वर अबेंडन्ड, एंड देयर ओनली 30% अमंग द 4,000 व्हिच आर अबेंडन्ड। सो आई थिंक द नंबर्स आर वेरी ह्यूज, एंड इंडियन सीफेयर्स हैव मेड अ बिग नेम फॉर देमसेल्व्स, इज नॉट जस्ट बिकॉज they were good, I think because they also got opportunities to compete against other nationalities. अब आ जाते हैं सर, आपने ये हमने 6 डॉक्यूमेंट अपलोड कर दिए। अब आ जाते हैं सर फॉर्म 1 पर। सर अगर 600 कंपनियों का RPSL देते हैं, महीने के अंदर आप 100 का RPSL कैंसिल करते हैं, आपको अपनी प्रक्रिया को दोबारा से छांटने की और देखने की जरूरत है। लेकिन I am really happy to see a DGS order 9 जो कि आपको आज से 10 साल पहले करना चाहिए था और हमें भी करवाना चाहिए था, पर आपका जो DGS ऑर्डर 9 है जिसमें आपने कहा है कंपनियां प्रेजेंटेशन दें, MLC कॉम्प्लायंस बोर्ड के आगे जाएं, उसके बाद हम लाइसेंस की प्रक्रिया शुरू करेंगे। मुझे लगता है इसके लिए पूरे हिंदुस्तान को तालियां बजानी चाहिए कि सबसे बढ़िया आइडिया जो है वो आपने इंप्लीमेंट कर दिया। लास्ट में कोई है सर, आपने फॉर्म 1 साइन ऑन साइन ऑफ कर दिया। सर अगर हमने अबैंडनमेंट करी है, मुझे लगता है अगर वो कंपनी आपके पास में नहीं आना चाहती है तो सर मुझे लगता है संवाद, जो पुलिस वाला एटीट्यूड है या जो आपका एक अप्रोच है छोटे प्लेयर्स के प्रति, IMF मेरे को लगता है इस बात पे ज्यादा दमखम से बोल सकता है, क्योंकि जो छोटे प्लेयर्स हैं ना सर, उनको हैंड होल्डिंग की ज्यादा जरूरत है, छोटे किसान को ज्यादा जरूरत है, परचून की दुकान वाले को ज्यादा जरूरत है। सर शॉपिंग मॉल वाला, 5 स्टार वाला तो उसके भगवान कहीं है, हमारा तो भगवान ही एक है DG शिपिंग। हमारा ये निवेदन है कि जब भी ऐसी कोई बात हो, कोई चोर मंडली आपको लग रहा हो ये ऐसा है, मुझे लगता है आपको 4-5 हम लोगों को बुलाना चाहिए, हम पूरा उसमें सहयोग करेंगे। हमने पहले भी किया सर, हिंदुस्तान के कम से कम 2000 सीफेयर्स लाने का श्रेय सिर्फ RPSL कंपनीज को जाता है, DG शिपिंग का भी उसमें है। लेकिन प्रवासी भारतीय बीमा योजना जो कि कांग्रेस सरकार ने 2003 में लेकर आई फॉर RS, हम कब से डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि आप इंश्योरेंस दीजिए, हमें एक ऐसी पॉलिसी दीजिए कि हम मोहताज ना रहें कि जो फॉरेन ओनर्स हैं, जो फॉरेन एम्प्लॉयर्स हैं, जो फॉरेन PNI क्लब हैं, जब आप ये RS को दे सकते हैं जो कि हिंदुस्तान के 15 लाख लोगों को भेज रहे हैं नॉन शिपिंग सेक्टर वाले 17 कंट्रीज में, तो आप हमें क्यों नहीं दे रहे? तो मेरा ये मानना है कि चर्चाएं चल रही हैं, तो अबैंडनमेंट को रोकने के लिए प्रवासी भारतीय बीमा योजना 20 लाख की इंश्योरेंस जो सिर्फ 250 रुपए में मिलती है, मुझे लगता है सरकार को इसमें इनिशिएटिव लेना चाहिए। 2003 में ये नर्सों को मिल गया, ट्रक ड्राइवर्स को मिल गया, मजदूरों को मिल गया, सबको मिल गया। वी आर ऑल्सो लेबर एट सी। और सर हिंदुस्तान को भाषण से ज्यादा नौकरी की जरूरत है। हमारे हिंदुस्तान में बेरोजगारी की मार सबसे ज्यादा है, इसलिए RPSL को इज्जत देने की जरूरत है। रोटी देने वाला रोटी खाने वाले से बड़ा होता है और हम रोटी देने वालों में से हैं। थोड़ी इज्जत हमारी भी इसलिए हो कि जो कंपनी ने अच्छा काम किया, 10 की जगह पर मुझे लगता है ऐसे 50 की लिस्ट अगली बार लगाएं मीना साहब, जिसमें तालियां बजाने के लिए हॉल शाम के 6 बजे तक भरा हुआ रहे, ना कि 2 बजे खाली हो जाए खाना खाने के बाद। यहां पर सर आई ऑल्सो वॉन्ट टू टेल यू कि FRRO मैडम आई, बड़ा मुझे अच्छा लगा, बहुत ऊंधा भाषण उनका, बहुत ही प्रैक्टिकल बातें करी। हमारे जो एडिशनल DG साहब हैं वो भी IPS बैकग्राउंड के हैं। मैं सर सिर्फ इस उम्मीद में आया हूं कि जब इमिग्रेशन में मैं जाता हूं, संजय पराशर जाता है, पासपोर्ट रखता है, ची करके आवाज आती है, मुझे इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर पूछता है आप सीफेयर हैं? मैं बोलता हूं हाँ जी। बोले आप इस्तांबुल क्यों जा रहे हैं? मैंने जी बिजनेस ट्रिप के लिए। अच्छा ठीक है, क्योंकि वो मेरा US वीजा देखते हैं, मेरा वीजा देखते हैं, मेरे को जाने देते हैं। और वो मुस्कुराता है, मैं खुश होता हूं। मैं FRRO के कमरे में जाता हूं और उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आप मेरे को फिर भी आज सीफेयर रिकॉग्नाइज करते हो। मैं CTC लेके जाता हूं और मैं हमेशा जो भी एयरपोर्ट में जाऊं हिंदुस्तान के, आई ऑलवेज वॉक इन टू देयर ऑफिस एंड आई लाइक टू से थैंक यू बिकॉज दे आर डूइंग अ वंडरफुल जॉब। हैविंग सेड दैट, मैंने 100 बार डिमांड रखी, 2017 की डिमांड है सर ये RPSL वालों की, और IMF ने ये लिखित में दिया हुआ है, इस बात का मैं साक्षी हूं, गवाह हूं। हमने बोला जब पासपोर्ट उधर रखते हैं तो आपका DG का सिस्टम क्यों कनेक्टेड नहीं है कि वो लड़का एयरपोर्ट क्रॉस किया और जब वो वापस आ रहा है और पासपोर्ट इमिग्रेशन में रखा जा रहा है, आपके सिस्टम से क्यों कनेक्टेड नहीं है कि वो लड़का वापस आ गया? आप हमें फॉर्म 1 में तंग मत करें, क्योंकि हम सच्ची में कई बार ऐसे ओनर्स को और ऐसे सीफेयर्स को नहीं जानते जो चुपके से आते हैं जाते हैं। हमारी भी अपनी समस्याएं हैं। सो फॉरेन PNI क्लब है, कब उसने अबैंडन कर दिया? जहाज पे हम एक आदमी भेज रहे हैं, और सर हम एक आदमी भेजते हैं ना सर, बिल्कुल झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा, सारे RPSL वाले गवाह हैं सर, हमें मंत्रियों संतरियों के, पड़ोसियों के, सीफेयर्स के सबके फोन आते हैं हमारे बच्चों को नौकरी लगाइए। सर हम फोन उठाते हैं, हम नौकरी नहीं दे सकते, हम इज्जत देते हैं। इसी प्रकार हम उम्मीद रखते हैं कि हम आपको ईमेल भेजते हैं, आप हमारी ईमेल का कम से कम रिप्लाई तो कीजिए, इतनी इज्जत हमें जरूर बख्शिए। तो जो अबैंडन्ड सीफेयर्स होंगे, मैं आपको दावे के साथ बोलता हूं सर, हमारे यहां घबराहट नहीं होगी। एक नोटिस आता है सर, हम 4 दिन तक अपनी वाइफ को भी कई बार थक के मुंह नहीं दिखाते हैं, डर जाते हैं हम लोग छोटे प्लेयर्स हैं। तो मेरा ये मानना है, out of 625 RPSL, only 525 are operating. How many have not sent even one seafarer over 1 year? You must cancel their RPSL. सर ये आंकड़े ठीक होंगे तो मुझे लगता है अच्छे RPSL, अच्छे लोगों की आकर काम करने की ताकत बढ़ेगी। और सबसे ज्यादा बधाई इसलिए है कि मैंने आज DG शिपिंग के LinkedIn में देखा, आपने 4 स्लाइड डाली हैं, और ये बात आपको 1 महीना पहले कहनी चाहिए थी। आपने शुक्रवार शाम को सर्कुलर इशू किया 31 नंबर, और उसमें आपने लिख दिया जो भी डराने के लिए लिखा या पता नहीं समझाने के लिए लिखा, पर मैं आपको बताऊं ना, हम डरे ना, हम उस समय समझे, पर आप समझ गए कि ये सर्कुलर ब्लैंकेट बैन नहीं है। आपने ये बात आज क्लैरिफाई की, कल 18 घंटे पहले आपने क्लैरिफाई की, उसका मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं। DG शिपिंग साहब ने आज जो यहां पर आकर बोला ऑनलाइन, मैं सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद इसलिए करता हूं क्योंकि जब मैं एंटर हो रहा था देयर वर सीफेयर स्टैंडिंग। सर हम जो रोजी रोटी कमाने के हॉन्ड्रास लाइसेंस वाले हैं ना सर, हम कोई बॉम्बे स्कॉटिश स्कूल वाले और आईआईटी वाले नहीं है सर, हम देहात के लोग हैं, अपना पेट अपने बच्चों को पालने के लिए, अपनी रोजी रोटी कमाने के लिए जाते हैं। हमें भी इज्जत से देखिए सर, हो सकता है वी आर लेसर चिल्ड्रन ऑफ गॉड, हो सकता है हम वो काम करते हैं डेमोलेशन शिप का या फिर ऑफशोर वेसल जो 20 साल पुराने 30 साल पुराने, सर इन पे कोई इंडियन सीओसी होल्डर नहीं जाता सर। इसलिए मेरा ये मानना है, आप चेक कीजिए कि हमने ठीक तरीके से ट्रेनिंग की नहीं करी, पर सर मान सम्मान के साथ होगा तो मुझे लगता है आरपीएसएल में अबैंडनमेंट की संख्या गिरेगी। और आईटीएफ इज very good authority, but I have a lot of respect for MUI, NUSI and DG Shipping. I think with your grievance redressal system, that's the most wonderful thing DG Shipping has done. And I'm so happy that because of that, this 18,899 figure can be challenged. And I know for sure it is not more than 500. So we respect DG Shipping more than we respect ITF. और सर DG Shipping के सारे efforts के लिए मैं आपको सैल्यूट करता हूँ। और सारी RPSL कंपनियों को आपने लाइसेंस दिया है सर, हमको इसलिए दिया कि हम अच्छा काम करें। और सर हम भी हिंदुस्तानी हैं सर, हम भी हिंदुस्तान में अच्छा काम करना जानते हैं, इसलिए आरपीएसएल लेकर बैठे हुए हैं। और भगवान करे आने वाला समय जब ये 5 लाख 10 लाख सीफेरर्स हो सकता है हम बूढ़े हो गए हों, पर वहां पर बैठकर हम जो यहाँ पर बोल रहे हैं उनके लिए तालियां बजाएं। भगवान करे वो दिन भी हमें देखने को मिले। जय हिंद सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। एंड आपका पैशन, डेडिकेशन और जो कनेक्ट है विद द सीफेयरर्स एंड योर वर्क, इट इज रियली अप्रिशिएट एंड आई शुड से राउंड लाउड applause and
can I just take once?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Captain Parashar. I just want to say that he has mentioned 2 or 3 times about the IMF and I am now today representing IMF. तो मैं आप लोगों को सिर्फ एक बात और इसमें ऐड करना चाहूँगी कि ईरान में जाके जो सीफेयरर्स के लिए हम लोग IMF ने काम किया था ड्यूरिंग द कैप्टन पराशर बीइंग ऑन बोर्ड इन IMF, उसका एप्रिसिएशन आज तक किसी डीजी के ऑफिस से हम लोग को आया नहीं, और ना हमें ऐसा लगा कि हम लोग एज अ मासेस आर बीन रिप्रेजेंटेड इन द डायरेक्टरेट ऑफिस एट ऑल. So it's really important. I know, we had classes here, sitting here. So, classes और masses का थोड़ा सा जो difference है ना, अगर उसकी तरफ seriously देखा जाए और हम लोगों को अपनी बात बोलने का मौका मिला जाए जैसे आज मिला है, अगर ये हम बार बार बोल सके तो शायद हो सकता है डीजी शिपिंग हमसे कुछ वो समझ सके जो शायद क्लासेस की, क्योंकि आई डोंट माइंड, दे हैव देयर वे ऑफ डूइंग इट, वी हैव आवर वे ऑफ डूइंग इट, बट वी मे नॉट बी रॉन्ग इन सर्टेन थिंग्स, सो वी नीड टू बी लिसन्ड एंड टू बी हर्ड. So that is what I would like to say about the RPSL companies and masses companies, the smaller companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will go to Shri Milind GS. Sorry?
मेरा सरनेम थोड़ा
Kandalkar, GS Nusi. Sir, Nusi has long represented ratings and seafarer providing critical welfare and legal support. So could you share about the efforts Nusi is putting for assisting seafarers and their families in the cases of delayed wages, death compensation or injuries, and which the welfare reforms you believe required urgently?
गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड इवनिंग. आज का सिम्पोसियम ऑन सीफेयर रिक्रूटमेंट एंड वेलफेयर जो प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया है डीजी शिपिंग ने और एसडब्ल्यूएस के माध्यम में, उसका उनके लिए मैं डीजी शिपिंग, डीजी सर और उनकी पूरी टीम को मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ. मैं हमेशा देखता हूँ, मैं बहुत सेमिनार देखा हूँ, लेकिन आज का माहौल अलग है. नॉन फेसेस रहते हैं, हमेशा नॉन फेसेस रहते हैं. आज सीफेयर की तादाद ज़्यादा है, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. वो सीफेयर का प्रोग्राम है, सीफेयर तक ये पहुंचना चाहिए. बात रहेगी नूसी के वेलफेयर की. अगर मैं नूसी के वेलफेयर और ट्रेनिंग के बारे में बात करना शुरू करूं तो आप लोग डिनर तक यहाँ बैठेंगे, ऐसा मुझे विश्वास है. इतनी बहुत सारी स्कीम है हमारी सर, और वो ग्रीवेंस हैंडल करना, मेरे सीफेयर्स भाई और बहनें पूरे पैन इंडिया है सर. पूरे श्रीनगर तक, कश्मीर तक हमारे सीफेयर पहुंचे। और 24 ब्रांचेस हैं, वो ब्रांचेस के सहायता से हम लोग पूरे ग्रीवेंसेस हैंडल करते हैं। हेड ऑफिस भी यहाँ है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं और बहुत सारी करने का इरादा है। कल मैं सर आधा घंटा ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर से बात किया मैं, उन्होंने उनको सब बताया। तो पहले तो अपना की वर्कर्स का स्टेटस मंजूर हुआ है, अभी मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट में लागू होने वाला है वो। तो मैं उनको धन्यवाद भी किया। दोनों मर्चेंट शिपिंग बिल और कोस्टल बिल पास हो गए, उससे सीफेयर का बहुत फायदा होने वाला है। दूसरी चीज है, 2 अबैंडनमेंट सीफेयर है, क्रिमिनलाइजेशन ऑफ सीफेयर्स भी बहुत तादाद है। अबैंडनमेंट में ITA, DG शिपिंग, नूसी, MUI के सहायता से हम लोग बहुत सारे सीफेयर को वापस लेके आ रहे हैं। मैं कल ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर को वादा किया है सर, क्या हम लोग बहुत कोशिश करके फिलिपिनो के भी आगे हम लोगों का नंबर जाने का है, तो वही कोशिश हम लोग सब करेंगे। इस बात में मैं रुकता हूँ सर, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू
सर। मुझे एक काउंटर क्वेश्चन आपको पूछना था। एज पर आवर MLC मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट एज वेल एज MLC, उसमें जो कॉस्ट ऑफ रिपैट्रिएशन दिया है, shall cover travel by appropriate and expeditious means, normally by air, and include provisions for food and accommodation of the seafarers from the time of leaving the ship until arrival at seafarers home. ये जो seafarers home का जो मेंशन है, so Indian seafarers के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जो रिपैट्रिएशन होता है, is it given up to the seafarers? This even the union can take this question.
एग्रीमेंट में सर नहीं है, ऐसा एग्रीमेंट में नहीं है, लेकिन हम पूरी कोशिश करते हैं क्या होम तक तो करना चाहिए।
बिकॉज मैं ये क्वेश्चन इसके लिए रेस कर रहा हूँ, जो कोविड के जस्ट पहले जो जनता कर्फ्यू चल रहा था, मतलब ऐलान नहीं हुआ था, इट वाज एक्सपेक्टेड लाइक इट विल कम इन द नेक्स्ट 2 days 3 days. I was doing an inspection on a ship, and I was supposed to go on the next day also. And there was some crew change going on. It was March 19 or 18, 2020. So मैं उनको बता रहा था कि जल्दी से चले जाओ, because I know, because नहीं तो seriousness नहीं पता होगा तो किधर लटक जाएंगे. So next day also I went on the ship. Next day I did not ask because I thought that repatriation must have been done. उसके बाद कर्फ्यू हो गया. April somewhere around 25th, I got a call from the local agent informing me about some other case where the crew is stuck. So I happened to ask them कि तो वो बोले कि नहीं सर वो दूसरे लोग भी हैं. मैं बोला दूसरे कौन से लोग हैं? तो बोला नहीं सर वो लास्ट मंथ जो वो नहीं उसमें का आउट ऑफ 9 ओनली 4 or 5 could go, 4 or 5 अभी भी स्टक है. सो आई वाज शॉक्ड एक्चुअली. सो उसके बाद मैंने जाना कि मेनी ऑफ दिस कंपनीज इन इंडिया ऑफिसर्स को तो रिपैट्रिएशन दे देती है होम टाउन तक, क्रू को इधर दे गिव अप टू मुंबई और दे होम पोर्ट भी नहीं देता जहां साइन ऑफ हुआ, देन दे हैव टू फेच फॉर देयर ओन टिकट्स. So if this is the case, I think our unions and our ship owner associations have to take it up so that the crew gets repatriated to the hometown. Actually, they should be provided with a ticket.
Yes, sir.
Sign off करने के बाद, why we want our seafarers to fetch for their tickets? So that is not going to happen. Especially, I had a first-hand experience in 2020.
सर ये एग्रीमेंट में हम लोग बहुत कोशिश करी है इसके लिए. अभी 26-27 का एग्रीमेंट होने वाला है, उसमें हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
Thank you. So I think no more questions. We have finished with the panel discussions. Over to you, Captain Veena.
Thank you very much for such a beautiful panel
discussion, overall view of Indian industry. And we will just open the floor for short duration of the question answers, since everybody knows we are running out of the time. And we will be following up more symposiums, followed by a mega event in January 2026 for 3 days in Mumbai. But now, if any questions we have to panelists, please raise hand. So at least for short durations, we can take a few questions. And then if you have further questions, you can please write down to our email IDs or maybe a phone numbers, or the better is always the email IDs. But please, you just raise your questions, and we all panelists will remain here. And whichever questions relevant to anyone, we will have to just answer it. So please just send the mic on the back side. Yeah, okay, from the other side.
My name is R.P. Vittal, representing Seafarers of India, VMS. I don't want to misuse this opportunity. I will straight come to the point. One from the ITF Steve, I just forward his name, this point, and the DGS order 31 of 2025. My question is that the DGS order 31 of 2025, that is initiated to the foreign flag FOC holders, and now these seafarers suffering because of the order, and after that DGS passed one order on 5th of August, and again one notice also come here. So my question straight away that the ITF is saying that in Iran there is no proper contract of agreement following, and the recruitment agencies sending seafarers to Iran to the contract of agreement, and they're just throw it off the agreement, and they're making separate agreement in Iran and giving the salary for $100 and something like that. There are so many seafarers abandoned and stuck over there. The second question is that according to circular number 31 of 2025, under what basis DGS taken this initiative, and do the DGS have the proper verification done by the concerned flag states or the IMO? And now saying that we are verifying their SWC courses and COC and all. So I need the question from the DG Shipping, from Ravi Shikawar, Mr. Ravi Shikawar for this, my question.
Okay, the Ravi or Parveen, anyone can answer.
सर एक वो ईरान वाला मैं आंसर कर देता हूँ क्योंकि उसकी जानकारी है मेरे पास. विठल जी धन्यवाद, आपका बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं एसयूए में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर यू फॉर द वर्क व्हाट यू डू. And regarding Iran, I want to tell you that even I heard him. He did not mention the name of the ship, size of the ship. Now, please understand that VLGC cannot have a $100 guy, and a small tugboat cannot have a $1,000 guy trainee, you know. So I think since he did not disclose the details, with all due respect to ITF, people are calling. I think the problem is owners decide what to pay. SCEA is separate, CBA is separate. मैंने हमेशा MUI न्यूसी को बोला, और पिछले से पिछले डीजी शिपिंग थे उनको भी बोला, आप CBA हम पर नहीं थोप सकते, और ये MLC में कहा गया है. SCA में अगर $100 लिखा है, उसको कोई किसी को डिमीन करने की जरूरत नहीं है. हमने डीजी शिपिंग को डिक्लेयर करके SCA का कॉपी करके दैट्स हाउ वी आर. That's how we are sending people. So,
yes, sir. Yes, circular. With respect to circular 31, sir, this circular is not imposing any ban on the sailing of any seafarer, and we have mentioned very clearly that India is having bilateral mutual agreement between the nations which we have I by 10, and we are accepting those certification. And further, the certification of the other part, which we are telling that it will be done through a verification process, and after the completion of verification, we will allow them till the validity of that COC. So there is no ban, and we have taken that timeline. And there is in DG shipping the process is already started, and it will be cleared, accepted. The certificate's validity after checking genuineness, it will be accepted, and seafarers will be allowed to sail.
Thank you very much. Now,
just a minute. As RPSL employer, we are already employing seafarers. I'm on record to say
दैट वीआर मैरीटाइम सर्विसेज होंडरास को भेज रहा था, भेजेगा और कल भी भेजेगा, और हमें रोकने की ताकत उनमें है जो नहीं जाना चाहते। डीजी शिपिंग ने हमें समर्थन दिया, डीजी शिपिंग ने बोला इनका वेरिफिकेशन करो, आईएमओ वेबसाइट से हमने किया, हमने करेक्टिव मेजर लिए कि जो डेक ऑफिसर्स को हम भेज रहे हैं बीआरएम करवा रहे हैं, इंजीनियर्स को ईआरएम करवा रहे हैं, उन्होंने कोर्स ढंग से किया नहीं किया, हम वेरिफिकेशन अपने लेवल पे कर रहे हैं। So I think I am first answerable to myself, my company, my owners, then I am answerable for compliances, but I certainly support any fraudulent activities। आपको मैं बता दूं 50,000 रुपए जुर्माना सीफेरर पर है नए मर्चेंट शिपिंग बिल में, और 15 लाख रुपए जुर्माना है आरपीएसएल के ऊपर। अभी डीजी शिपिंग ये नहीं बोल सकता कि हम नॉन आरपीएसएल एजेंट को जेल में नहीं डालेंगे, उनको पूरी पावर मिल गई है, प्रेसिडेंट ने साइन कर दिया है। तो मैं आशा करता हूं कि आरपीएसएल एजेंट्स की जय जयकार होगी, नॉन आरपीएसएल एजेंट्स जेल में होंगे। धन्यवाद।
Okay, the next question, the mic.
Namaskar.
Please go ahead.
This is Mandeep Kaushik, Chief Engineer. Sir, I was the part of एक आपको पता होगा अभी पिछले साल JSW रायगढ़ वो ग्राउंड हो गया था, and that was having Indian MOTs over there, and I was the part of TNT salvage operation, and I was the only engineer in this whole operation. And today everyone is saying, so-called FOCs, that we are fraudulent. So I am a Honda COC holder, and being a part of TNT salvage, I had done that one, जो कि इंडियन MOTs या इंडियन इंजीनियर्स ने नहीं किया था सर। वो जहां फंसा के गए वहां से निकालने में हम थे। और सच्चाई ये है साहब, सच्चाई ये है कि जिन जहाजों को छोड़ देते हैं ओनर भी, उन जहाजों को जन्नत बना के चले हैं साहब, और उतने में हमारे को बैन कर दिया जाता है रातों रात। और बच्चा पूछता है कि डैड यू हैव द फ्रॉड लाइसेंस होल्डर, यू आर ए फ्रॉड लाइसेंस होल्डर, तो आंसर नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। और साहब अभी आपने सिकारवार साहब बोला कि जब तक वैलिडेट है, तो साहब उसका मतलब जब तक वैलिडेट है उसके बाद क्या बंद कर दिया जाएगा? क्या हमको फिर दोबारा मौका नहीं मिलेगा रिन्यूअल और अपग्रेड होने का? और क्या डीजी शिपिंग को अथॉरिटीज हैं अंडर द एक्ट 1958 कि वो हमें बैन कर सके? क्योंकि साहब ये 2025 का बिल तो अब आया 5-7 दिन पहले, उससे पहले क्या था साहब? जो आरपीएसएल ऑफिसेज, टुडे यू वर सेइंग ओनली 30 और 32 आरपीएसएल ऑफिसेज आर प्रोवाइडिंग जॉब टू अस। मैं बताता हूं साहब कम से कम 250-300 है, 250-300 आरपीएसएल हमारे साथ हमारे को जॉब दे रहे हैं, हमारे भी घर चल रहे हैं। और जो आंकड़ा आपने बताया 3,000, मैं कहता हूं 40 से 50,000 लोग हैं, उनके साथ जुड़ा हुआ 5-5 आदमी लगा, 2.5-3 लाख लोगों की रोजी रोटी हो गई वो। तो क्या डीजी शिपिंग इनिशिएट करेगा हमारे लिए, कुछ ऐसा प्रावधान निकाले कि हमारा बैन भी हटे, हम काम भी कर सकें, हम अपने अपग्रेड कर सकें डॉक्यूमेंट्स को, सीओसीज को रिन्यूअल कर सकें? क्योंकि एक रात में ऐसा हुआ कि सब कुछ वैनिश फ्रॉम आवर कैरियर्स। 15 साल 20 साल से जो काम कर रहे हैं लोग एज ए मास्टर, एज ए चीफ इंजीनियर सेल कर रहे हैं, वो एकदम फ्रॉडलेंट घोषित हो गए साहब। तो क्या इसका कोई जवाब दे सकता है डीजी शिपिंग से? प्लीज, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much for the
first question. You are part of the TNT. We appreciate your competence and you did a great job. So appreciated that. With regard to second thing, probably panelists as well as
Minaji, I'll take that question. First of all, he is talking about a ban, which right from the morning we have said there is no ban. Okay, due verification will be done, and after verification, whatever is the validity of your COC given by whatever issuing authority, I am not naming any authority, that will stand. उसके बाद आपको रिवैलिडेट जो करना है, you have to take it up with that authority. How we can say that आपको रिवैलिडेट नहीं करना?
Sir, then why is this scratch out? How we become the third engineer after being sailing for 5 years or 8 years as chief engineer? Why they are scratching out at how I become the oiler and third engineer and second engineer? If you need, you really put on this question to my owner or to the authority who had authorized us with that certificate that this is showing online or not. Only this process should be happened. Otherwise, you can put on us on any line. Okay, already you had put us a line that okay, you are the fraud line. Another thing can happen. I want to ask this question to Mr. Parashar. If you are doing everything for FOC's holder, then why today we are facing this problem, sir? Being a part of IMF.
धन्यवाद सर, मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं, आपके जज्बे को प्रणाम करता हूं और मुझे लगता है कि आप कोई कम से कम 3-4 हज़ार लोगों की आवाज है इस समय। मैं इसका जवाब जो है, मेरी डीजी शिपिंग से क्या बात हुई, मंत्री जी से क्या बात हुई, आजाद साहब से क्या बात हुई, मैं उसका एक संक्षेप में आपको बताता हूं। सारे सीफेयर्स के जेन्युइन सर्टिफिकेट है, ऐसा डीजी शिपिंग ने पाया कि नहीं है, क्योंकि वे डीजी शिपिंग के अपने भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होते हैं। लोग हैं जो सीधा एबी से कैप्टन का लाइसेंस लेकर जहाज पर चढ़े, ये भी डीजी शिपिंग की नजर में आया। कई एनसीवी वालों के पास में सीधा मास्टर लाइसेंस आया और ये बात डीजी शिपिंग के अपने जो उनका पोर्टल है तौर पर जो करना था वो किया। वो सही है गलत है, अभी वो चर्चा इसलिए समाप्त हो जाती है कि डीजी शिपिंग ने कहा बैन नहीं है, बात खत्म हो गई। अब आपने दूसरा सवाल किया कि आपका ओनर आपका आरपीएसएल आपको लेना चाहता है या नहीं लेना चाहता है। मेरा ओनर मेरे आरपीएसएल में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेना चाहते हैं। अगर ओनर लेना चाहता है मैं भेज रहा हूं। आप क्या अगर ओनर नहीं लेना चाहता, आपका आरपीएसएल नहीं लेना चाहता, तो आपको उनके साथ में बातचीत करनी चाहिए या वो हमारे साथ बातचीत कर लें या डीजी शिपिंग से बातचीत कर लें। हमने सब कंपनियों की ठेकेदारी हमने पकड़ी है, ऐसा नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आपके साथ में 1-to-1 डिस्कशन लंबा नहीं कर पाऊंगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि वाणी को आपकी जो है उसमें भी थोड़ा सा विराम लगे, थोड़ा सा मेरा लगे, क्योंकि बहुत सारे सवाल और होंगे तो लोग अपने सवाल पूछने आएंगे। पर मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट है डीजी शिपिंग सर, विद हम्बल सबमिशन, I think this seafarer should be called, he should be listened in your office, and I think what you will directly get from him will be much better than what you will get it from industry. So I humbly request you to extend an invite and please listen to his grievance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Already we have given him the chance. Already इस seafarer और भी 30-40 लोगों को हम लोग सुन चुके हैं और उनको बता चुके हैं कि आगे हम लोग करने क्या वाले हैं, जो हम यहाँ पे नहीं बोल सकते हैं, that will be come later. और उन्होंने जो क्वेश्चन पूछा है, बैन तो है ही नहीं, बैन किधर है? बैन तो क्लियर कट सर्कुलर में लिखा है और कल भी जो गाइडलाइंस है उसमें तो बैन है ही नहीं। जब बैन है ही नहीं तो आप जाइए आराम से सेल कीजिए और आपका सर्टिफिकेट जेन्युइन है सेल कीजिए। आरपीएसएल से भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप उनको भेजें, जो भी इनके ऑनर हैं, जो इनका आरपीएसएल है। तो इन लोगों से और भी 30-40 लोगों से हम लोग से बात हुई, आजाद सर से भी बात हुई 1-to-1, और उन्होंने बताया कि हम लोग आगे क्या करने वाले हैं। जो इनकी डिमांड है मोर और लेस फुलफिल्ड है, जो हम लोग कुछ दिनों के बाद हम लोग देंगे।
Any other questions now? We can move on. Yeah, please.
Hello.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sunil Gadekar, representing MNS Navik Sena. My question is regarding an immigration process. Whereas a seafarer, young seafarer who come out and get arrested while some negligence due to a shipping company or the RPSL agents, and what happened, that seafarer has to go to the jail, not less than 1 month or 2 months. A seafarer, innocent seafarer who is a young seafarer and who is responsible for that case. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Now I think Captain Halbe can answer this question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. Let me first make a disclaimer. जब मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ, what I have learned I am saying, and I am not going to be able to solve the problem.
And neither do I belong to any police force or IB or anything. Sir, just to explain briefly, day before yesterday there was a meeting at T2 terminal where few of us with DG shipping officials were present. And what was supposed to be a small meeting actually turned out to be a briefing session of more than 20 the immigration officers, and 3 of us were there. And what came to light is that it's not just seafarers who are going out and getting abandoned. There are others which we don't know. They go to UK, seek asylum, etc., all that happens. So when they are being checked, the checking is very minute, and if they find, for example, the passport number is not matching with the INDOS number, when they do, and they know all this, how to do an INDOS search, how to do CDC search, they know all that. When they find even a minute difference, and when any questions are asked and the seafarer cannot answer, they take it to the next stage. other thing we understood also, that Bureau of Immigration comes under the Intelligence Bureau, which is coming under the Ministry of Home Affairs. Unka kya problem hai? You know, normally for us, if I break a traffic signal, the local police catches me, fines me, and the matter ends there. I have, you know, it goes on the website, etc. But when the Intelligence Bureau catches with a wrong, you know, or incorrect document, they go 2 steps ahead and say what impact it has on national security, etc. So they take it extremely seriously. And this is something part of the training which the Bureau of Immigration actually asked DG Shipping to, you know, there's supposed to be a training session of Bureau of Immigration by DG Shipping in the next probably month or 2 months as soon as. So we need to sensitize our seafarers, and what you rightly pointed out, especially the freshers. कि सब डॉक्यूमेंट सही चेक करो, check each and every number is correct, name is correct, ship name is correct. If the ship name is JEROM in one place, it cannot be GAROM in another place. There is a fraud now. So we have to be very careful, and I know DG Shipping is looking at creating a module to educate the freshers, because the problem is typically in freshers. Seniors का नहीं हो रहा ये problem. Does that, well, it won't answer, but it will tell you what has happened.
Thank you very much. So we are working. Sir, just 1 minute. आपका सवाल था कि जेल में, और मेरे को लगता है विठल साहब ने पूछा होगा. Let me just tell you, I went to jail in Iran to get the seafarers out. I went in China, I went in Greece. मुझे लगता है भारत सरकार से मेरा ये निवेदन रहेगा कि सिर्फ ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो इसको ठीक से हैंडल नहीं करते हैं, उनके पास फंड है ना, वो वकील देते हैं ना, वो उधर जाकर मिलते हैं, वो सिर्फ गुडविल का एक मैसेज भेजते हैं. तो सर जेल में जाना, सीफेयर को मिलना, जब उसके लिए आप वकील करते हो, यू विल बी सरप्राइज्ड 70% ऑफ इंडियन सीफेयर्स हैव कम आउट ऑफ जेल. बाइज्जत बरी हुए, सिर्फ 30% जो है उनको, उनके ऊपर ये लगा लांछन. तो 70% बाइज्जत बरी कब हुए? 1-2 साल जेल में रह गए. तो तकलीफ हमको इसलिए होती है कि हमारे यहां से जाने वाला कोई नहीं. और मुझे लगता है SWFS में अब इसका प्रावधान है, क्योंकि जो नया मर्चेंट शिपिंग बिल है उसमें ये कहा गया है कि ये काम डीजी शिपिंग के भी अधिकार क्षेत्र में आता है. सो आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू अबाउट मर्चेंट शिपिंग बिल. मुझे लगता है आपके सवाल का जवाब शायद मैंने संपूर्णता से दिया. धन्यवाद.
Good evening everyone. Thank you. We'll go for the next one now. We'll go for the next one.
Good evening everyone. This is Vivek Rastogi, chairman from IMF. मैं सर ऑल RPSL की तरफ से ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ. अभी उसमें बोला कि जो भी RPSL है वो होंडुरास और जो भी अपोजिस के डॉक्यूमेंट है वो थ्रू बाय RPSL आएगा, और उसके लिए आपने 30 डेज का टाइम फ्रेम दिया है. लेकिन वो वेरिफिकेशन का टाइम फ्रेम क्या है? कितने दिन में वो आप वेरिफिकेशन करेंगे? हम कितने दिन तक होल्ड करते रहे उसको? आफ्टर सेंडिंग द डॉक्यूमेंट्स हाउ मेनी डेज वी विल वेट? एक सवाल. दूसरा कि सर जो अभी ईरान की बात चल रही है, डीजी शिपिंग और जितना भी डीजी कॉम है, बाकी जितने भी ऑफिसर्स वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, सारे लोग एसी में बैठ करके आराम से एक मेल करने का टाइम होता है, फटाक से मेल आ जाता है. मुझे अब ये बताइए कि आप में से कौन ईरान गया है? कोई भी एक टीम ईरान गई है? कोई भी एक भी बंदा, या कोई भी एक भी बंदा आज तक यूएई में गया जिसने ये देखा हो कि कोई जॉब कैसे लेके आ रहा है, और जो बंदे जेल में हैं उनको छुड़ाने के लिए RPSL वाला क्या कर रहा है? सर आपके पास में डीजी का इतना बड़ा महकमा है, आपके पास में पूरा सरकारी ऑफिसर्स हैं, ME हैं, सब कुछ है. अगर आपकी पहुंच वहां तक नहीं है तो हमारी एक RPSL की पहुंच, नॉर्मल से आदमी जो 50 का लाइसेंस लेके बैठा है, और बहुत सारे लोग 50 भी नहीं भेज रहे हैं, उनमें से 10 या 15 गए हुए और उसमें से 2 आदमी कोई फंस गया. उस आदमी की पहुंच आपको लगता है वो ईरान तक जाकर के छुड़ा के लेके आ जाएगा बंदा? आज भी अभी 3 फैमिलीज मेरे सब टच में है जो मुझे ये बात कर रहा है कि ये बंदे जेल में हैं, 2 साल हो गया, अब कैसे बाहर आएंगे? मैंने शायद मीरा साहब से डिस्कशन भी किया है. सर ये इसको सॉल्व करना बहुत ज़्यादा जरूरी है, ना कि ये कि बाकी चीज़ें क्या चल रही हैं. जॉब तो बंद हो गए लोगों की.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चंस परवीन नायर के.
जो 31 ऑफ 25 का जो एडेंडम है उसके हिसाब से आप लोगों को all the aggrieved seafarers they have to submit through the RPSL within 1 month. उसके बाद we will take it up with the issuing authority, and as fast as we can we get an approval on that from the issuing authority, we will communicate through the email. That is what is written in the addendum also.
Sir, the confusion is this only. 30 डेज में आपको सबमिट करना है, उसका वेरिफिकेशन आने के बाद उसको जहाज पे भेजना है, या हम उसको जहाज पे पहले भेज सकते हैं?
नहीं, वो कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस है.
That means 30 डेज तक वो वेट करेगा जब हम आपको भेज देंगे. आफ्टर जब आपका वेरिफिकेशन आएगा then we can send him to the on board, right? if I'm not wrong.
If that authentication is obtained by DG Shipping from the issuing authority, it will be communicated to the RPSL, because RPSL हमको भेज रही है, हम RPSL को communicate करेंगे.
बट हम उसको भेज सकते हैं ऑन बोर्ड आपको डॉक्यूमेंट भेजने के बाद या नहीं भेज सकते, इसका क्लियर पिक्चर चाहिए.
वो आपको वेरिफिकेशन आने के बाद ही भेज सकते.
वेरिफिकेशन कब आएगा सर, उसका टाइमलाइन चाहिए.
वो टाइमलाइन वो जो इश्यूइंग अथॉरिटी,
we will lose our job, that seaman lose his job. 30 दिन तक कौन सा ऑर्डर वेट करेगा कि तुम 30 दिन तक सबमिट करो, 30 दिन के बाद वहां से आएगा. 60 दिन तक कोई जहाज रुक के रहेगा क्या? कोई 60 दिन तक जहाज रहेगा क्या?
सर एक और इसमें एडिशन से कि ये जो हम आप बोल रहे हैं ना के साइड से जो है, तो वो तो आरपीएसएल ऑलरेडी करता है, तो फिर अब ये अलग से डीजी शिपिंग क्या अलग से करेगी सर?
हमने कभी नहीं बोला कि आप 30 दिन लगेंगे, ये हमने कभी नहीं बोला.
नहीं
Sir, but we don't get any timeline. We don't get any timeline. Every time we are getting
I'll just interfere and
Sir, I'll interfere you. Probably, I think you can come tomorrow at the DGS. We can discuss and we will have more.
Sir, RPSL तो यहाँ
सर अभी इस पे काफी सारा डिस्कशन हो गया.
मेरा सर एक सेकंड, सिर्फ एक सेकंड का जवाब है, सिर्फ एक सेकंड. आपके हिसाब से, डीजीएस के हिसाब से, आई वेरी रिस्पेक्ट एवरीबॉडी, बट सबका टाइमलाइन सिर्फ आरपीएसएल पे ही क्यों है? आरपीएसएल को कोई टाइमलाइन क्यों नहीं दे रहा? हमने एक ब्लैंक नहीं भरा, उसके लिए 5,000 की पेनाल्टी. मेरा बंदा एयरपोर्ट से वापस आ गया क्योंकि आपका सिस्टम नहीं चल रहा था, उसके लिए वो 25,000 का टिकट बर्बाद किया, वो कौन पेनाल्टी भरेगा?
सर आप जो सोच रहे हैं ना कि हम ये जो व्हाटएवर अथॉरिटी की वेबसाइट में जाके चेक करके ही देना, वो नहीं है. वी आर कम्युनिकेटिंग विद द रेस्पेक्टिव इशूइंग अथॉरिटी. ओके, वो भी रेस्पेक्टेड मेंबर स्टेट है, हम भी रेस्पेक्टेड मेंबर स्टेट.
We are already sending to the verification from the, we have RPSL. We know that in the RPSL rule, before sending to any guys, we are taking the verification.
विवेक भाई एक मिनट नाइस सर, I'll just try to close this. विवेक भाई, मेरा निवेदन है कि अगर आपकी इमरजेंसी आपने भेजना है और आप कॉन्फिडेंट है उस पर भेजना है, आप एक छोटा सा, मुझे लगता है कि एक मीटिंग कर लीजिए. डीजी शिपिंग इज वेरी रीजनेबल, दे विल रिव्यू इट. And I'm very confident because when we have sent people with
I am talking about all the RPSL. I'm not talking about the license.
Sir, जब एक के लिए छोड़ेंगे कानून बनाएंगे, सबके लिए बनाएंगे, कोई एक के लिए
छोड़ा है ना सर, तो फिर हर आदमी क्यों?
अरे तो सर मेरे लिए तो उन्होंने बोला कोई ब्लैंकेट बैन नहीं है, आपको भी बोला कोई ब्लैंकेट बैन नहीं है, भेजिए. अरे देखेंगे, भेजिए, कोई किसी को नहीं रोक रहा है यहाँ पर. अगर वो बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने वेट करना है, वो वेट करें, 1 साल वेट करें, उसको रिव्यू करते रहें. बट मुझे लगता है अपनी बात कहने के बाद में विराम देकर उसको, I think if you want to discuss whole night or sir wants to discuss is okay, but I personally feel what I talk to DG Shipping के words हैं ये, श्याम सर के words हैं, मंत्री के सामने ये कहे हुए words हैं कि सर अगर आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, अगर आपको लगता है वेरिफिकेशन पूरा है तो आप भेजिए, लेकिन हमको जो टाइम लगेगा हम लेंगे. मतलब आप लीजिए टाइम, हम तो भेजेंगे.
ठीक है सर, एक काम करते हैं, फिर हम आपको मेल भेजते हैं, देन रिप्लाई आता है या नहीं आता, आफ्टर 48 आवर्स वी कैन सेंड टू द सीफेयर, राइट?
बिल्कुल भेजिए, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि फाइन आरपीएसएल को लगेगा सर.
Let's go to the next question.
काय करली 15 कॅमेरे पाहिजे माहिती का?
सर, देयर इज नो कन्फ्युजन.
एक कॅमेऱ्याचं काम नाही बरं. हे बघ कवरी
कैप्टन बवेजा क्वेश्चन सर, मीना सर, कि जब डीजी साइट में जाते हैं तो इमिग्रेट के लिए फॉर्म 1 के लिए समटाइम्स वी फाइंड इश्यूज आर देयर एंड द साइट ऑफ सुना के इट्स अंडर रिवैम्प एंड इट विल बी ओके, सो दैट इज ओके देयर. सेकंड, जो डीजी साइन ऑन और साइन ऑफ, आप उसके अगेंस्ट हैं कि अगर कोई गलती अगर हमारे से हो जाती है आरपीएसएल से, तो आप कहते हैं कि आप अपना प्रोसेस ठीक करिए. पर ये डिजिटल का टाइम है, इट इज नॉट ए बिग इशू, क्योंकि आप सीफेयर की बात कर रहे हैं. हमारी तरफ से कोई अगर एरर उसमें हुई है अगर 1 दिन की, और आप उसको अगर करेक्ट नहीं करेंगे तो सीफेयर इज सफरिंग. तो उसको अपने डिजिटल का जमाना है, उसमें आपको हम लोग उसका जो फाइन है वो पे करके आपको सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स भेज रहे हैं.
तो वो करेक्शन करना।
सर आई नो, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। वी जस्ट अप्रिशिएट डीजी सर हर मीटिंग में बोलते हैं इवन द स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ में हमारा लेगेसी सिस्टम चल रहा है। इवन वी हैव डन लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट्स टू रिव्यू एंड देयर आर 4 modules which we are working on it to upgrade the holistic overall system including the maritime training institute as well as the RPS.
नहीं वो नहीं, मेरा है कि अगर आगे उसमें उसका जो डीजी साइन ऑन की अगर डेट है उसके हमारी तरफ से अगर एक आध दिन ऊपर नीचे होता है तो वो अगर आप उसको करेक्ट नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि उसकी जो सीडीसी में डेटा है वो मैच नहीं करती तो उसके लिए इशू है। अगर सीफेयर का फॉर्म है कि आप उसको उनकी वेलफेयर की बात कर रहे हैं तो जब आरपीएसएल कंपनी आपको लिखती है आपसे सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स आपको भेजती है कि ये हमारे से एरर हुई है, भारतवर्ष में पेमेंट भी करती है तो उसको आप उसको सपोर्टिंगली देके आप उसको कर दीजिए उसको।
सर उसमें इशू ये है आपका जो व्हाट यू सेड इज आई हैव सीन इट पर्सनली एवरी मंथ वी आर गेटिंग 250 to 300 requests for this thing and when you submit all this document you make it very fresh document each and everything. In some cases you feel this document is genuine. It is updated next day the next colleague of his says कि sir this was fraudulent. I have his record and DG shipping ने उसका गलत सर्विस अपडेट कर दिया सर। ऐसे 5 cases मेरे पास है आज की तारीख में। So yes, we want now with regards to this, we truly understand this problem. Even including the seafarers, they have to make pillar to post to correct this thing. But there is a crew branch circular of 2016 and 17 for the exam center. They don't need to go. But there are certain clarifications. Yes, we are coming up and we are trying to improve our system slowly.
Because see,
thank you
this
very
is
much.
a genuine problem. And even
Okay, last question.
Even taking a dispensation,
Sir, thank you very much.
Taking a dispensation from DG, that's a very big issue there. अगर कोई हमारा सीमेन शिप में अगर कोई अपना हेल्थ इशू हो गया उसको उतारना पड़ता है तो हमें डिस्पेंसेशन लेने के लिए it's a very big issue there. It's not easy. It's not.
I think I believe
it is not. It is not.
Dispensation मिलता है सर ऐसा नहीं है. You have to approach to both the chief examiners.
Sir, it is nobody responds to you during the weekend. कोई नहीं आता आपका इसके बारे में और आप देखिए बाकी फ्लैग्स में देखिए अपना see other flags. They instantly respond to you. They give you this thing. Ships are very timeline bound. Like within 24 hours, they have 12 hours container ships. So we need instant responses that time. So उसमें भी ध्यान दीजिए.
Thank you very much. I think आपका क्वेश्चन सर वैलिड है. हम लोग इसमें ना इमीडिएटली 24 आवर में भी काम करते हैं प्लस डीजी कॉम सेंटर भी है. यू कैन ऑलवेज अप्रोच सर डीजी हमारे आजाद सर से लेके सीएस सर से लेके परवीन नायर सर रवि सर एनी टाइम यू अप्रोच देम दे विल बी हैप्पी टू गिव यू अ डिस्पेंसेशन सब्जेक्ट टू ऑल कंडीशंस इमरजेंसी वगैरह सर एंड मैं खुद था उस पोजीशन पे इमीडिएटली रात को भी मैंने दिए हैं सर ऐसा नहीं है. So thank you very much. So now
what we need at least some response from that. That's what my question is.
Okay, last question we will take from the gentleman. No sir, अभी just हमारा time हो गया सर काफी.
Sir,
last question.
Sir, I'll take it very short and sweet. Regarding all this circular where the discussion is, you are trying to check the veracity of the genuineness of the training and certification process carried out by another sovereign flag. जो कि आप ही की तरह एक फ्लैग है,
I think that, and also, if you don't mind, sir, the Prime Minister's policy is towards the leadership of the Global South. All of these certificates you have mentioned are very key members of the Global South who are cooperating with us. And thirdly, and the most important thing, that we have basically put the onus of proving that the certification process, whether it is genuine or not, on the RPSL agencies, of course, they are bound by the rule, also on the seafarers. How far it will be valid legally, point number one. Point number two, there have been cases, and I will only ask one small question. There had been a case where the person passed out of a training institute, MTI, after completing 4 years marine engineering. He cleared more than 70% in his engineering. I am personally aware of that person. He did not have a 60% in the PCM in his 10th standard. Mind you, he has cleared engineering. And when he completed his full examination, C time, he was not allowed to sit for class 4. The license was given by you, the certificate was given, everything was given by you. And what will happen to that seafarer? That seafarer went to UK and did his flag correction. So do you think by bringing code of conduct for seafarer, which has a vast section on criminal penal provisions on seafarer, you are actually doing service to seafarer, or this is lip service? My question ends.
related to the same. With respect to that circular, what he was talking about, matter is sub judice. We cannot comment more on this. We cannot comment more on this. And
हेलो, उसको माइक दो मेरा।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
उसको माइक दो, माइक दो। आप माइक से बात कर रहे हो, माइक से विदाउट माइक बात कर रहे हो।
Just give one mic to.
उसको माइक दो। टाइम में ये भाग के दो। भाग के माइक दो।
मैं गौरव पोरवाल सर, एक्चुअली मैं पराशर सर ने भी सर्कुलर 31/25 के लिए बोला, विवेक रस्तोगी जी ने भी बोला, हमारे मनदीप जी ने भी बोला, सभी लोगों ने बोला, लेकिन मैं डीजी शिपिंग से ये जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा कि जब अगर 1 तारीख को मुगली जी थे वहां पे शिरीष कुमार जी थे, ये सभी लोग जब वहां पे थे और कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया कि कोई भी इंटरफेरेंस डीजी शिपिंग का इसमें नहीं है, तो उसके बाद भी आपको अडेंडम और ऑर्डर नंबर 1 निकालने की जरूरत क्या पड़ गई? मैं चाहता हूं कि क्या डीजी शिपिंग ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के भी ऊपर है? अगर ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के ऊपर है तो हम लोग कंटेम्प्ट में 25 को मिलेंगे, लेकिन मैं आप लोगों से जरूर बोलना चाहूंगा कि आप लोग भी न्यायपालिका के ही अंडर में आते हैं। आजाद साहब को भी मैं यही बोलना चाहूंगा। आजाद साहब ने लास्ट मीटिंग में बोला था 22 को कि एक लड़के ने कन्फेस किया कि 3.5 लाख रुपए देके उसने डुप्लीकेट सर्टिफिकेट पे सेल करा था, उसको उन्होंने उतार दिया। तो उसी 29 जुलाई को एक पीयूष तिवारी नाम के लड़के ने एफिडेविट सबमिट किया कोर्ट में, जिसमें उसने लिखा कि आजाद साहब ने उसको इंसिस्ट किया कि तुमने अगर कन्फेस नहीं किया तो मैं तुम्हारा इंडोर्स ब्लॉक करूंगा। अगर इस तरीके का कोई भी काम डीजी शिपिंग अगर करता है तो मैं ये गारंटी देता हूँ डीजी शिपिंग में कोई भी तोड़ फोड़ होगी, उसका पूरा खामियाजा केवल डीजी शिपिंग को। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
आपने अभी खुद बोला कि दैट नहीं, दैट डिसीजन के पहले ऑर्डर निकला है, डिसीजन के पहले। और हाँ, एनीवे मैटर इज सब जुडिस, व्हाटएवर दैट डिसीजन विल कम, दैट डीजी शिपिंग हैज टू बी अवॉइड बाय दैट, सो दैट ओके।
क्या है कि ये नॉन पार्लियामेंट्री वे ऑफ टॉकिंग,
थ्रेटनिंग, ये सब चीज नहीं होना चाहिए। एक मिनट, आप चुप रहिए प्लीज। ऐसा ठीक है, वो सब अच्छा है ना। ये क्या है कि हम लोग भी यहाँ 30 साल से इंडस्ट्री के पार्ट हैं। साल मेरा हो गया सी में, मैं 1982 से मैं शिपिंग में हूँ। और मैं आपको ये भी बता रहा हूँ है ना, ये 1982 से मैं भी शिपिंग में हूँ, राजेंद्रा से हूँ। और मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि अगर ये हमने जब शिप में ज्वाइन किया तो उस समय टोटल मतलब 30,000 सी फेयर होते थे। जब मैंने सी में आया 30,000 होते थे, आज 3.5 लाख सी फेयर है। वी हैव टू गिव क्रेडिट टू द डीजी शिपिंग एंड द यूनियन एंड द इंडस्ट्री, बिकॉज सबसे मिलके हमने 30,000 सी फेयर से 3.5 लाख सी फेयर तक आया है। हमने बहुत सारे अप्स एंड डाउन देखे हैं एंड डीजी हैज शिपिंग मास्टर हैज वर्क वेरी क्लोजली। उस समय एक सीमेंट बुक बनाने के लिए 6 महीना 8 महीना लगता था, आज आपको सीमेंट बुक बनाने के लिए 10 दिन लगता है। तो वी ऑल्सो जो हम ये अच्छा काम किए सब करिए। आज अगर एक सर्कुलर है और एक चीज अगर मान लीजिए कि हमारे अगेंस्ट में है तो उसका कोई तरीका है। 1 मिनट देखिए, आपने बोल दिया उसका तरीका है, तो आप जो है सो मतलब इस तरह का बात नहीं होनी चाहिए थी कि हम भी इंडस्ट्री के पार्ट हैं, ये सब चीज गलत है। इस तरह से बात जो है सो कोई आदमी जबरदस्ती और
now we'll end this question answer session. I will request Major Anutesh to give welcome address, please. Major Anutesh. And I will request all the panelists to please take the seat. हल्ला करने से कुछ नहीं होगा, आप लोग को बता दिया गया है और उस पे आप लोग ये रहें। आप लोग को बताया गया है ना आज की मीटिंग में, प्लीज डू नॉट शाउट, प्लीज डू नॉट शाउट। ऑलरेडी वी हैव गिवन यू द एश्योरेंस, देयर शुड बी नो शाउटिंग एंड नथिंग एल्स इज देयर, अंडरस्टूड। आप बैठिए आराम से, वेलकम एड्रेस सुनिए एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग।
गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, dedicated participants, ladies and gentlemen, देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं मेजर अनुतोष सिंह, सहायक महानिदेशक, आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है, मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। As we draw to the close this insightful symposium on seafarers recruitment and welfare, themed as a Har Lahar, Har Yatra, Navik Ka Kalyan, every wave, every journey or voyage, seafarers welfare, I am filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and optimism. Over the past day, we have engaged in robust discussions, shared invaluable perspectives, and collectively explored pathways to enhance the well-being of seafarers. Professional growth, and who are the blood vessels of the global trade and economy. This symposium, meticulously organized by the Directorate General of Shipping and SWFS, has served as a crucial platform for convergence, bringing together government officials, industry leaders, maritime lawyers, and representatives from various organizations. We have delved into critical areas from the intricacies of RPSL, issues and e-governance initiatives, to the challenges faced by the seafarers at airports and the vital roles of P&I clubs. The panel discussions, in particular from both foreign governments and industry experts, fostering a holistic understanding of the multifaceted challenges and opportunities within the maritime sector. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, for his visionary leadership and inspiring address. His insights have set a clear direction for our collective endeavors. Our sincere thanks also goes to our guest of honor, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopade, IPS Additional Director General, Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor cum Additional DG, Captain SI Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor cum Additional DG, for their invaluable contribution and strategic guidance in the matter. To all the speakers who graced our sessions with their expertise and knowledge, including Captain Nitin Mukesh, Captain PC Meena, Shri Deepinder Singh Bishenji, Captain Dr. Daniel J. Joseph, and the speaker from FRRO, Ms. Niyati Dave, as well as Captain Baljit Singh, Shri Steve, Shri Siv Iyer, Captain Gagan Dhillon, and Captain Dr. Bikram Singh Bhatia. Your presentations were not only informative but also thought-provoking, enriching our understanding of the complex issues at hand. A special vote of thanks to the moderators of our panel discussion, Shri Praveen Nayarji and Shri Sujit Churi, Captain Ravi Singh Shikalwar, Captain Sonan Patankar, Captain Savio, Shri Milind, Captain Shivanandan Halvesa, Captain Rajesh Tandonji, Ms. Aishwarya Gupta ji, Captain Sanjay Prashar. Your adept moderation ensured lively and productive exchanges, allowing for a diverse range of voices to be heard. Most importantly, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each and every participant who visited here, who joined us today. Your active engagement, insightful questions, and enthusiastic participation have been instrumental in making this symposium a resounding success. Your presence underscores the collective commitment to the welfare of our seafarers and the advancement of maritime industry. This symposium marks not an end but a renewed beginning. The ideas exchanged today will go in a longer way. The connections forged and the resolutions made here today will undoubtedly pave the way for future maritime industry. Let us carry forward the momentum generated working collaboratively to ensure a brighter and more secure future for our seafarers. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank to Shri Mukul Datta ji, Shipping Master, and the DSM Shri Santosh Kumar Singh and his team. And I also congratulate and felicitate to Shri Baulekar ji, who has also given his support to organize this event. And I would like to once again thank for your presence and your contribution. And I would request everybody to wind up this event, we should rise and do the Rashtragan to culminate this event today.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा चल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की जय. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your ultimate support to make this event successful. I again thanks to everybody. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Before we come to a conclusion, I request all of you to please be seated for the exchange of the mementos here. Once again, I request all of you. Alright, with this we conclude today's symposium. Thank you so much all of you for joining us today and marking your presence here. This is Anchor Namrata signing off. Thank you. Jai Hind.